All right. Let's get these hearts, lights going, all that. The likes, the shouts. Hmm. Hmm. Let's get the tabs, get the sharing. So today we talking about the horoscopes. If they so real, then why you single? You feel me? You should be able to find your loved one. If you know what to look out for, you run into these certain type of signs and stuff. Why do you keep picking them and then get mad? Because you know the sign. Why get mad? So I'm just trying to make that make sense though. So if people are their signs, why haven't you found your perfect match? Because you got the blueprint. You know what this is and that is. You dealt with that and whatever. The other main thing is like, why are we holding people accountable if they are their sign? What's the point? This is what they do. If they known to be stubborn, if they known to be talkative or whatever they horoscopes say, why hold them accountable? It's something they can't change because they are their sign. It's like people that you say that you are your sign. You can't change what you are, right? So you're not trying to change that. So why are you trying to change other people if they are their sign? Just avoid who you're supposed to avoid. They tell you the signs, they tell you the horoscopes. You should know who to pick and who not to pick. Since these horoscopes are so real, you know what I'm saying? I could have sworn it was just like a little play as when we was children, but nah, adults, we done stretched it to adulthood. We got 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds that's sitting there talking about what's your sign and wondering why they still by themselves. I don't know if people gonna wake up one day, man, or mock their sign beliefs and roast that. Yeah. So I'm just trying to understand, man. Like we gotta really realize what we are doing. A lot of times we just enabling people. Well, that's what they do. So why get mad at them? If they signs say that they supposed to be single for the rest of their life, or some of y'all signs be saying that, it show y'all not relationship worth. It's say like who want to be with a stubborn person? Who want to be not open minded? Who want to be a bullheaded and you know they. So obviously we saying that this is what they do. This is something that you should expect. But yeah, we gonna wake some stuff up today with this one. It's like either you gonna believe in the signs, and it's another big thing. Is like it's true. If you a believer, you believe in God and other things. You know what I'm saying? Or basically believe in God and follow what He do. Do you really believe that He gonna be like, hey, you know what? You're not gonna go to hell because you were born on this month and it made you this way. So I can't really hold you accountable. You know what I'm saying? Your sign forced you to do that. Like really think about that, man. I think I ain't gonna lie, this sign stuff is just literally childish. It's childish. You know what I'm saying? It's getting to a point. It's not even really a belief. It's just childish. And I can't understand how can people be deep thinkers and still believe in this. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't notice that all these signs got everything in somebody. We can be all of them. They say what Gemini. they two-sided and all this stuff. We've done that plenty of times. I think it got to a point that people that got so stubborn or don't like change that much that they rather just go with something that to keep people off their neck. Well, you know this about me, then you ought to check that, you know. But then these are the same people that want to check everybody else. Like literally, you cannot hold nobody accountable if you're a horoscope believer. That makes no sense. You said people use signs to the signs to BS and excuse their behavior. I just move on to the yeah, exactly. That's why I'm a firm believer that sign believers they read flags most definitely. They basically telling you this is how I'm gonna be, this is how you gotta accept me, and this is what you're gonna be with. And then when nobody don't want to accept it, you know, they basically gonna say that everything that they do is because their sign told them to do that or forced them to do that because I was born on this month. Then I think about many of things like if these things are so real, why don't we why don't we go based off of the first heartbeat? Why I gotta be a certain month? You know what I'm saying? The first heartbeat that's like the first sign of life. You see what I'm saying? So why that month? Why that month you ain't take these type of behaviors and stuff? So I'm just trying to understand for real. For the most part, I don't understand how horoscopes is related to evilness. Why is it considered demonic? Well, I can believe it now. You know what I'm saying? So, but shoot, you can come up and talk about it. Oh, what's up, Lane? What you got for me?
Nothing. I don't really totally disagree with you, but I just feel like it's not that deep, you know? Like, I think there are people that do take it there, you know? It's like, oh, well, of course, because I'm an Aries, I'm like this or that. Um, but I don't feel like that's like permeating our culture that much, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like most people have the general discernment to recognize that it is not real, you know? Or, yeah, sure, there might be general qualities of somebody who's born in the winter versus the summer or something like that. But at
Hmm.
the end of the day, I feel like I don't know. I don't really hear that many conversations about it that don't also like mention beyond that. Like, oh, do you think that you know what I mean? I don't know if that
Yeah.
makes sense.
I think it gets serious when people actually say, "Well, I'm gonna avoid this sign," and "Oh, you this, I can't get with that." So I think people taking it more serious than what we really think it is. It is
Yeah.
serious.
And I think people also probably do look at their not necessarily horoscopes, but they say, okay, like I'm a Capricorn, so people say like we're stubborn and da 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 da. But I also feel like if people let that define who they are, well, then of course you're going to see that people are validating that. You know, you're not going to get a bunch
Yeah,
of people that are saying like, "Oh, I'm not like that, and I'm a Capricorn." Well, because those are people who don't believe in it. You know, so it's like, of course, it's only going to speak to the ones that it relates to, and then they're going to be the loudest about it too.
yeah,
So yeah, I guess I do agree, but I
yeah.
I just find it like an interesting topic because I don't hear much about it that
Oh
often.
yeah, yeah, yep, yep. I had to bring it up because people just let things slide. These are things I've been observant of since I was a child, and I realized how it's kind of and it's causing damage for real because it's making the people that do believe it they feel like they can't change.
And I
You know,
just
they gonna keep setting back to that. Well, I'm this way because these signs are lying this way, and I'm just gonna be that.
my sister
You
showed
know.
me my whole birth chart, like based off like the time I was born, and that
Yeah.
showed the sign. Nothing like me, nothing at all. It said I'm a natural born leader and all this other stuff, and I'm a teacher. I do like yeah, I'm a leader, sure, but I took a test in my leadership class because I'm in school for management, and they said I'm like they said I'm on the bottom 12%.
Oh damn,
Hmm.
I'm like
damn.
go with the flow, you
Not
know.
up 12, not
I
this
like to
nigga
be
low
behind the
12.
scenes.
Damn.
I'd rather somebody else lead and me be, you know, do my task in the background. So
Yeah.
it's definitely noticed that that was not accurate to me at least.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just a confirmation. They just make a confirmation based off of it. Because the thing is, what I noticed, we do all of them. I think I told somebody that ain't like that before. I said, literally, if you look at all the signs, and I learned this as I've noticed this, so I recognized it as my. I think it was before I was even 20. I noticed. I'm like, hold up, I see what they doing. They basically saying things that relate to the day in the majority, and people tie themselves to it. Like that sound like me. I am like that. But if you look at all the signs, we do everything. We literally do everything. I done seen some what they say Scorpios will be the freakiest. I done seen some freaky
And
freaking
that's
Virgos
why
and all that stuff. Like what the heck? You
misunderstood.
know, people just want to tie stuff to them. I'm like, dog. But it show you the difference between sheeps or people that can think outside the box and not. You know what I'm saying? But let me let a couple more people get in. I think who came up first? Go ahead, Capricorn, and then I'm gonna let. I can't even say her name.
I say people hide behind their signs for lack of accountability, or they just basically don't want to blame something else besides taking accountability for their actions. But I don't believe in a horoscope. It's like I say, everybody's sign it do like maybe like five things that the first five sentences maybe might be true about that person, but the rest is probably just butting up but bull crap.
Mm,
From
Like
Mr. Capricorn himself.
and like I
right, ain't
say,
that
I can be honest.
something?
I deal with a lot of signs. Capricorns, my cousin, all of them, or join them. We all stubborn to a certain extent, like a Taurus, all stubborn to a certain extent.
Right.
They do got an anger issue. They do got a little. You pluck them too hard, they do will snap on you like a bull.
Mm.
Every sign has their own specific thing. Sometimes it's true to their personality if you find it, if you pay attention to it. But it's not the rest of it is nothing but
Because
crap.
we heard that our whole life, you know?
No, it's actually true. If you actually deal with them, like work around them, you can see it from a distance without even knowing them. Just seeing how they act, how they move, how they carry themselves. You can see how stubborn they'll get or how angry, how fast they get angry. I did with Aries. Say they said the same thing about Aries being a little off. Trust me, some of them are off.
I
But I
think
also feel
everybody
like
be
we
off.
don't know everybty, you know? Like, that's only a
Right.
small percentage of the
Like
people
I
that
said,
know
small
you figure it
ascendants.
out.
But I'm saying like everybody's different. Each one is like different in their own
Yeah, I
way.
think everybody got
That's just
capability of
very
all.
brilliant, you know what I mean? So I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, but
Like
that is
Virgo,
funny
some
though. I
Virgos
looked
are
at.
gullible.
I think everybody gullible to something. Just like the dudes that be falling for these pandering men and stuff. They very gullible and believe the things.
Like
So
Leos or self-absorbed, and some of them are.
I want to hear more about the pandering men.
yeah.
Oh,
He
y'all
said I want to
don't
hear
know the
about that.
Panda Man? I'm gonna put it in a simple way for you. A guy who actually agrees that everything comes out your mouth, even you know back in your mind you know it's wrong, but
Yeah.
he would still agree with it just to get a slight chance of getting them draws.
Mm.
Give him
Hey,
some.
real quick.
Yeah,
Oh, there you go. I
continue.
was just about to say. Let me let her in real quick. I don't think she said anything. Rena,
Hello.
what's up? What you got for me?
I'm a Libra. I'm confused.
That's part of your sign.
Yeah, September 25th.
You're confused. That's the part, that's the personality trait.
A people pleaser, I guess. Balance and
Interesting.
confusion. I want everyone happy, and I am 100% aware of that.
When's Libra birth?
October? I don't know. I just know I would like to know my sign a little more. That's all.
So hey, you got to get to know yourself first before having another book
I
tell you
know
about you.
myself. I know I'm a
Yeah,
people pleaser. I know balance is an issue. I want
yeah,
everyone happy. That's my issue. I don't know how to
Yeah,
have a
you're
backbone.
nice. You don't want to
I
say
feel like I'm
no.
like a Libra now that I think about it.
Libras, they are all gullible. They can't say no. You can use them
yeah.
for $20 all the time. Can I borrow 20? Oh, I really need that 20. My baby need, and they
Wow.
will give it up a heartbeat.
I know some gullible Virgos. Come on. All right, so
Mm.
let me get Chrissy in real quick. Then we can go back to open panel. What's up, Chrissy? How you feeling?
Hey. Tired, okay? First off, Fourth of July.
Oh,
Fourth of July was crazy, but I'm looking at the panel. Why do people ask their signs? Because they don't actually understand signs. I knew she was gonna leave because she was on another panel. I couldn't wait to get to her ass, but she left. I couldn't wait.
Damn!
I couldn't wait to get to
Damn!
I couldn't wait to get to her. But I knew she was gonna leave. I'm telling y'all, females run from me. They do not want to have a conversation with me. To ask what's your sign shows that you do not know how to vet. I agree. So first of all, yes, am I born a Taurus? But my rising sign is in Gemini. My love sign is in Libra. You have to really go so deep into the zodiac sign that it's not even worth it. Just learn how to vet at this point because it's too many layers to it. So when I say I don't like cancers, what's his rising sign? It might be a Taurus, whatever. Anyway, so no, they do not know how to vet when they ask you what's your zodiac sign. They're trying to use that to determine their decisions, which is whatever.
Stupid.
With
All
people.
right. So yeah, we just gonna stick with those two for now before we go to the next
You
one.
could probably delete
So
the
we could
second
do
one from that.
you could do an open panel from the what is but the other two I don't even think y'all did y'all answer the other that other one and then y'all can answer that and be caught up on that and then we can do an open panel again.
You only did 2, right?
Well, we did one, but you did the extra one, so I'm gonna let
Oh,
them
my
do the
bad.
other one. Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. Yeah. So we're gonna do open panel right after they y'all do that. So go ahead, Lane. Go ahead, Lane, then Capricorn. To ask what your sign shows horrible vetting. Do you agree or disagree?
Wait, which one? Oh, the second one. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody asks me and they just trying to start conversation, it's like, okay, that's gonna lead somewhere else. I'm not, they already know my position. I might say my sign and what they say about us, but I don't think it's the deepest question you can ask. If you're really trying to get to know me, you should ask me what my relationship with my family is like, with God is like,
Mm.
more so about my characteristics and get to know me for who I am, versus on like going ahead and asking me what my sign is and then making a prejudgment because you're so into it. Um, yeah, I like that one the line, but who is it? Biggie that's like, don't ask him what your. It's not like saying like ask him what your sign, but he's saying like no, ask him what their interests are, what you deal with, that song, what numbers to dial, things that make you smile. He's saying don't ask somebody their sign. In that song, it literally says that's a lame line. You should really ask somebody what their interests are. So I agree with that.
Yeah. All right. What you got for me, Capricorn?
I walk away from people asking that dumb question. Why would you ask a question about their sign, trying to make a decision off of their horoscope sign? It just sounds ridiculous. To
Mm.
be honest, it just sounds foolish. I never in my life asked a girl for her sign on first date. Like,
Mm-hmm.
that's
Okay.
just cool.
So let's catch the other three up, then we do open panel real quick. All right. Illis Soul.
What's up, man?
What you got for me, my brother? And watch out. I know you like taking all the diamonds and putting it out at once, and nobody can eat. Like no. What
I'll
you
try
got
to
for me, my brother?
I'll try to make it light this time.
Nah, you said make it light this time. Be light on him.
But no, so I think that's the most ridiculous thing too, to ask somebody what's their sign. What is that going to do for you to ask me what's my sign? All you like it just to me personally, I think that like asking somebody their sign is basically saying I'm going to use what I know from a chart based off of a chart. You don't know this person yet, but you're trying to correlate things that you have read off of a chart to a person that you don't know. They haven't shown you anything. You barely have a conversation with them. So if you don't, that's why when people are like, I don't like a certain sign, I'm like, what? Like, okay, you don't like a certain sign or you don't like people. Like that's always eerie to me when I hear people say stuff like that. Like, oh, I can't deal with
Mm-hmm.
Gemini, or I can't deal with no Pisces, or it's like, bro, I don't care about none of that. If we get along and we can only decide what we be, I mean, who we are. No sign, no chart, none of that. None of that is a definitive measure to say who a person is. You decide that, and if a person can't get past a horoscope or a chart, you don't need to be messing with them. And then people
Mm-hmm.
and then people use charts or people use horoscopes to justify their shitty behavior. That's
Mm-hmm.
another thing I don't like. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you know how us Geminis are. We like this. That does not give you the right to be a shitty person just because you are a Libra or you
Mm-hmm.
are a Scorpio. That makes you immature and you're trying to use. It's always some magical component to real life. They always try to use magical components to real life. That shit is magic to me. That shit ain't really. That's a fantasy thing. That's not real. You know what I'm saying? Like when men think about it, do men use like think about it, do men like for real, like men, do we use any type of magical component to justify why we do things? No, we use logic. We don't use it's
I
just
seen some men. I seen some men for sure. So I got some people in my family that do it.
oh
I
okay,
was like,
well
what the
yeah.
heck? And they old too. I'm like, what the heck? You that old talking about that? But yeah, real quick. So let me do this real quick. Cause this what I'm gonna do is just do the like anybody that disagree want to add to it just for a quick second. Then we go to the next person. So I'm gonna give y'all like 3 minutes for like a 3 minute open panel real quick. Anything
That's
y'all want
okay.
to add to it?
I yeah, yeah, yeah. I believe in it. You know what I'm saying? Hey man, I got a whole book. You know what I'm saying? I could do your birth chart or your natal chart. Your birth chart is just your, you know what I'm saying, your month of birth and the date. I've done it. Or I could do a natal chart if you know what time you were born. And I done did it a couple times. I have to draw it and all this and that. And hey, bro, and I done read a couple people like I was a fly on their wall their whole childhood. Once I read it off, so hey, it's their own.
Let
It's
me
to
ask you
each
something.
their
Well,
own.
Caprice, can I ask you a
So
question? When
talk to
you
me.
read their natal chart, doesn't it break down their rising sign, where they
Every
love at?
all
That's
that,
what I was saying earlier. It's
all
not
that.
just so I can't just ask you up front, hey, so are you a Capricorn? And you say to me, yep. Oh, he toxic. No, you gotta go way
Yeah,
deeper
yeah.
than just that.
What's your moon sign? What's your sun sign? Because I'm telling you,
So
So
I mean, all right.
what women do is they only go based off you saying, oh, he a Capricorn, I don't like him. That means you gotta get to know this man to understand different levels of him.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, for real.
But
Like every Aquarius ain't the same. I'm not
Fact.
good with air signs. I'm not good with air signs. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm
is
a
there a
Virgo.
possibility that you could be wrong about a person?
Bro, the only way we can put an end to this, bro, give me your birthday in if you got your birth certificate, what time you were born, AM and PM, or either or, and then I just let you be the judge.
All right. How about this? I'll do that. Right. I'll do that for you. I got my birth certificate. If you want to go that route, we can do that.
Yeah, real talk,
All right.
real,
Hold on.
But do y'all see how deep you gotta go though? That's my
for
whole
real.
point. You gotta go too deep to sit up here and just look at somebody at surface level. It's not surface
Mm-hmm.
level. You gotta learn how to
Mm.
vet people. If you don't know how to vet them and you wanna read people for their zodiac sign, you gotta understand every single aspect of the personality of when they were born, what time they was born, where they was
Yeah,
born, where the sun was at. You still also gotta know that person. So you're not just looking at them just as a cancer.
I
You're
just
not
want to
looking
make
at
it
them like
one.
that.
You know what I'm saying? I just, and you tell me if I'm lying. I make the pie chart, I draw it out and all that, and I'm gonna read off,
I
and
got
you
30
tell me.
seconds.
I'm back.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, being a counselor, people always assume we crybaby, and I think that aggravates as someone calling you a crybaby, and that can make you
Oh.
face and anybody see you crying. I
That's
don't
because
like.
you're looking at cancers at surface level.
It said that I was born at 8:40 a.m.
I did that too. I was just saying, I did my whole birth chart, and I feel like that's so inaccurate to who I am when I just did it. I mean, I've done it more than once and had somebody else look at
All
it.
right, y'all. Open panel is closed for now. Let's go ahead and get Valencia in here real quick, and then we do another 33-minute open panel. What you got for me, Valencia? So we just on the first white one. Why ask, what's your sign?
I guess people want to just have some type of conversation when you first start and date somebody, because when you first meet somebody, you really don't want to like, oh, what's your favorite color? Because that's weird.
Hmm. Okay. All right. 3 minutes open panel.
Okay. So yeah, my birth certificate says that I was born at 8:40 a.m. I was born May 29th, 1992.
All right. So it seems like this one is going to be cut short. Let's get Caprice in real quick. Wh- Well,
Oh, I didn't
why? Huh?
time thing.
Say it again.
Oh, what was it? I thought you said 3 minutes open panel.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes open panel. I was letting anybody. It didn't seem
Oh,
like nobody was about to say anything. So
okay. All right.
yeah. So Caprice, what
Yo,
you got for me? Why ask what's your sign?
um, like when I engage, you know, I only ask that question, um, when I engage because really I'm an introvert to begin with. So if I take time out to listen to what you gotta say, you know what I'm saying? It can be social or what have you. If I take time out to listen to what you gotta say, You know, because you never know how friendships or relationships develop. If I take time, me personally, if I take time out, you know, hey man, if you become, if I become intrigued, you know what I'm saying? Hey, what's your sign? I just slip it in. Some people, some people don't want to say, but mostly people are open. You know, it just gives me a gauge on how I need to rock with you. You know what I'm saying? Or if I should. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm very observant. That's just part of my, the grain of my being, so to speak. You know, so and like I say, I didn't delve in that. You know what I'm saying? It just give me, you know, a prerequisite of who you are. And then, that's why I ask. Why ask? That's why I ask.
Okay,
For real.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, so this is a regular open panel with no timer, so we just gonna I throw a question in here just to start this open panel up though. So like when they ask what's your sign, right? I thought that you could be able to tell somebody's sign without having to ask it. You know, what's the point of asking it, then feel a certain type of way and be like, oh my, I didn't know you was that. Why is people very impatient nowadays and they think it's a shortcut to life to where you could just ask what they sign and then you just know how to move from there? Or did
In a way, well, it just depends. Well, or damn, well, that was a cold ass question.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
cold. Shit, god damn.
I want all the horoscopers to think today. That's my point.
Because I don't want to prejudge no one. I don't want to prejudge no one. But you know what I'm saying? It just give me, like I say, yeah. Because like last night, you know what I'm saying? I ran across a panel and I'm very familiar with Aquarius. You know what I'm saying? And I ran into a woman's panel and she was Aquarius, and I got some insight. I got some insight on a relationship matter. You know what I'm saying? And she was dead on point. It was like, you know what I'm saying? Because she was a divorcee, or what? How you say? Yeah. So hey, it's helpful for those who engage in it. But it is what it is, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, she confirmed a lot of stuff that, and I wasn't even expecting that. I wasn't even expecting that from her. So I don't know.
I ain't never met a Scorpio I didn't like.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Yeah. I ain't never met a Capricorn, because my most compatible is supposed to be a goddamn Taurus. My mama Taurus, my son a Taurus. I done did a Taurus. Yeah, they a little too rigid for me. Yeah, a Capricorn would be nice. I ain't never met a Capricorn for real. I would like to do that though.
Easy to find them. Look at every job.
But,
Workaholics.
yeah. Oh yeah. Because I'm a workaholic, and that's what I hear.
What is it? Since we going on signs, what they call it? Your work ethic side. I'm a Capricorn. I'm very ambitious. I'm very ambitious. I'm very driven. I'm very like I'm a workaholic for sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I hear, that Virgo and that Capricorn. Oh, yeah. That's what I hear.
Now, this is funny. I'm gonna make a joke about this one. If you want to find Taurus, look at the all-eat buffet.
Hold on, I'm a Taurus. Chill out. What you say?
Well, hold on.
Find a restaurant or you eat buffet. You like to eat. They
Oh,
love
don't
to eat.
touch
I
my
guarantee you,
hell no.
there's a
Don't
food
touch
plate
my
in that
food.
hand.
Ooh,
That's where they be at.
We
That's where
break
they
it
be
up.
at.
All you eat buffet, food,
Taurus love,
restaurants.
you can catch me at a restaurant. You can go look on my Instagram right now, and I was at some food by myself yesterday. Not too much.
Exactly.
Not
The new
too
restaurant
much.
pops up, I guarantee you like 3 Tauruses in there, one room.
Ooh, I love food.
Lord.
I don't share my food.
I got a big question then for this from the horoscopers, right? Why so they say okay, why do they always go based off of like the month, right? Because they already said, I mean, myself already don't believe time is real, because we only go based off of sun up, sun down for the most part or whatever. And then if we was to live on Jupiter, that'd be, you know how long it take to see the sun by that time if we was going based off of Jupiter sign. And then another thing is that even the months, right? They like if you notice they got the leap year that changes stuff up. They got
Time zone,
um
time change.
yeah. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's so much. Then this is my biggest one, right? Why don't we go off the first sign of life, which is the heartbeat, and then say that's where the sign should be instead of waiting until we come out our mothers?
Mm. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's deep.
That's a good one, but
And I'm only saying that because out of the country they don't have time zones and all that. So when
mm.
people ask me like, "Oh, when you went to Thailand, did you have a hard time adjusting to the time zone?" I said, "Nope, I adjusted immediately." But in America, I have a very hard time adjusting to the time zone.
America is regular animals, and China is dragons and goats and
In
chickens.
Thailand, they're 14 hours ahead. Let's just say Vegas, 14. So to me, that's like a day and a half ahead. So I adjusted to that so quickly, and my body was rested, rejuvenated, reset. I didn't feel depleted, none of that. So I'm starting to think like, I don't know about American time. I don't know. They,
I
they
don't know,
time
man.
is corrupt.
Yeah, we supposed to be going off the Roman calendar, but it been changing through time because it wasn't even that many months before. And then it wasn't. Shoot, yeah, it's just so
I'm
much
jealous
stuff.
of Korea and China. They
That's
got
what I
more
say.
holidays than
You
us. They got
know,
more holidays than us.
man. Like I said, man, I got this book. I had to read. I had to rebuy the book. It's called "The Only Astrology Book You Will Ever Need." It was written by Joanne Martine Woolfolk, bro. And bro. It got everything. It even show you how to
Who
make the
playing that
pie
music?
chart.
The heck?
That's Kareem at the
Yeah,
bottom.
yeah, you got that music. I
Yeah,
can't have that music on here.
bro. Hey, bro.
For sure, Valencia.
Like like I say, I done did a few charts. I'm talking about. It even got the compatibility. Leo and Capricorn. It like every sign. You got the like. Understand me. You know, like host. What's your sign?
They say a Virgo. If somebody can find his name, go ahead block him. I can't find his name. Or
Oh, damn. You a Virgo like me? Okay.
yes.
Uh,
So
uh,
that's
uh, do you know the sign of like maybe a love interest or a past love interest?
nah. I don't know nothing about
Nah,
none of that. No.
nah, you don't do that.
Nope.
He said no.
Thank you, Bert. You found him. I couldn't find his name. All right. Let me get back to let me get other
Yeah.
people in, and then we go right back to open panel again, though.
Okay.
So let me
Okay.
get
Cool.
main thing. What you got for me? Why ask what's your sign? What you got for him? You say you blocked him, Sean. Okay. Thanks for both of y'all. I see both of y'all names on there. I see it. Main thing, you there? All right. All right. So let's get Sean in real quick, man.
What we on, man? I was blocking them, but okay. Why ask what's your sign?
Yeah. What you got for me on that
Yeah,
one?
man, that ain't pitching. Yeah, I don't agree to that sign shit. Like, I don't ask my motherfucker what they sign is. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what my goddamn so-called sign is. What it says about me. Shit, I don't know.
Man, when your birthday, homie? When is your birthday?
Who?
Date. When is your birthday?
July 6th.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm all goddamn. If I read any of them, I'm
Amen.
all of them. I'm all of them.
Amen.
I'm everything.
Mm-hmm. I like that. I thought I was the only one that be saying that. Let's see this with me. My boy Sean. Okay, let's go. All right, let's try main thing one more time, man. Main thing, you there? I'm gonna try one more time. I tried to break some hope. All right, what you got, Godric?
Hello, host. Thanks for letting me up.
For sure.
What's your sign? To ask what's your sign shows you're a horrible better.
We're not
I
on
believe in
that one yet.
signs. Oh, I'm sorry. What?
Just do the white one. For now.
Why is what's in? I do believe in signs. I think it tells a lot if you study it, especially. But it's just one of those many different ways to learn. I think the systems of the universe. So I do think it's a thing. Just nothing's absolute. Nothing is 100%. You know, it has to be interpreted.
All right, quick little open panel for like 3 minutes. Anything y'all want to respond to or add? Then we got Ramsey next and Truthful.
Off mute, goddamn. What was the question you asked him?
If well, that was a response to anything that he said, though. If y'all heard anything he said, it
No,
was
I
still the
didn't.
first question.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so this one is going to be cut short. Hold up. All right, so let's get Ramsey in real quick. Ram,
So
what you got for me?
yeah, I think people just ask for social reasons. I really don't believe. I mean, I studied. I don't call it horoscope. I call it astrology, which comes from astronomy. I personally do not believe it was designed for people to use for those social things. I think the ancients were using it to figure out the sun's movement and whatnot. Today, socially, people use it for social reasons. Even Biggie said in one of his rhymes, "What's your name? What's your sign?" Something like that. Whereby people do it socially in clubs, trying to see if they're compatible and whatnot. So, I mean, I do understand it, but I really don't think, like someone said, it's not absolute. It doesn't necessarily define a person at all. Even though you could see similarities with people born in 7 months, they might have similarities in their behaviors, their psychology, but I really don't think. I personally think people use it for social reasons to see if they're compatible, they have the same mindset or whatnot. So that's really all I have regarding that.
Okay. Okay. Uh, Truthfully, what you got for me?
Uh, why ask what's your sign? I believe that the zodiac signs and stuff is just more knowledge that the Most High put out here for us to learn. I believe it's
Interesting.
all relevant. Now it might not give the exact what this person is, but it gives you an idea. And as a man, I mean, I'm married now, but I remember being single. As a man, you need all that to approach a woman properly and get an answer out of her. You need all the help you can possibly get. So that's my opinion on it.
Yeah, come up, Bert. You'll be good for this open every 3 minute open panels. um, let's try the main thing one more time, I guess, for the fourth time. You there, man?
Yeah, give me a second. Let me walk my dog real quick.
Okay, all right, do your thing. All right, D, what you got for me?
How you doing? How the people doing today?
Good, I'm blessed, man.
Any of you brothers and sisters familiar with the zodiac of Dendera?
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Yes. Egypt. Yeah.
So if we know that, if you're familiar with the zodiac of Dendera, you know that that was the original zodiac. Well, that's the available documented data that we have here today, from which Europeans start deriving what zodiac signs meant. Now, I was born March the 20th, and so I will fall up under Pisces. But what it initially was intended is not what we attach it to
Use it
today,
as. Yeah.
because the Pisces had absolutely nothing to do with a person's personality. It had to do with the inundation of the Nile River and where the fish or were most fertile to feed the people. So all these different signs had to do with agriculture.
Mm.
It had absolutely nothing to do with anybody's personality.
Mm.
Nothing at all. And if we go back and we see, the one thing that we need to do as a people, and I say this, and I stand on this, as a people, is to go back and start learning and knowing ourselves. And when I say knowing and learning ourselves, I'm not talking about growing up in Philadelphia, growing up in Detroit. I mean, go back to the origin first and have a basic understanding of what things was initially intended to be, and then how they got flipped around. I'm gonna give you an example. People be talking about spirit today in some spooky sense. But the origin of the word, when you do etymology on the word spirit, it comes from the word spiritus, which is a Latin word that simply meant air in motion. If leaves were blowing off the ground, that's what they were considered spirit. It has absolutely nothing to do with anything leaving your body. This is what we have come to understand through miseducation today. A Pisces has absolutely nothing to do, the sign Pisces has absolutely nothing to do with my personality. You will have men and women who will constantly pick what they consider to be their sign equals. You will run through 10 Pisces and ain't found the right one yet because you keep on choosing a man based on his sign, opposed to his values, opposed to his principles, opposed to his morals, opposed to his integrity. Align yourself with men and quit confusing males to be men simply because they're of the adult age and got a big dick.
You think I'm a female?
No, I'm not saying you, bro. No, I'm just throwing that
Oh,
out
I'm
there.
sorry, because I was the only one that
And no,
said I think it should
and
be
that goes
useful.
both ways, bro, because we choose women based on the ass and the titty, and we call them women instead of referring to them as female. See, I have to be around you and investigate in order to know whether or not you's a woman, because then I'm learning your mental. I'm starting to get acclimated to your values, your principles, your morals, and whatnot. And so I had to even learn to quit confusing females with being women. I don't confuse males with being men. I will never fix my mouth to say that I'm a grown man because grown signifies completion and none of us are complete. We are growing men and women. And if you're not growing, then something is wrong. So we have to constantly dig deep. What we went, no matter what we went on the face of this earth, the brother say he in tune with the zodiac of Dendera. You should also be in tune with this. No matter what we went on the work on the face of this earth and we established these structures, there was something that was always inscribed on the interest of all of those structures. And it was know thyself, not believe in thyself, not have faith in thyself, not have opinions about thyself. Know thyself. And you know yourself through proper investigation. I'm gonna leave y'all with that. I appreciate the time, brothers and sisters.
All right.
Appreciate it,
Appreciate
brother.
it. So I'm
Appreciate
gonna
it,
give
brother.
y'all. Someone put a new timer on his head. The thing. Okay, look. I was about to say any. It's open panel. Y'all can. Anything y'all feel like y'all want to address on that one?
No, that was
No,
dope.
I just want to answer.
Yeah, I got you on the answer. I just do like a little 3-minute open panel. So it seems like everybody good then. All right, nobody want to. All right, go ahead, man. Thing.
I want to say one thing.
Okay.
Someone mentioned personalities. I do the Enneagram, and it's a study of personality types. There's 9 personality types, and it's similar to the zodiac in the sense that it's going to show strengths and weaknesses. Things people do. So just to say that there's different things out there to study people in psychology. That's all I want to say.
I don't really have nothing I disagree with him with. I agree with him fully. I feel like just because you 30 years old, I mean you grown. You definitely gotta know a woman before you can acknowledge her as a woman. Definitely, because today and age, ain't no telling what the person may truly be that appears to look like a woman. So I agree with him fully, wholeheartedly. Only thing I differ is why I don't think you should be using zodiac signs to say that that's the person I want. I do think you should use the knowledge of what it could be and to factor in, not solely use zodiac signs, but factor in. That's my only opinion. It's all knowledge, and you can learn from anybody.
I just can't really vibe with anybody that comes with anger. You really need to, like, I just joined the live. Hi, nice to meet you guys. My name is Tia.
What's up?
Um, you can't teach nobody by yelling at them. I don't know. And there was nothing to be taught there either, I don't think. But, the approach was rough.
What sign did that?
A
I'll tell you,
Leo.
if you have like a water sign and a fire sign, there's that's a classic non-congruence that just that's obvious. And then you have two fire signs that can be pretty explosive.
A
I think that's
Leo.
pretty much it. Just have to look at it for what it
Oh,
is.
who did that? Leo? What you said? Leo?
And he's like, what sign is that? And I was like, a Leo.
Oh, and what's your son?
I'm a Taurus.
Oh, damn. A Taurus and a Leo. Wow.
No, no, I'm just guessing. Like I don't really know what sign is that. I don't know him. He dropped out, but I'm like, I just don't.
Hmm.
Oh,
I
so
don't like
what's your
how
sign?
he coming in
What's
hot.
your sign?
I'm a Taurus.
You're a Taurus.
May 9th.
What was your last? What was your last love interest?
My last love interest. I'm with a
Are you
Leo.
current? Leo and Taurus. Leo's sovereign right to rule runs smack up against Taurus's determination to have its
Hmm.
own way. Both
We
are
fight all
fixed
day.
signs.
Hmm.
So, both are fixed signs, so neither will give in. Well, no, neither will give an inch. Leo merely becomes angrier and Taurus more abstinent.
Yep,
Thrifty
I just
Hmm.
sit back
Taurus.
like,
So
keep
real
going.
quick, y'all, the open
Mm-hmm.
panel is over. We get back to the open panel
It did
again.
what?
So let's go ahead and get
Oh,
main thing in, and then see
Did
y'all
you
again.
did you give me a timer? I didn't know that. I would have
No,
kept.
I had to put the timer on somebody so I can know what the time is of open panel. So
mm.
we go get main in real quick, then see y'all again, and then we go back to open panel again.
Um, I think people why ask what's your sign? Because people look for a connection. People be trying to figure people out
Mm-hmm.
through a sign. People think that a sign will tell them, oh, if a person got a certain behavior or not. Like for instance, you always hear Gemini got they wishy washy, right? Um,
Very
but I
much
feel
so.
like that could be anybody. And that's what people don't understand. Anybody can carry these traits. Doesn't matter if you're a Taurus, Leo, you can become any of these things because they are human things.
Mm.
So I think people also ask for your sign to make them feel like they're better. Some people take pride in their sign.
Mm.
To me, it's all demonic because you're attaching yourself to something outside of you. Um, at the same time, I don't think a sign can really tell you if a person fit or not. It's like it's like people treat signs like word puzzles and shit to me, and you trying to figure out what's the right answer to the person that you're looking at, and there's but
You
Alan.
said
Okay. Before, before we do that, I'm gonna do one more person, then do the open panel. We gonna do a extended open panel actually after that. Siak can go. So Siakin, what you got for me? Why ask what's your sign?
I think that she's right in the beginning about like people wanting to connect. It's about connection, right? However, I do believe that there is a science to horoscopes because it has to do with phases of the moon and how planets align. This has gone back like way before, way before even the Bible was written, honestly. And I'm a Christian. They went by phases of the moon, alignment in planets. So it like people got to align themselves with the alignment with the planets and just trying to figure that out. I don't think that people try to classify themselves as better. I think that people just get excited about their signs sometimes. You know what I mean? Um, but I don't know. I'm with the Leo and I'm a Taurus. We really not supposed to match, but we do. Because my father's a Leo, my brothers are Leos. I think I just know how to work with them. It's about the personality type that comes with the sign. Um, and learning how to work with, or not wanting to. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
I want to
All right.
question what she said. She said that signs are demonic because that's not really a word you normally
That
use
I don't.
unless you believe in the devil, which is to say that listen, I'm also Catholic, and if it's demonic, you need to guard yourself from it. But if it's just nonsense, if it's really just nonsense, you can just ignore it. So which is it? Is it a real thing or is it nonsense?
Mm.
So I personally don't even think it's demonic. Like the previous guy said, even the Dendera, even prior to Dendera Zodiac, them Zodiacs, it has nothing to do with demons and anything. I could agree with you that you attributing yourself to a position in the skies, the heavens, might be redundant, not demonic. But if you're speaking demonic in terms of being a Christian or whatever, the Zodiac is actually in your Bible. In the book of Job, they
Mhm.
mention there the Mazzaroth is actually mentioned in there. It has an archetype to what zodiacs are. The
There you
problem is the
go.
common person is using it as a social tool, and most people might not even know what they're using it for. You can't be, I mean, you can understand people's behaviors to a certain degree based upon the month they're born. Some people believe, well, we do have electromagnetic energies coming in during this
Hmm.
time of the month or whatnot. Whether it works or not, true. My mom's a Scorpio, she's a psychologist. My dad's a Sagittarius, he's a diplomat, travel different parts of the world. It could
Yeah.
attribute to the archetype. But personally, even if
Yeah.
I studied it, will not necessarily conclude that everybody, based upon the month you're born in, you're definitely a Scorpio, you're definitely a Taurus. I mean, that's
Right.
really all I have to say. That, but demonic, I don't think so. It's in your Bible. Check out your Bible. If you read your Bible with different kind of eye, you see a lot of these signs in there.
Miss, like I say, the woman who wrote this book is very detailed, and I swear, like I say, hey, if I could do your birth chart, if you only know the month you was born and the day you was born, that's a birth chart, a natal chart. Once once I make that chart and I just read, I'm just read off. I'm just read. I don't know you from a can of paint. You tell me if you feel like I want to fly on the wall. Your livelihood thus far. It is what it is. I've
Okay.
done it before. Straight up.
Caprice, do mine. Do mine. I'm a
Mm-hmm.
Taurus. That I know about myself. But you tell me if I'm right. I was born in Sierra Leone, May 9th, 1994, and it was 3 in the morning, 3 something in the morning, 3:45.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. We ain't gonna take up the panel because that takes some work. But hey, just DM me on this. I swear, you know what I'm saying. Because I have to
I mean,
sit
I
down
can.
and really map this out. Like real talk, real talk.
I
Because I
think
ain't
I
use
think
it.
it's good.
I
I
ain't
think
use
it's
it
a
in a
good
minute.
form of
I
knowledge.
think Caprice wants a form of payment. I think that's what's happening.
No. I do it for free. I do it for free because I haven't done it in a while. I haven't done it in a while. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's a good form of knowledge for
Yeah.
both sides, as far as the woman's side looking for a man and the man's side looking for a woman. I don't think it's something that you can say everybody is. Like the young lady has said, these are behaviors and anybody could show them. But also, like Caprice said, I mean, not Caprice, but the I can't say that, Ramsey or something. Also, like he said,
Stephen.
it's
Oh.
also behaviors that people display, and if you record them, most likely, it's in repeat. Like my uncle Johnny used to tell me all the time, nothing new happens under the sun. So everything
Mm,
is constantly in repeat. So I think it's a
hmm.
good form of knowledge. If you looking to try to talk, if you in the club and it's a group of women and you trying to talk or create or break a ice, you know what I mean? That's a good form of knowledge for that. But I don't
Yeah.
think we should be trying to solely, like the lady was saying, some people actually think they better than other people because they Aquarius or Capricorn. I don't think it should be taken to that level.
Yeah.
Cause
All
I
right.
like,
don't think
So
you
homie,
could because we're all
like,
you only get a month.
real quick,
like,
y'all.
like,
Hold on, real quick. Just let me get Rose in. I'm gonna get her to answer, then we go right back to open panel. I think she the only one that she the only one that ever talk. But go ahead, Rose. Why ask what's your sign? What you got for me?
All right. Hey guys. All right. So what's your sign shows you're a horrible vendor. Agree or disagree? So I
No, we're not
disagree
on that
because
one. We're not on that one yet.
oh my bad. Okay, which one? Which one?
Matter of fact, you can do the first one and then start that one, and then we can do open panel then. So you can be the first one to start that one too, though. So do why ask your sign, then you can do that one.
Okay. So I disagree. Well, because of the fact that like, if you're like super into the horoscopes, okay, that's maybe a little weird, but it kind of gives you an idea. Us humans, as we're growing up, we like to know about ourselves. We want to know what our limits are, our boundaries. We want to just do better and be more successful, etc., etc. So with that said, when you're curious about yourself, you learn about yourself, you start adopting characteristics and personalities, and you start becoming yourself, right? You're building your own character growing up. So with that said, yeah, people, when they hear about horoscopes, when you're born, blah, 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 you kind of wonder, like, hey, so what does that entail, right? So when you look it up, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I can relate to this or that, or you know what, this other sign has this. I will adopt this from this other sign, right? So not saying that your horoscope is exactly you, but the fact that it kind of gives me the idea, personally, right, of the type of person that I'm getting into. Obviously, I want to get to know that person for who they are and really what they're about, right? But it kind of sets the tone for me, like a base, right,
A
of where
boot
to
camp.
start to kind of seeing that person in the light where I'm like, okay, I am either more green lights or red lights or what, but at least I know how to proceed with that person, knowing what their sign is.
Yeah.
It's
Uh,
dope. It's
I
dope.
gotta so we gonna do but to I do wanna cause y'all made me look up was that in the Bible, right? So I see it was in it, but not in the way that it is now, right? And also, when it's mentioned in the Bible with the horoscopes, it's warning us to not use it for guidance. So it do say it in Isaiah, what it say? Isaiah 47:13. So it say, thou art weary of the multitude of counsels. Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly dang, I can't say that word, prognosticers, whatever, stand
Prognostic.
up
Prognostic,
yeah, stand up and
prognostic.
save thee from these things that shall come upon thee. So it's actually when it's just a, and you see everybody fell for it not today, right? But
So
it
that's
wasn't
what.
even at that way at that time though.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna
So
put a timer on Rose, and then we got 3 minutes just for open panel. Then we'll go to the next person. Go ahead, y'all.
Hold on, what's happening? What?
No, I'm putting 3 minutes on you, but everybody got 3 minutes to respond to whatever they heard from you or what I said.
Yeah, go ahead, you guys.
no, you
No,
just answered exactly what I was talking about. It's now a social thing. You did mention that if someone's really, really into it, that's kind of weird. But like you
Hmm.
said, you just answered what I said, which is it's a social thing. You try to get to know somebody or whatnot. But people use it socially. And to the host, you mentioned that you saw Isaiah. It's actually in the book of Job, I believe. And this was actually the so-called God in that Bible coming down, speaking to Job, telling Job that he created the Mazzaroth, that he divided the stars in the sky for what they are and whatnot.
oh
And
my,
like I
yeah,
said,
dude.
yeah,
It was
check out
a
the book
slight
of Job.
confrontation.
So,
Yeah.
like I said,
Well,
people
hold up, I
use
can't
it.
even hear him.
What's that?
Say that again. I couldn't even hear you. I don't know what just happened.
So I say it's in the book of Job. The
Yeah.
whole astrology is actually the Mazzaroth. They call it the Mazzaroth. It's in the book of Job. And it was the God telling the Job guy about who are you? Are you there?
The Job
When I
guy.
divided the stars and whatnot. The Mazzaroth refers to astrology or zodiac. But like I said, it's a social thing people use these days to figure out compatibility. You a Scorpio? I'm a this. Do we get along? So that's what people use it for these days. And like the previous caller said, it was never meant for any of that. It was one for agriculture in Egypt back in the days during the era to figure out the movement of the sun different months and figure out harvest.
Mm-hmm.
Even the story of the zodiac is all harvesting, all life and death. During the first 6 months, all life, next 6 months, all death. But we use it these days now as a social thing. Everybody is a Scorpio, Leo, Taurus, and whatnot. And they're trying to figure out if they're compatible with each other. So people use it anthropomorphically these days.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it
Yeah.
is.
So what you're saying on that verse? You're saying that, or are you saying God allowing it, or He's against it?
No, he has no. He bragged that who are you? You're a mere mortal. I created the stars and the skies. Even some ancient theories that did mention that old zodiac thing was actually created by higher beings. It had nothing to do with humans. He divided the time for humanity in separate places, movement of the sun. And as like I said, humans use it anthropomorphically now. People try to
Yeah.
relate themselves to the energies of those particular things. They were never designed for you to say, I'm a Taurus, I eat a lot, I sleep a lot, I'm a Capricorn, my career. But like religion itself, people take on those
Yeah, I
energies.
never sleep. I'm a Taurus.
Yeah.
I could be, you know what I'm saying? The first time I got this book was back in like 2004. And you know what I'm saying? I swear I found the love of my life. It say we won't even make it as friends. And that's 20 something years ago. Yeah, for real. And there's nothing I could do about it. There's nothing I could do about it. We did a 12-year run. We did a 12-year run. And I don't know. And I was so egotistical back then. I said, I'm going to defy the stars because I liked her that much. At that moment, I was 24. We disengaged when I was 36.
Uh,
It's crazy. You know what
What
I'm
was
saying?
it
Well, it
So
like?
don't
What
have
was
to
it's,
do
the
with the
lines
sign.
and
It
how
might
you
have
feel
just been
though?
like
huh?
relationship
What was
issues.
the sign?
Aquarius,
Okay.
I know, but what does that have to do with the signs?
and
Like,
I'm a Virgo. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? No, the book that I got, like each and every sign, it'll tell how you in each and every sign, you know what I'm saying? How y'all on not surface level, but how y'all would interact with each other. Each and every sign.
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, I feel like it. There's like
This woman wrote a
characteristics
great
that,
book.
yeah, yeah.
Go ahead, sweetheart. Go
That
ahead.
no. I see what you're saying because you're basically
Mhm.
agreeing with me how like some people are adopting the signs, right, and what they have. And I know
Yeah.
Sia that's been trying to say
Yeah.
something. Go ahead, love. Go ahead.
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
You
no.
know,
Yes, yeah. I was just agreeing with you at the point of that it's not necessarily every single thing is going to match up. It's a good old blueprint. And also,
yes.
I mentioned like previously that it was in the Bible and it was in like previous scrolls, like in the Mesopotamian scrolls, like way before. It was used as a form of knowing the month, knowing the year, knowing I don't know if a baby was born.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
to astrology being used to there was zodiac signs. Even astrologers would tell you that you have to look through the whole birth chart. So it's not just your
Hmm.
sun or your solar sign,
Exactly. Very
but
true.
That's why there's
even
three:
Vedic in
rising,
Vedic
mothering, whatever.
astrology, they focus on the moon, and it's much more mathematical. In the
Hmm.
Right.
Endeavor zodiac, Egyptian zodiac, they break them based upon time of the month and the stories of each individual. So I personally do not think that your sun sign can determine. Let's say someone's sun sign is something, the Venus sign is something else, then the rising sign,
Hmm.
something, the moon is something else. You have to take all that information into account.
Oh yeah,
Um,
Yeah.
the timer is up, y'all. The timer is up. I forgot.
Yeah.
And then also, it's like it's funny though. I read y'all the whole scripture. It's like y'all disregarding the fact that he want us to stay away from those signs. It literally just said it in there. But we get back to that again. Y'all say if what he talking about. Yeah, because
No,
No,
he
we
don't care.
didn't. We didn't
He
because
don't
I'm
care how
trying.
you use it. He don't care how. He just basically warned us and said, "Stay away from it." That's the main thing he said in Isaiah. But
mm,
let me get
But only Isaiah
Godric
said
in.
that. Just
Huh?
kidding. Who hates Isaiah together? Who hurts
Y'all right
Isaiah?
so no,
Listen,
like why?
I couldn't come off
You
mute fast
funny.
enough.
Thank you, host.
Mm.
He's the only one that said it. Like, bro, shut up.
What'd you
I'm
say? What'd you
I'm
say,
Hey,
I'm
Chris?
Catholic. I'm
What'd
I
you
said
say,
Catholic,
Chris?
so
I
I
couldn't
do.
come off mute fast
And it has
enough.
to do how you were up brought too.
Oh,
Everybody.
I was letting everybody finish, but I agree with you. People hyperfixate on things, so that's why he say stay away from it. And the
yeah.
reason
Yeah.
why is because y'all hyperfixate and you don't know how to discern the difference between
so those
understanding it and not let it guide you.
See
Yeah.
those people. So
well,
Isaiah's a snitch. Got
everyone
it.
don't hyperfixate though. Chrissy,
It
Chrissy,
said
Chrissy,
Isaiah
Chrissy,
Snitch.
Come on
Chrissy,
now, we can't
Chrissy,
blaspheme.
Chrissy,
Uh,
Chrissy. Those who don't hyperfixate though. So what? So
He's not talking about those. So in the Bible, he's just making it sure he mentions it. Don't let this be your actual source,
oh
your
yeah, okay,
guide,
okay,
your
okay.
Mm-hmm.
direction. So the
Yeah.
people
I
that
mean, yeah.
hyperfixate, which is a lot, which is majority of men don't typically hyperfixate, but women typically do because we're
Mm.
looking for something to guide us outside of our
Attached to.
intuition that we were
Yeah.
born with.
That's
He
true.
said it.
Because
He
we
said they
don't
get
typically,
guided by signs, not men. That's
yeah, they
crazy.
need to let their God
Well,
gave us
because
an
the man is
intuition for a
crazy,
reason.
so.
Hmm?
But he gave us an intuition for a reason. The issue with women is they
And
turn it
don't
And
off.
use it.
intuition. Hmm.
Yeah, they turn it off and they want to use a type of typical material to guide them, and that's not how God designed us.
Yeah,
Oh, hold up. I
yeah.
gotta get Chrissy that. That was I like that one. That was hold on.
Nah, that
That
respect.
was nice.
Nah,
He
that's
said,
real
hey,
though.
that's a good one. She mentioned the intuition. That I know that hurt, didn't it? He said it must not be working so well if you got to get guided by signs. All right, so let me get let's get to the next
I was
question though,
trying
real quick.
to
Let's get a
respond to what you
Godric.
in
So
there.
we on yeah,
I
we
want to
done with the
say
open panel
that
for now.
from what you say about the
Hold
Bibles,
on, hold on, real quick. We done with the open panel for the moment. We'll get back to it after you go. So I just want you to answer what's to ask what's your sign shows you're a horrible vetter. Do you agree or disagree?
want me to answer that?
Yes, sir.
I disagree, but it's just but because I do believe in the astrology. However, because you do use the sign doesn't mean you're a good vetter. So it goes both ways. It's just that it's one of those tools you can use if you know how to use it. That's all. But it doesn't mean you can use it if you really
Interesting,
know.
interesting. Okay, so that's what you're leaving with. All right, so 3 minutes if y'all agree or disagree with what he said.
I disagree. It
I
does make you
disagree.
a bad better.
I disagree.
All
Me
right, so
too.
I heard Chrissy say it first, then Caprice. So we'll say why you disagree.
I
If you
I
have to leave with astrology, you are a bad better. That's just how I
Yes.
feel.
Thank you.
are you a bad vetter?
Nah.
Yes, you're
Bad,
terrible.
but
So,
it just
so
depends.
just based off him saying, so I've been listening to y'all. I haven't said nothing for like 30 minutes. When he be asking y'all yes or no questions, I noticed that nobody has been able to say yes or no. Y'all overly explain, which lets me know that you guys are terrible vetters. The question was
Mm,
yes or no. So instead of him saying yes or no, he went in to overly explain why.
That's not true.
He should have waited for the host to ask to explain, right? That's the problem with
Hmm.
people. They over talk, they talk too damn much. They want to overly explain. I didn't ask you the extras. I asked you, do you like blue or red? I like red because red makes me feel good. I didn't ask you that.
Well,
Do you like blue or red?
there are nuances to questions. That's the reason why people explain. This is
So
not
yes, it makes you a
primary
bad
school,
better.
and this is not a 5-year-old kid just answer yes or no. You have to explain nuances as well.
I just
No,
said disagree. I
This
just
it's a
said
nuanced
disagree.
question, but like
but you
we've
got
been
to
talking
realize
about this subject for a
some
while
people
now.
want to push narrative, push their own agenda also because they already got their mind fixated on what they say, so they just disregard what the other person is saying. So that's what tend to happen a lot of the time. That's why some people over explain something that wasn't even asked, type situation. But yeah, that's what we do on there. That's what we see nowadays.
He has to agree or disagree. I said disagree.
Yeah, what you got then? Why you disagreed with
I
Godric?
disagree because uh, I disagree because horrible is a strong word for one, and then I got to get to know you better. That doesn't make me a bad vetter just because I ain't, you know what I'm saying. I ain't finna pass judgment on you.
But are you saying it's the only
But if I ask you
factor of
what's
your?
your sign, then cool. You know what I'm saying? Then we'll chit chat for a moment, and then I'm gonna go about my way because I got work to do.
Mhm.
But I'm gonna think about you if I first of all, hey, if you even got a chance to speak to me, that means I'm taking you into consideration of being a potential uh person that I build a relationship with, and that could
Really?
be male or female. That could be male or female, but any type of relationship, friendship, or what have you. You know, so
So you can't just talk to a
I
stranger?
huh? Say that again.
It's like you can't just talk to a stranger. They gotta be like vetted to just
I ain't
like
gonna ask
to
them they
just meet
sign a
somebody.
stranger. I'm not gonna ask a stranger they sign because I ain't got time. If if you intrigue me enough for me to ask you, man, what's your sign? For real.
Uh,
Yeah, business partners, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, a woman that yeah, yeah. If you get me to a point where where I'm intrigued to ask you,
mm,
man, what your sign is? You know what I'm saying? Cause you might, man, you seem like a Virgo, or you seem like, and I don't do that normally. Nah, that's nothing normal. You know, so
mm.
yeah.
Yeah.
If I ask you what's your sign, in my heart, nah,
Yeah. So
nah.
I
I'm just
totally
trying.
disagree as well with the
Yeah, I ain't
question.
finna just.
All right. So I think
Mhm.
Caprice basically used your turn. You already basically said what your answer was on there. So I'm gonna go to
Yeah.
Ramsey.
Yeah. So I hopefully disagree as well. And like I said, question might be nuanced as well. You do need context to it. Yeah, I disagree with it. I really don't think that asking or not asking someone their side makes you a good or bad vetter. I really don't believe people in normal day society use just intuition to figure out if they're
Because
compatible with someone or not. It's not just intuition. If I only figure out something about somebody, I might want to run a background check on them, run a bunch of things on them, ask a bunch of questions, trying to figure out a bunch of things. If I already have a wealth of knowledge about maybe human behavior or the psychology of people, I'm also a psychologist. Now I can use a bunch of checklist of questions to figure out those things out. If I don't use those questions, it'd be asinine for me to rely on my intuition. Everyone's got an intuition, only just women. Every human being has an intuition. Some choose to use it,
Yeah.
some choose not to use it. So not asking
Mm.
so asking a question that could give you some sort of closure to information or knowledge you need to figure out doesn't necessarily make you a bad vetter or a good vetter. You need a bunch of other things to actually vet a person, not just their signs. So yeah, I disagree
agree.
with the prompt.
All right, so
Mm.
this is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna give everybody a minute so we can just do a big open panel because I got questions I gotta ask too. So, Chrissy, I'm gonna give you a minute. I'm gonna give everybody a minute to answer that if they agree or disagree. So, what you got, Chrissy?
The bad vetting one. Oh,
Yeah, the
I
bad
don't,
vet, a horrible vetter.
yeah,
Yeah, what you
yeah,
got
it
for me?
makes you. I don't care if you gotta ask astrology up front. You're a terrible vetter because I
Mm.
can ask you when your birthday, and I can flip it and make it any type of reason why I'm asking you. But why you have to ask me my zodiac sign? But why you not asking what my values are, what my beliefs are? Why you not asking me, do I have belief in family? Why you not asking me how many times I've been married, how many times I've been divorced? Why is the first thing, or not even the first, why is your primary question, what's my zodiac sign? Does it matter if I've been divorced 4 times? Does it matter if I don't believe in family and you do? Does it matter if I believe in marriage and you don't? That doesn't matter. So yes,
It
it
does.
makes them a bad vetter.
All right, all right,
If
all
it
right.
matters to you, it matters to you.
Hold up, real quick. See y'all, and we're gonna get to you in a minute. Truthfully, what you got for me? 1 minute. Do you believe there are horrible vetters?
I disagree with this.
Okay.
The question is saying if you ask. So it's not like this is my main question, but it's women are the gatekeepers of SMEX. So it's a fact that men gotta come and ask you, gotta come and ask you for the date, gotta come and get on a knee and give you the ring. These are facts. This is not something that's somebody made up. And you need to know what type of woman you walking into, because some women are explosive, good with their words, very good with their body language, and you can find yourself in trouble. If I got a source that could possibly tell me that this woman is more explosive than this woman is more okay with people walking up to them, I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it.
All right. Siakin, what you got for me? 1 minute.
Um, what was the prompt? Oh, okay. Oh, I disagree with that. Well, my whole thing is, if this is the first question you're asking, absolutely makes you a horrible better. And there should be so many other questions that you ask, like for real, for real. Like, oh God, what's your credit score? Like, I don't know. I mean, that's like a nuanced thing. Like, then when you find out, like, oh, maybe we're the same sign, like that's nuance. Like, that's cool. Like, it's a fun fact versus like a definitive what you call it. Like
Okay.
that can't be the gatekeeper of what you decide to align with and who you decide to align with. That's weird to me.
Okay. All right. Babe, what's up? What up?
Hey, baby.
Yeah. It's like, all all right. And then yeah, I gotta always promote my baby page. So off rip, if y'all
Aw.
like my lives, y'all gonna like her lives, please follow her because it's gonna be one of the two of us that's gonna be on and having good conversations for the most part. So go ahead and follow her if y'all like what I do too. So we not that different though. She
Yeah.
more smoother
Not
than
at
me, you know.
all.
I'm a little bit more stricter.
Hey Ray.
But please follow her, please. All right, so
Aw.
who miss? Oh, go ahead, babe. So you can do the first two, and then we on open panel, and then I got questions I want to ask for them too.
Why ask what's your sign? If you have to ask what's your sign, most of the time people ask what's your sign because something that person said triggered something in them that just like reminded them of someone else they may have dealt with that has a sign like that, right? So then when they ask what's your sign, it's just to either validate their bias already. You know what I mean?
Nice.
Yeah, they already are making assumptions. So they're just trying to figure out if their assumption is correct, but it's kind of leading you down a really tricky path because you're gonna keep trying to um validate what you thought. Like after the first
Mm-hmm.
question, okay, that didn't sit right, and then it's just you're uncertain about everything, and it's gonna make you anxious. Yeah, what's your sign? And then also, it's kind of a soundbite. Everybody asks, "What's your sign?" Some people, I guess, some people, I guess, they may find it to be fun, like a little fun thing to do. Like, I wonder what their sign is. It's just all based out of uncertainty, curiosity. Um, I'll go to the second question. To ask what's your sign shows you're a horrible vetter. Well, damn. I don't know that it shows that you're a horrible vetter. I think it may show that you're kind of a lackadaisical vetter, like you are not intentional. You would think it means that you are intentional, but uh, to use what's your sign, it's just kind of like the easy way out. It's like, oh, if we're compatible in this sign, that means that I'm good to go. I don't have to research anymore. I don't have to think about it too much or whatever. But yeah, I'm not sure that it shows that you're a horrible vetter. It just shows that you're not even vetting. It's I mean,
Right.
you know
Dang,
what I
you
mean? Like,
stole my thing because that was about to be
are
my
you
point
actually
too.
really trying to vet? Like,
Right.
yeah, there's more important things to ask than what's your sign.
Hey, she beat me right to it because I was just about to say that right for the open panel. That was actually my question though. The reason why I put that one down, right? The reason why I say a horrible vetter is because a lot of the times people that do ask that I notice they got horrible because the thing is you shouldn't have to if you know signs so well. If you pay attention to the person, why are you asking what they sign is if you know what each sign does? You know what I'm saying? So that show that you don't take your time to vet, that you don't even, or do you just go based off of what's being said or whatever it is? So you just automatically like, oh, well, that's what they sign say. So it's got to be you. So they think it's a shortcut. So I believe majority of people, me myself, I believe majority of people that ask that, yes, they can't, they are horrible vet and they can't vet, or it's one of the two. They don't use their discernment. Somebody used that earlier though. So yeah, it's open. Oh no. So it was a question. Hold up. Is it weird that men believe in zodiacs?
I wanted to
But
answer the question that you had asked the panel.
what's the
What was the question that you asked the panel?
I forgot.
It was something about it was something about do I think no it's the first question, matter of fact. I'm looking at it. What's your sign? Shows you're a horrible vetter. Yeah, that's what it was. I didn't get to answer that one.
Okay, go ahead.
But I think yes, it definitely, I agree. It shows that you got terrible vetting skills, because if a sign can tell you how not to be in a fucked up relationship, a lot of y'all not reading them signs correctly. A lot of people will sit up here and think a sign gonna tell you one's character, one's personality. It doesn't. It only tells you how they mental to a certain extent. I'm gonna say to a certain extent that if you constantly run or dated the same signs, you're gonna see certain behaviors that comes with it. Yes, but does that mean that the person that you're talking to, that they no longer a good person or unfit person because they sit up here and go off of that? I don't think that they're unfit. I just think that they're not the person to sit up here and date somebody, because if a sign is something that you literally see as, oh, it tells me somebody's life, it tells me somebody's mindset, it tells me somebody, like Rachel says, triggers to a certain extent, but that's not showing you their actual character. It's just like I see signs, just how I see people who believe in weight speeds. Like I don't believe in that shit. I don't think that shit real.
Man, hey, it's cool, man. August Virgos ain't nothing like September Virgos.
Oh my!
I don't even like August Virgos. For real. And it's been depicted. I ain't doing this on social media. Tell the truth. It is what it is. For real. I done seen that in real life, and it's been depicted. I ain't had nothing to do with it. It is what it is. We ain't the same.
Dang, now I gotta double check
No.
What's the difference?
Dang, now I gotta double check the man that I'm with. I thought I was
for
good to
real.
go. Now I
Man,
gotta
August Virgos is coming off that Leo.
Oh no, he might be horrible.
August Virgos is coming off that Leo. August Virgos is coming off that Leo. Ain't nothing like them September Virgos going into that Libra. My birthday September the 20th. It is what it is. There is a difference. There is a difference between us. We're not the same. I done had women tell me, you a Virgo? Oh, y'all whore. What? Woman? What? Where you get that from? Woman, I'm not hypersexual. For real.
It's just like the people who believe all Aquarians are cheaters. But I just think anybody can be a cheater. People will try to make it seem like it's just one sign like that. Oh, this sign crazy. This sign is a cheater. This sign is a liar. That could be anybody's personality.
Man, them January Aquarius ain't like them February Aquarius. They ain't the same. I know both of them.
I don't know about the September one. I'm September 17th, my man.
And then they say men and women is different.
And you said hyper what?
Smexual?
Hypersexual, yeah. Man, this
Yeah,
TikTok, man. Come
yeah.
on.
My wife would describe me as that. I'll put her on here right now. She'll
Caprice,
describe me as that.
Caprice, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you
What's
have
up?
children?
I have young adults. I got a 22-year-old and a 15-year-old.
Oh wow.
So I
And the
got,
same
yeah.
mother?
Again, see, that's again. I got six
Nah,
kids.
nah,
Bingo.
nah. My daughter was college,
Kev,
2-year relationship. My daughter was college, two-year relationship. My son, 12-year relationship. Yeah, two different mothers. Yeah.
And it
Signs
sounds
about
like you is
signs.
too. Two different mothers? Yeah.
Yeah. Libra and Aquarius. Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so crazy. That's me and my
I
partner's
don't,
sign.
I don't do good with air signs. I don't do good with air signs, but shout out to them Libras, them Geminis. Well, I don't them Geminis, but that's anything in them Aquarius. Shout out to the air signs though. I never get back man one of them, but it's cool though.
That's
They
just
good
give me a
people.
headache. Okay,
I
air,
was gonna, you
water,
know what?
wind, Captain
I was
It is
Planet.
gonna
what
say
it is.
that. I'm so my ADHD is ADHD, and if like I cannot, and y'all serious too. Y'all so
I'm dead
serious
ass.
about this.
Hell, man, what?
But what if I'm
What?
a but what if I am an air sign and I have good character building? I have critical thinking skills. I know how to set a good foundation. I know how to raise
Mm.
kids. I know how to budget money. Like I'm so
It,
confused on why this is
if we
predominantly people's
if
decision.
That
if
means that you just
if
learn
we're
how to
in
master life skills.
house, if we're in house and hey, we don't match. Yeah, we like each other. Hey, sometimes it's cool just to be
What does
friends.
matching look like when you say
Hey,
that?
sometimes it's just cool to be friends. You know what I'm saying? We got
I
the
would
same
never be friends
attributes
with
and
with the opposite sex.
Uh
But
oh,
oh
basic in
well,
the
well,
building.
okay, okay, cool then. Well, hey,
no, I'm
we ain't
asking
finna be
you. What does compatibility looks like to you?
compatibility is
You
every
took too
step I
long.
no every step I take. Come on, every you know what, man. One hand wash the other.
So I
You
gotta be a
hey,
Taurus
when
for
you
us to
go
be
to the sink,
compatible.
when you go to the sink to wash your hands, your right, your left hand, they already know what to do, and they gonna generously get the job done. If it ain't like that,
What does that
if it
even
ain't like
mean?
that, what you
That is
What
mean?
not
the?
Come
proper
on, just
That might be
communication.
part of his sign. That's part of his sign. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. That's part of his sign.
oh yeah, it's just
Somebody said your favorite color is velvet. I'm gonna start to believe them in a minute.
hey, run it,
Oh, it's
velvet.
velvet for real?
No, he said velour.
Oh,
Oh, I thought
Lord,
I seen
Lord have
velvet at one
mercy.
point. I
I'm like,
thought
what even is that?
What's the velour?
Man.
You know what?
Hey,
Y'all
what's
off
up,
the
King?
chain.
Peace.
Nah,
Hey,
right.
That's
So,
crazy.
is that? Let's get basic in the building. Let's get you caught up. What's up, what up, though? Should have said that.
So, yeah,
What you got
I'm
for me,
not.
man? On
I'm not a Sagittarius. I'm a Christian.
there you go.
People who think that they can seek spirituality outside of God and still be Christians are not do not understand the scripture, because scripture is super clear about the fact that you ain't supposed to be seeking spirituality outside of God. God is spirit enough for you. I promise you. If you do what you're supposed to do to try to understand God's word and you enter a relationship with the king of the universe, then you will get all the spirituality that you need, and whatever insight and intuition and hidden things you think will be revealed to you by you aligning yourself with bodies of information and systems of knowledge and power and practice that are outside of what God designed. Whatever you think you're going to get, let me tell you something, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. So if you are a person where you think that you are supposed to be operating based off of birth signs and that you are still going to be a person of faith, then you need to read that book. You need to read that book. You need to dig into it and read it, because it will tell you very clearly that is a no-go. To ask what your sign is, are you a horrible vetter? Yes. This is something I'm going to tell you guys. Women have always been attracted to the occult. Always.
Mm.
because they want to seek power outside of structure. They want to seek power outside of moral responsibility. They want to seek power outside of accountability. And that's nothing against you, ladies. It's just a natural fact. That's why the Bible tells the story of Adam and Eve and says Eve is tempted by the snake. The snake doesn't promise her some tasty fruit that's going to fill her stomach up. The snake in the garden tells her that she can be a god herself, to all my goddesses and queens and boss chicks with that Eve
Mm.
energy. The snake tells her you will be like God and you will determine right and wrong for yourself. You will know good and evil. You
Where you
will
came
know good
from?
and
Wait,
evil
wait,
as
wait, wait,
your
wait,
own
wait, wait,
God.
wait, wait, wait. Hold on,
Let me
man. It
finish,
better not
brother,
be.
please. What you say, brother?
Please.
What
It
you
been
mean, please?
it better not be 12 signs and 12 disciples. But go ahead, finish.
Yeah,
And I don't know why
I
you in
don't care
here.
about the I don't care about the
I
12
know
or
you
12.
don't. I know you.
I know. Just hold up a minute, okay? I get all you spiritual brothers that want to have orgies and 10 wives and don't believe in marriage and think that you're supposed to be screwing people's daughters and not wifing them and having babies outside of marriage. Don't think it's a man's responsibility to provide and protect and create stability for the women in his life. Hit chicks back. I know the spiritual brothers don't like this, okay? But I'm just going to tell you that if you're somebody who says that that is your system of faith and Christ is your king, if that is your belief that Christ lived and that he's the example you're trying to follow, then he was pretty explicit not to seek insight and spirituality outside of the Bible. So for folks who are not submitted to that, like if that's not you, brother Caprice, no problem. I pray God finds your heart. I ain't trying to convince you to do that today, brother. I'm just talking to the people who say they're Christians and still want to do birth signs. That's it. Okay.
Mm. All right, so let's leave an open panel with that one. Let's do.
Yeah.
I want to do a 5-minute open panel for that one.
So,
So what
so,
y'all got on that?
so I looked through your list and I realized a lot of these questions are based upon astrology or signs and relationships. And I didn't even know this was a religious question as well regarding. I just read the bottom part now.
Mm-hmm.
So personally, I really don't. I read the Bible many, many times. I personally think it's a codex manuscript. I really don't think it's literal at all. I believe there have been books way before the Bible. There's a copy and paste job. Personally, for me, I wouldn't say in the context of relationships or religion. I wouldn't advise anyone's religious or anyone who's trying to get into a relationship to use the constellations in the sky to figure out their beliefs or to try and verify their relationship. I wouldn't advise anyone to do that. Like the previous guy said, the very, very first guy said, it says, know thyself. You go to any temple, any initiation, they usually tell you you have to know yourself first. So, I mean, that's all I have regarding that. But in terms of the religion part, whereby Adam and Eve stories, to me, those are your stories. And it's allegorical. Nothing in that Bible, I've read it many, many times. Nothing in that Bible is literal. It's extremely allegorical.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question because you said nothing. You said that you've read the Bible many, many times. Okay, what is the pearl of great price? I'm
All
looking
right,
at
can
brother.
anybody say
Drink
anything?
it.
Hold on, sis. Ramasu,
Plural
what
of
is the
what?
pearl of great price?
Great
Is it,
price.
Yeah, what is the pearl
well,
of great price? 1 second, sis.
can I
I don't
say
know what
something?
I don't know
No,
what
no,
that
no, no,
is.
no. Just one moment.
I
Just
don't
one
know.
moment. No. Okay, you don't know what that is. What
I
is the
don't know what
biblical
that is.
definition? No problem. That's no problem. I didn't think you knew it. It's
You don't know
okay.
what is.
Stop for a second, baby. I said the pearl of great price. I asked Ramasu, who said he read the Bible several times,
Okay,
what the pearl
can
of
I
great
talk?
price was.
Is that cool?
No, I'm not. I'm speaking to him. So no, if you hear me speaking, you can't speak over me. I'm talking
Why is
to the
it so
brother.
quiet, first of all?
It's not so quiet. I'm
Girl,
talking
if you
right
don't
now,
let
What
the
the
and you're
heck?
over
man,
talking.
She
Can
may
she
not be
Yeah,
hear?
able to hear.
I don't
damn.
know if her
It
stuff
might be
malfunctioning or
glitching for
something.
her.
I think her stuff must be glitching.
yeah.
Yeah.
Drop her and bring her
Dang, you guys
back
are
up.
talking. My bad, y'all.
It's okay. It's
Yeah, I'm
no
about to say
problem,
they ain't
sis.
seem right to her. I don't know what. I'm gonna drop you and
Yeah.
bring you back up.
Yeah. Okay. So Ramasu, so you don't know what the pearl of great price is. Let me ask you another question. What is the biblical definition of grace?
I don't know either. I'm sure you're gonna tell me. I No, don't. I'm not going to tell you. I I'm don't know not going what to it tell you is. because
I don't
okay,
know. I
hold
Why
on,
don't
could
hold on.
Prince
No,
leave?
I
stop,
told you I
stop,
don't
hold
know.
on, hold on. Stop. I heard you. You don't know. Okay, what are the four characteristics, the four principal characteristics that are repeated over 30 times of God in the Bible? I don't
I
know.
don't
What are his four? Okay, all right. So you read this book multiple times, but the most core doctrinal elements of the book you don't know what they are. And so before you start talking, because I know you're going to want to defend yourself, I submit to you and everybody else that either your reading comprehension is low, A, B, you didn't understand what you read, right? Or C, you didn't read it and you just say that because you've thumbed through the Bible a couple of times. And I've
know.
talked to a lot of people who are in your position. They are against the Bible, they refute the Bible, but they can't tell you anything about the Bible.
Sure.
So I submit to you, Ramasu, I submit this to you. If you feel this way about the Bible without having read it, you may have been indoctrinated.
Okay.
And you need to, just 1 second, 1 second. And you need to study the book before you reject it. And if you want to reject it out front, that's fine. Reject it from the position of, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But
Okay.
don't reject it from 1 second, Ramasu. Don't reject it from the position of I have read it and I understand it so I can disqualify it. Because it is
Mm.
obvious that is untrue.
Okay. If you say so.
Thank you.
By all means. Thank you.
All right. Well, that was deep. Hopefully, that was a good point though. He just said though. I think that is a good way to reject. At least you could say I read it and understand it, and be like, I just don't want to get with it. Not just say I read it and come with extra stuff that you really don't. So I get that. That's perfect. Um.
Yeah, I think that was good. We talked about that earlier, though. The Bible's not telling you to depend on these things.
Mm-hmm.
Why it says not to, because people hyperfixate on this, as we then experience on this panel. They're hyperfixating on. They believe that the zodiac sign will tell them everything that they need to know about that person. When really, you just got to get to know that individual person and trust your discernment and your intuition. A lot of people turn all of that off, and a lot of people do not practice and it's not taught discernment. So they use some type of source to help them guide them through dating, which is why they make poor choices.
I
Mm-hmm.
guess my question would be, what do y'all feel about those people that don't use it as a sole choice? Because the question ain't asking if you use it as a sole choice, you're a horrible veteran. It's asking if you just ask it.
Why are you at? So if you have to ask a zodiac sign, to me, that's like, you don't even have to. Why are you not asking when they're, what's your birthday for other purposes? You're gonna get their zodiac sign when you ask their birthday.
Again, I'm saying, like, if it's not your sole accent point, if it's
What's the
just the
point of asking?
icebreaker
What's the point of
to
asking
break
if
the
it's
ice
not?
because you have to meet the woman.
If you have to break the ice with me
Real
as a
quick.
37-year-old man and ask me my zodiac sign, you don't know how to have an intellectual conversation. That's a problem for
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, I
Who
want to real
speaking, I
quickly.
believe at 37 you should be married. But, okay.
Yeah,
Right. So
Ramasu.
you see how you said I believe at 37 you should be married? I think that's a dumb rhetorical question to ask me.
Hey, Ramasu. Hey,
I mean, it's
Ramasu,
not
real
dumb
quick.
or rhetorical
It
because
is,
before
but
you
it
get
is.
there, you got to introduce yourself to the wife. You got to have a way of speaking to a woman before you get
Yeah,
married.
So why are
I'm
you asking
talking
there.
my
more for the
zodiac
younger
sign?
men, honestly. But okay, I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
real quick, Ramasu, I need to apologize to you. How I talked to you was disrespectful, bro. I apologize for that.
Oh, you
I
don't
got a
have
little
to. You
heated
don't. You
about
don't
what you
have to. It's
said.
okay. You don't have to.
Yeah, I apologize for talking to you that way.
You don't have
Okay.
to. It's okay. It's okay. You don't
Okay.
have to.
How far
That.
along are y'all, Kev?
We open panel right now. Just open panel. You can just, if you want to, because I'm about to close off with this last, because I think everybody's basically saying the same thing. Do they believe it's over? Because I want to get to the next one, holding them accountable.
But
But so you could do asking what is your sign shows you're a horrible veteran. Do you agree or disagree? Then we gonna go back to open panel
I
again.
say I horrible vetter. That's a strong stance just from asking that question.
Mm-hmm.
So I say no. Me personally, I don't ask that question no more. I used to, because the type of women that I used to engage with were asking that question was just an easy opener. But now that my appetite for the type of woman I want to date has changed, I don't even need to ask that type of question. So that's what I say.
Okay, all right. Then let me get Myron in. Then we do a regular open panel. Myron, what you got for me? Welcome to the panel. So the question is, to ask what's your sign shows you're a horrible vetter. Do you agree or disagree?
No, I disagree because that depends on your knowledge of the science. Everybody's knowledge level isn't the same.
Then why you ask?
Like the gentleman was saying earlier, sometimes it's a good, just an icebreaker for conversation. But what I notice with a lot of people is they equate, they start to, should I say, when they think of the signs and zodiac, they look at if you're a good or bad person. That's the wrong way to look at it. I believe the zodiac only tell you people's personality type. It doesn't tell you their heart. So, and if you are a person that like, oh, you like, I hear women will say, oh, you are such and such, I didn't deal with you. They say that about me a lot because I'm an Aquarius. I think you, when you say that you won't deal with somebody just because of their sign, all you really is saying out loud is that you're limited as a person with the people you can interact with in life. So you don't realize that you're showing telling how limited you are without knowing. So that's why we need to we gotta, we don't. Some of us ain't that smart. Our cognitive level ain't on the same level.
Ooh. Oh, is he done? I just wanted to say something.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, because okay, so I know he said it's like an icebreaker or whatever, but I mean, yeah, it could be an icebreaker, but they still keep that thought in the back of their minds. And then most of the time when things do not go the way that they thought it should go, whatever, because they disregarded it, they're lying. They didn't disregard it. But when it doesn't go well and then y'all break up, now all of a sudden it's like, damn, I should have listened to it, and I shouldn't I should have known because she was a Capricorn, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right. That's like
Can I say,
narcissists.
yeah,
Hey,
but
can I ask a, I
that
want to
is
ask a question to the
that's a
fellas. Go
default.
ahead, Myron.
I would say
Go
that when
ahead.
people do that, that's a default for them not gaining the self awareness they need to understand everything.
Yes, that's the whole
So,
point.
um,
That's their reason for not taking accountability.
yeah,
All right, let me.
That
that's one of
becomes
the
their
reasons.
crutch.
Yeah, that's because they failed, and instead of we have everybody has a defense mechanism they kick in to protect their own self esteem and self confidence. So sometimes it hurts them though. I mean, sometimes there's nothing wrong with. I think you have to take falls in order to learn how not to fall the next time. I
Yeah,
rest.
yeah. So, can I ask a question if to the fellas here? How
What you
many
got?
of you guys, how many of the men would date a woman who self-identifies as a witch?
Mm.
I wouldn't date one at all.
Which, please? Sign up.
Not at all.
Oh, a witch.
Yes, correct. She self-identifies as a witch.
What kind of witch?
Okay, is she actually a witch?
I just knew. Oh, where does the witch
Hey,
I
I,
knew
yo, I,
Caprice.
res-
That's why I had to
What
bring Caprice
area?
back because I
I
know
don't
he gonna
agree
try
with
to.
it, but I respect that, boy.
He said, what area? What tribe?
Okay. So, all right.
No,
So the answer for you is yes. If she told you she was a witch, then you wouldn't have
no.
a.
What kind of witch? She's like, what does she practice? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
Because
Understood. Understood.
yeah,
So there's certain
it's
types of
good and
witches that
bad.
would be cool for you. What about you, Myra?
No, just
Say that again. A woman that's
Would you date a woman for marriage that identifies as a witch?
He's gonna be like,
yeah,
depends on her
yes, I
zodiac
will.
sign.
Because I will because at least she's being open and upfront and honest. If that's how she
Okay.
feel, it's a lot.
All right.
I'm
What
worried
are,
more I'm worried more about a covert witch than the overt witch.
okay. Understood. Yep. I wouldn't want either, but I understand. So here's the second question. How many of you guys would date a woman who is a Satanist?
Not
Mm.
at all. Can't.
not at all. I'm good on that.
That's
I'm good.
conflicting.
Yeah, I'm
No,
good
of
on
course
that.
not. Of course not. It's rhetorical questions.
That's not a rhetorical question. You guys are saying that you would date women who worship spirits. You don't know the quality and character of those spirits, right? Molech,
Mm.
If
he's not the
if
devil.
I
Yes, we
date a
Hold
do.
on
woman,
one
if
second,
I date,
Caprice.
if
Hold on one
Yes, we
second,
do.
Caprice.
Yes, we do.
Hold on one second, Caprice. So you don't know the character or kind of spirits because typically women who are people who are witches don't just worship one deity. Folks who are occultists make contracts and agreements through ritual and through covenant agreements, right, with multiple types of spirits. They do it for multiple types of reasons. So a woman who is a witch, right, depending on if she's left hand path or if she's somebody who is love and light, it doesn't matter. She's still making covenants with spirits. And so you guys are saying that depending on what types of spirits she likes and what label she gives herself while she does it, I would date her. And so I don't make any meaningful distinction between a woman who is a Satanist and a woman who is a witch because all of them are worshiping spirits and creating contracts and agreements with spirits. But y'all can have all of them.
Well,
to each their own, for real. Because if she gains power from my ancestors, which made me to be me, ain't cool.
All right.
For
What's
real.
the name of the
You know what I'm saying?
ancestors you
Because
worship?
YT man that's been depicted over 400 years as being my savior and my I'm
I don't
good.
have nothing to do
I'm
with the
cool.
picture.
Hey, I ain't got nothing to
I'm not
lose. I
white,
ain't got
sir.
What are the
Caprice ain't got nothing to lose. I ain't got
I'm
I
not
nothing
know
to
I
white.
got it.
lose.
Caprice,
I ain't got nothing
what
to
are the name of
lose.
the ancestors you worship? Caprice, what are the name of the ancestors you worship?
You know what? I feel you disingenuous, so that's none of your
Got it.
business.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let me
All right.
can
Cool.
I inject now also when you talk about all these spirits and everything, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 spirits on this panel right now. Okay, so we here all conversing with each other. Each person is a spirit. So we got 8 billion spirits on the planet. So what is your point with that wisdom? I mean, we dealing with messed up spirits at work, in church,
All right, I'll
everywhere.
tell you what my point is.
I mean,
I'll
we
tell
all
you.
spirit. That's what
Yeah, I got it.
it's the
I
spirit
got
that
it.
makes us
Yeah, but
human,
that's not
not the
okay.
flesh,
But
right?
I got it. But I make a distinction between the spirit of a human and the spirit of some type of disembodied being that you want to worship. So let's talk really quick just about the word worship. If you got a son and he worships his dad, then his father wants to be a fireman, so he wants to be a fireman too. His father wants to be a policeman, so he wants to be a policeman too. His father is honest and hardworking. He wants to be honest and hardworking too. And if you were to look at that boy, everybody would say, yeah, he worships his dad. So worship is the person that worship is the character we model ourselves after.
Agree.
What you do is
Agree.
what you worship. Okay, so if you are a person and you worship a spirit that represents sex, if you are a person and you worship a spirit that believes in child sacrifice, if you are a person and you worship a spirit that believes that if it's okay for you to seek vengeance against other people. And so you can do rituals where you gather their spit and some of their hair and you burn it with a drop of your blood and all of this weirdo stuff that it is in the Demotic Papyrus and other books I have visually read with my own eyes
Okay, this is
that
where
are
you
part
went
of the
all the way
cultures. And
all the way
one
on
moment,
to
let me
like
finish the sentence. Let
Jupiter
me
though,
finish
bro.
it. Let me
You
now
just went Jupiter there.
I didn't go to Jupiter. I just don't think you guys realize you're on a plane to Jupiter. And so here's what I'm saying to you is a lot of you guys, a lot of men, they don't understand what they're agreeing to when they're dealing with these types of women. They don't realize that they're dealing with women who do believe in ritual, who do believe in stuff like that. And you don't realize what type of deities that they worship. And so you're sitting up having sex with them and making babies because you're submitted to your penis and she's beautiful and y'all have a good time together. And you don't realize that the foundation you would want to use to build your house, she worships deities and beings and concepts that are antecedent to that. I think those men are foolish.
You have false idols too, though.
I understand you feel that way. I don't think I feel
No,
that
no,
way.
no, no. You talking about false idol worshiping? I get it. You coming out the Bible? I'm with you 100%. You have those same exact things, bro.
I,
So we all
I
one thing.
you
One
have to
thing for
explain to
sure.
me how I have them. You
Well,
can't
I
just
mean,
say
one
that.
thing's for sure.
You have
Two
to
things for
explain it to me.
certain. Everybody in this world is a hypocrite
No,
in
I
some
got it,
way,
but
shape, or form.
you'd have to explain to me why I have false idols instead of just saying that. So can you explain to me why I have that instead of just saying it?
Because your original name was basically Jesus.
Okay, and what does that mean?
You are self-righteous,
I was what? What you say? I was what?
superior, arrogant. But I understand
Okay, so you
you're
think arrogant?
self-righteous,
Okay,
arrogant. But
okay. You think
but
so?
hold on. But hold
Let's
on.
grant
There's
your argument.
absolutely arrogant. Because look,
Yeah, that's I'm not arguing. Let's say
basic. No, let me finish.
you think that
Okay,
being
but no
self.
basic. Let me finish. I'm finished. Stop interrupting. Let me finish. You asked me a
Yeah,
question. Let
go
me
right
enter.
ahead. Yeah,
Finish.
so self.
Wisdom, you gotta let him
Exactly.
talk,
So you're
Yeah,
Wisdom.
go ahead.
so
Oh my
you're
God.
Are
so
you a
you're
mod,
arrogant.
sis? Are you a mod?
Oh man.
No, I'm about to be because you
Okay,
Let's
keep
well
not get
interrupting
sidetracked.
him.
we
Let
don't
him
need your
Let's
help.
talk.
not get sidetracked.
You said your piece.
Hold on.
Said your
Let's
piece.
get side.
Sis,
Miss, can you just be quiet, please, for a
grown
minute?
men don't need your help moderating our conversation. Stay in
We
a woman's
absolutely don't.
place. Go
Thank you.
ahead,
Thank you.
Myra.
But
Okay, my bad.
Oh
you you
man, come
you.
on, y'all.
Hey, look, basic. You self-righteous. You're highly intelligent, arrogant, stubborn, and all those things are not necessarily bad. They could be definitely good for a good cause. And I identify I'm the same exact way, so I'm not judging you. But
You got to turn that into idol worship, though, because I understand you just gave me all of these attributes that you think I have. Turn it into idol worship. Go ahead.
you worshipped at one time pussy.
Okay. All
Did you?
right. I
Did
no. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
you did.
Yeah,
Basic.
no.
You admitted that you was not you weren't the Marine. Though. You had tons of women. You lived a lifestyle like just as I had with all this, and all that. Now
Yeah.
you're reformed. I get it, but we can't be like still be like hypocrite. Act like we ain't.
That's not
Everybody
being
ain't
a,
maybe
yeah,
at
that's
your
not,
level.
yeah,
So
acting,
do
yeah.
that mean he need to shut up because he used to do those things? So he shouldn't teach people to
No,
not be
no,
like
no,
his
no,
old
no.
self?
No, not at all. Not at
What
all.
is
But
the
I'm just
point you're
saying
making?
we all had dealt with various spirits. And worshiping pussy, loving pussy is a spirit, is it not? Oh my
No.
God.
I mean,
Yeah.
No,
My
you're just idolizing.
yes, it
Yeah,
truly is.
Myra. Yeah, Myra. Men who don't have control over their libido, who lack discipline and lack self respect, right, for themselves, or dignity for themselves, or lack respect for women.
Absolutely.
That is not. I don't think that is
I
idol
agree with you.
worship.
You
I
yes
can
it
make a
is.
distinction between.
Yes,
I
you is. You
understand.
are worshiping.
I got it.
You are
I
worshiping.
understand it.
You are worshiping. And let me finish. You are worshiping a part of the
Go
body
ahead.
that you feel is giving you
All right,
a
y'all
sense
got
of
2 minutes to
self-confidence
wrap
Right.
this up.
Yeah.
and
Hey,
self-esteem. You've loved it. You've been a womanizer. You've admitted it here on the joint. You've loved women, been a slut, hoe, whatever. You worship a spirit.
Yeah.
Because that
Okay.
pussy is a spirit. I admit I've done the same thing. And a lot of us have. So what I'm just saying, none of us are perfect. We all are
Myron,
hypocrites, bro.
Yeah,
Myron,
I
I
land
got it.
right there. I'll be quiet.
I
Myron.
got it. If your point, hold on, let's start from here. If your point is that I am not perfect, bro, I am a Christian. That means that from the jump, I believe that all of us have a endless capacity and inclination to justify wrong and to right to benefit ourselves. I don't think any of us are sinless, to include myself by any stretch of the imagination. So if everything you just said was to say, hey, because you're saying something is wrong or dumb, you seem self-righteous right now, so I'm going to call you an idol worshiper, and then justify that by saying you used to you didn't have control over your libido and you used to sleep with girls before you were a Christian. If that's the basis of your point, I receive it. I just think it's ridiculous and incoherent. So let's just move on.
That's a deflection, but go ahead. We'll move on.
All right, y'all made it past before the 2 minutes. All right. So let's get to the back to the topic real quick. Um, so let's get to this one. If people, at least for the people that believe in it, right? So let's start with my baby first. I want to get her in. Uh, um, if people are their signs, why hold them accountable?
You're not that.
That's a very interesting question. I mean, that's going to be hard for me to answer because people are
Okay.
not their signs. They're not their signs. So you can't hold, right? Because then you'd be holding the sign accountable, not the person. Yeah, right. You can't hold them accountable if you believe their sign is the reason why they did what they do. Because that, like, they had no control over that. They had no control over when they were
Mm-hmm.
born, what God, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you can't hold them accountable.
Mm-hmm. Uh, who? Wait, I gotta just go for the people that I believe in the sign. Who is that? It was a couple people that's into the sign. That's up here, I think. Is it Truthful? Was you part of it?
I mean, I yes.
All right, yeah, Truthful. And then Myron, was you? Do you believe in signs?
Oh, absolutely. It was, yes, it was
Okay,
most of
y'all
religion
two.
before
Then
all
this
these
this
other
question
religions.
mainly for y'all two, and then I'm gonna get the open panel of. All right, so how do you feel about that one?
Okay.
If people are their signs, then why hold them accountable?
Because you have free will.
What?
And there's a wrong and a right. You
I don't
have free
understand
will.
that question though. That question
I
then
get the
didn't
question.
make
I get what you hitting at, and I'll play with you. You saying
Whoa, no diddy,
you
no
asked
diddy.
me why? Okay, yeah, you got to say that nowadays, right? No titty
no, you
for
don't
real.
got to.
Hey, but if you asking me the question, if people are their signs, so we assuming that the sign is exactly what you are, okay, that's fine. Why hold them accountable? For the same reason if we wasn't. Because there's a wrong and a right, and you have the free will to be what you are or to be right.
Okay, Myron, what you got? And then we're gonna do open panel after that.
Yeah, I mean, that has, I mean, what their sign is doesn't have anything to do with them not being held accountable. That is totally, they're both totally separate things. The zodiac breaks down a person's personality type, like how they act this way, reacted this way, how they maybe see things somewhat that way. It's, again, as I said earlier, it doesn't judge a person's heart or necessarily their principles. It doesn't do that. It just gives us a personality trait. Our birth order trait, whether we are firstborn, middleborn, lastborn, has just as much impact person. So you just don't look at one phase. But zodiac was a religion. It is a religion, and I think it's definitely real because it's not a coincidence of nature that people born around the same time tend to have similar personality types and likes and how they navigate the world. That's not a coincidence. That's nature. So it's real.
So let me get
To explain my point, I do not look at this as no religion. I believe you can use this as icebreakers, preferably when you're young, before you get married, how to meet that wife. I don't think you should be using it as a stand all be all for anything. That is my position. That's been my position the whole time. It's a good icebreaker. It's a good way to figure out whether you want to take the chance of trying to date somebody or not. But that's it.
Okay.
If,
Okay. Let me
all
let me
right.
ask you
Can I say one thing to
let me
retort the
ask you a
clarity,
question.
please? Can
If
I
there
say one
is
thing
no
for that
information
about
in it that
religion?
is, oh, go ahead, Myron, and then I'll go after
And
you.
it's going to be very quick.
Go ahead.
Sir, a religion is nothing but a practice. It means from the word religare, it means to bind. Okay, you don't get it confused with ideologies or dogmas. Anything is a religion. You can say I wake up every morning and religiously have a cup of coffee before I get my day started. Okay, don't confuse that. With zodiac more is a science. Okay, and there's nothing wrong with learning science because the definition of science is the know-how. I land.
That's all I want people to understand about me. I look at it as knowledge.
All
But
right.
I do know who my most high is. I do know, you
Well,
feel me?
yeah. So here's the question
Hey,
I got for
basic.
you.
Before you go,
Yes,
because I
sir.
realized something. The women have a hard time getting in because I know how women can't really. So I'm gonna just get these two women in real quick, and then I'm gonna let you ask your question after that. So I
All right.
think Chrissy and Rose might have some. If y'all want anything y'all heard that y'all agree or disagree with the other people, Rose or Chrissy?
I would like to say that I understand that people use zodiac signs, like I had mentioned earlier, just to kind of get a baseline, right, of where the person might be at. Because everybody, and let's be so for real, that likes to know a little bit about themselves, right? And I do agree with Myra when he said about that personality trait. However, it's not really the whole zodiac sign that like determines who you are as a character, because you are building yourself as well, because how your upbringing matters, and how you move as an adult and the choices that you make also becomes the type of person that you are. So with that said, when someone says like, oh, your zodiac sign is this, oh, I don't F with that, F that, da 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 da, they're already categorizing somebody, and I think that's wrong. You're vetting wrong, because you don't know if that person is your blessing in disguise, right? You're just basically solely like judging on that person solely on their zodiac sign. Like, you don't know them for real, for real. You just know them based on paper. You know what I'm saying? And you don't know which qualities they actually adopted from that zodiac sign, and you don't know if they even adopted, you know, characters and personalities from a different zodiac sign. You don't know their whole birth chart, right? So people who are so hyper focused, like Chrissy was saying, like into a zodiac sign and just choosing to believe and judging someone based on that zodiac sign, and that's it, that's who they are as a person, is crazy. It's insane, because you're not really looking at the values and truly seeing them as a person and what they got to offer as a person. You know what I'm saying? So it all comes down to the person themselves who's judging. You are not a good vetter if that's all you focus on, like on the zodiac sign, because you don't know what type of person they are, if they're actually good or bad. And honestly, that kind of tells you what kind of person you are, right? And then, so if you want to be like, hey, these are my values, and go on that, that's cool. But if you actually, you know, be like, nah, zodiac sign that I don't like Virgos, like someone was saying, or I don't like this sign, I'm judging you. Like shut up, because you don't, that's just on paper. It's not who they are, you know? There could be
Yeah.
some Virgos that they had in the past that, because I keep saying Virgos because the other guy was like talking all Virgos all day. So it's like, you don't know, based on a bad experience, just because you had a bad experience with someone, that's that person, not because of their zodiac sign. It's all I got to say.
All right, so Chrissy and Taj, then we can get it back going.
You already know how I mean, I still feel like people use it as an excuse not to ask the proper questions in dating. Do zodiac signs exist? Of course, duh, we all know that. But I feel like people use that question or use the zodiac signs as an excuse to not ask the proper questions. So at the end of the day, I don't even think it needs to be asked. Like if you ask me as a grown ass man what's your zodiac sign, we're just gonna go ahead and end this dating experience, because I'm not even finna move forward with you. Because why are you asking that kindergarten question? Like you gonna know that just by knowing, again, by knowing my birthday. There's more
Mm,
questions to ask me, such as why am I a divorced single mom? Why don't you want to
mm.
know that over my zodiac sign? Like it's the weirdest thing in the world to me. So at the end of the day, have at it if you want to use that as your dating experience. Go ahead.
Okay, I think zodiac people use it.
Hold up, man. I know y'all heard what I said. That's crazy. Go ahead, Taj, and then y'all can go. I think Wisdom seemed like he about to say something first before you. But go ahead, Taj, real quick, and then we start over with Wisdom and get back to that. Open.
Yeah. Hi guys. Yeah, the pretty much the two ladies who spoke before me said everything I was gonna say. It's an excuse. It's a cap out excuse to judge someone and write them off. But we all know zodiac sign is full of BS, right? Are some parts of it true? Yeah, but all parts of it is not true, obviously. Someone can be a Virgo and not have any of that traits that they claim Virgos do. Um, and someone can be a Taurus and actually have those traits that they consider Virgos to have. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's just a cap out way to write somebody off, judge somebody, and pretend like you know them because you know their horoscope. So oh yeah, I know you because you behave this way, that way, right? So an excuse. I agree.
To
And
manipulate,
like the
right?
second, yeah, and like the second one says, if horoscopes are real, then it's a way to not hold someone responsible to and not hold them accountable or not be accountable, right? I've heard people say, well, that's just who I am. That's how Virgos are. That's
Mm-hmm.
how Tauruses are. Absolutely not.
Right.
Absolutely not. So yeah.
All
Yeah.
right, all right.
So one of the things that I just want to say this, you know, it is a body of information. The body of information is based off of pseudoscientific stuff that doesn't even prove itself within the system of itself. So that's why there's a Chinese zodiac. The Chinese zodiac actually goes off of the stars that are in alignment at the time of your birth, and that's why it goes in multiple year cycles. Do
That's
you
why
think
they
that
believe.
the star align? If do you think that the stars are in the exact same alignment and the Earth is in the same position May of this year that it was May of last year and then May of the year before? Like the birth sign is about
Mm.
constellation alignment during your birth. That is what it proposes. It says that based off of certain constellations, celestial bodies that were in place during the time that you were born, that these things affected your development and affect your spiritual alignment, your spiritual capacity. So, no, this is not a system of information that can be counted upon, is reliable in any capacity for determining people's personality or traits at all. It is not. And so, if you are a person where you go up to people and you ask them about this stuff, then the women who believe in the occult are some form of witch. Okay, women who sage their houses and do different rituals for their home and crystals and birth signs and natal charts and horoscopes and all of this weirdo stuff. This is part of a system of belief that is occult. Okay, and a lot these women, right? They a lot of them believe in rituals, and these rituals are certain effects that they look to produce.
Brother,
So
why
you
you
deal
keep
with these
coming back
women.
to
So
these
so
women
one
like
second, so
that?
one second, truthfully.
Like you keep talking about women. Like
Well, because I'm talking to men. That's why.
I'm a
Because I'm gonna
man.
tell you.
I'm a man, and I'm saying like, why does you keep talk? Why you keep bringing it back about women?
Yeah, because the
Like
majority. Yeah, I'll tell you why. That's a good question. Because the majority of people who believe in birth signs are women.
Are women. I
Yeah,
agree.
Right.
They are.
typically men don't walk around talking about their Venus is in retrograde.
Right. It's typically
That's not
women.
something heterosexual men don't behave that way.
I
Now,
agree.
yeah, so that's why I talk about women pertaining to this. Make sense?
definitely makes sense.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for
Okay.
explaining.
Yep. So if you're a guy and you're out here in the dating market, because we're talking about how you use this stuff to get to know people for dating, then when you talk to women who are into this stuff, they are into the occult. Now, maybe they're at the beginning of their journey into the occult. Maybe they're deep into their journey into the occult. Maybe she's a witch. Maybe she's a witch of light, like Caprice likes, or maybe she's a Satanist. Who freaking knows? But what I am telling you is that this is weirdo stuff. It's a dumb system of beliefs. It is not accurate. It yields you no information whatsoever. And people who are typically into it are into the occult. So be
Mm.
careful. That's my point.
And my question is this. It's amazing to me how I heard on the panel people explain zodiac signs, people explain why they believe in it. But yet, nobody can explain why relationships can't sustain and why marriages are not happening. You cannot
Mm.
properly communicate enough to actually get a proposal or propose to somebody. So we don't clearly I'm noticing that there's no lack of understanding or educating anything, but it sounds like to me like if you can go that deep into astrology, then why you not understanding or going that deep into understanding relationships and communication skills, critical thinking skills, and problem
Mm.
solving skills? That's my concern thing. Like I literally listened to I've never even heard this many guys defend astrology ever. I usually only hear women. So to hear this many guys defend it, it's new to me.
A
It's
lot
new.
more guys are
Question: What
actually
do you
starting
think
to
we're
get into it.
defending? What do you think we're defending, ma'am? Respectfully,
The astrology.
what?
What's
But
up, baby
what?
boy?
But what am I defending about astrology? Is it that?
I mean, if you don't feel like you're defending it, then you're not. If the shoe
Well,
fits, wear it. If it don't put it on.
you know what's more weird to me that people actually defend. They believe there's an Adam and Eve. There was two people. We came from two people. We all incest.
That's crazy
I
too.
mean,
I stopped believing in Santa Claus and
so
Tooth
don't
Fairy a long time ago.
so you're getting away with what I'm saying. That's fine. All what you believe is great. But when it comes down to actually sustaining relationships, nobody can actually communicate the actual problematic issue. That's all I'm saying. All you can believe in Santa Claus, the rabbit, a poodle, a dog, a goose, a monkey. I don't care. But what I'm saying is, when it comes down to, for example, what wisdom is saying, everybody want to act like this man, like y'all don't understand what he's saying. Like y'all can't process what he's saying about the Bible, relationships, women, all that. It's like everything is just all of a sudden it's a blur. But when we talk about Taurus, if I ask you about a Taurus, you can run that shit down to me. Oh, Taurus is
Mm.
stubborn. Taurus is this. But when I ask you what are the 5 top keys to communicate in a relationship to make sure you sustain it, you probably can't run it down. You're gonna say, I gotta like you. You gotta like my favorite color. But do you know how to critical problem? Do you know how to critical think? Who leads in a relationship? Who's gonna lead in your home? Who can budget? Can you budget?
Facts.
Do you have
Okay.
a savings? Do you understand that life insurance is what makes you rich? Do you have a life insurance and policy? If you do, is your children also insured under your life insurance? Most of y'all don't even know how to communicate that or don't have it. But we can sit here
Mm.
and argue about a goddamn Taurus, Capricorn, Virgo, and Leo. But when it comes down to relationship, what I'm saying is everybody wanna act like they just oblivious to the problem.
I
What's
don't
up,
think
baby?
anybody act like that. I think I said from the beginning
No,
that
no,
person.
you
Hold,
didn't.
let me finish, man. I said from the beginning that immediately that zodiac is nothing that you judge somebody's spirit and heart off of. I said that immediately. I said it tells you people's personality traits, and that's it. I also added that birth order plays into that, and whether that person was raised in a dysfunctional household where they didn't learn proper communication skills. And that's really the main issue in if we talk about us here that's on this panel. We grew up in dysfunctional households that did not have healthy communication. So we have to go there. Let's go where the root is, because that's the root. I land.
Hmm. What?
A minute. Like,
Uh,
Here's a
that was
question.
pretty
Why,
you
why do
can
clear
you
go
that
make the
the
around
assumption
only
that everybody's from
assuming
a
that
dysfunctional
others grew
household?
up in a toxic household,
Yeah.
bro.
Why do you make the assumption everybody's a toxic household?
Statistics says
I
that.
didn't say I said came up in households with dysfunctional and bad communication. You know why I make that? Because come to TikTok.
I
What are
know,
you
but you
talking
said
about?
everybody on this
You see
panel.
it. I'm saying I didn't say everybody on this panel. I said the
You
vast
Yes.
said
majority.
exactly everybody on this panel has come from dysfunctional homes. You said that
Okay,
exactly.
I said no. I said all us. I was talking about our color of people, black people.
You
I
said
wasn't talking about
specifically
everybody
on this panel, but
specifically.
I'll
I
accept that
said
you're
talking
just talking
about
about
us
black
as us
people
on
in
this panel
No,
general.
as
no,
black people.
he did say us. He didn't say panel. He said
Thank you, man.
us.
Okay,
Like
You
all
I
right.
smart.
took
I'll
it as
accept
so
that
I
us
heard,
now.
correction.
I heard,
Thank you,
I'll
sweet.
accept your clarification.
For the
You're saying
clarity.
black people as a group come up in a dysfunctional homes. I agree with that.
And they
Okay, I
do.
have no
Okay,
problem.
thank you. That's what I'm saying, baby. Let's
That's
go to
why I
the root
said
of the problem.
statistics proves that.
Don't talk all at once again. Y'all got something
Moment of
before I
silence.
switch 'em?
Look, I said
All
moment
right,
of silence.
don't.
I mean, I do agree with that.
I stomped it
So
all in
as
the
a
ground right there.
homeschool mom, I do agree with that. I teach a lot of moms and their kids are underdeveloped, but they want to call them ADHD. Your child is not ADHD. Take them off the goddamn iPad. That's simple. Take them off the phones, the TVs,
Mm.
and get hands on with your child. Take them to the park,
Exactly.
socialize them, teach them how to critical. If I walk my dog, I mean, she might get a little gruesome because if I walk her in here and say, Cassie, she's 9 years old, and I say, why should not a woman grocery shop at night, walk to her car at night, do certain things at night, everything needs to be done at day? She gonna be like, cause I'm gonna get kidney and right, and I'm like, God damn, I ain't asked all that, but she knows like the deep depth of a woman is more at risk at night leaving her home than a man is. So she knows. She don't even ask me, Mommy, can I go to the store? You know you ain't going to the store with me at night, because then I
Big
gotta watch
facts.
you, my surroundings, and the other people around me. That's the
Big
issue with
facts.
adults these days. They lack that. So they use the astrology to guide them.
Bingo. Now, can I get some coins? I'm still on zero, and I'll bust this down to the root. Why y'all show some love up in here? Damn.
Where my baby back? She about to, boy. So many people requesting up. You
I
know.
was gonna say where my friend did went because she done dropped off.
She's supposed to came right
Hey,
back.
also wisdom.
Everybody.
I wanted to get something with you, and tap in with you on my platform. So follow me back. I want to DM you something.
Who he talking to?
Can I give also a prime example of why we that we most of us probably have heard in our households growing up? Uh, don't do as I say, don't do as I do as I say, or something along that matter. We've heard in all our
That's
households,
horrible.
but
Do
no,
as I
but we
say,
know
Right.
not
this.
as
This
I
is
do.
common
It's
saying.
also easier to focus on astrology and zodiac
Do
sign
as I say, not as I do. We
than
know
it
that.
is to like learn how to communicate and be more effective, right? It's just easier. So it's people just taking the easier route. Really, that's
That's
what it
why
is.
relationships are not being successful. That's why women are not being
Exactly.
proposed to. Women
Exactly.
have to
Because
understand,
they
do
don't
we
want to put in
choose?
the hard work of bettering their
So real quick, I'm
communication.
So
about to let's see,
Statistics
who I'm about to
say if
switch up.
women get proposed to, they just getting out of the marriage.
Ron, let's switch
no,
you real
no,
quick.
women are not getting
All right.
proposed to.
Well, let's also go to the heart
And
of it.
I also
Most
agree
of
with the
us.
second part. Yes, we are getting out of marriages. Yes.
Can I drop another bombshell? Most of us up here are the result of a one night, 1 week, or 1 month stand.
Absolutely not.
Ooh,
We ain't the
Absolutely not.
result. We ain't the result
that is
of a
nasty. What
married
if he got
couple.
the clap?
We're not the result of a married couple. We're the result of a one night, one
I'm
week, or one month
definitely
Speak
stand.
for
a married
yourself,
couple,
honey.
still married today.
Let's be real.
I mean, he might be right with the majority, but I'm not the majority. I might be the 1%, baby, because I don't do
Yeah,
that.
I'm
I
definitely part
don't
of
Yeah,
do
the
even
that.
1%.
and hold on one second. Even if he is right, like so Myron, then you advocate that men and women should get married before they have children, correct?
100%, brother. That's what
Yes,
we
I
Okay, all
agree
right,
on.
too.
cool. And then you do
We
you also
agree more than we
advocate?
disagree, basic.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
We agree more than we disagree, basic.
I don't think that I disagree with you completely about a lot of things. I'm not
Let's
sure
just
what your
agree
thinking is
more.
on.
Yeah, we agree more, bro.
Yeah, I'm not sure what your thinking is on most issues, because you don't come up as often as I do. So I get to talk more than I hear you talk. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know exactly what you think
I've
about a lot
also
of
been
things,
on
but
hiatus for about a year, so pretty
yeah,
much.
I saw that you've been gone recently, so I understand that. In any event, so you believe that men and women should marry before they have children. Do you believe that people do you believe in God, Myron? I don't remember or know that about you.
Absolutely, but I do
Okay.
understand that the Abrahamic ideologies.
Okay, so you don't believe in the God of the Bible. You believe in like the God of the universe or something? I'm asking. I'm trying to understand you, brother.
Only one God. Stop with the
Yeah.
nonsense.
No, 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 no.
Yeah,
People believe in all
I
types
believe
of
in
things.
universal God. Yeah, the
Okay, so
God
you
of the
believe in a
Bible.
universal
I
God. And
think the God
so,
of the Bible
Like
is
Monique said earlier. I seen Monique
I
said
believe.
that.
Go ahead,
yeah,
sir.
you said what you said you believe in the
I
universe,
believe that.
God,
I believe
and
the
okay.
God of the Bible is real. It's just that he's misrepresented by the words written by a lot of men in that book.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. So hold on, hold on. So you don't believe the Bible is a representation of the God of the universe, correct?
I believe the Bible is an allegory representation of human behavior, and it's a documentation of human behavior throughout history and time, and people consolidated all of that knowledge and put it in the book.
Okay, I'm asking what you think that book says about God. Do you think that the description and that book gives about God is accurate?
Well, it's all over the place. Yes, I
It
do
is
believe
not
that.
all over the place. It
Yeah, it
is
is.
incredibly, Myron, hold on one second. The description that book gives about the character and nature of God is not all over the place. It is incredibly exact. It is incredibly exact. It leaves absolutely no question or room for interpretation whatsoever. It repeats the character of God over 30 times in the Bible in four different attributes: graceful, merciful, slow to anger, and overflowing with loyal love. In Jonah 4 and Psalm 103, I think that a lot of times people make judgments about the Bible and they don't know it. And so I think that because of that, you may think that God is this amorphous thing that isn't truly defined in the Bible, but God revealed as much of himself that could be understood in the Bible and then came in the person of Jesus so he could answer the question of if he was a person, what would he be like? And then he gave an entire moral, ethical doctrine of exactly what he thinks about how we should behave, how we should treat each other, how to have a relationship with God in heaven, all of those things.
We
He
got
was
3 minutes. Open
incredibly
panel.
exact with that information. So I think when people say the Bible's all over the place and it's not, it doesn't tell you, and it's just allegories. I think this is something that they think about the Bible, but they don't think this because they have read through the Bible and they understand the doctrine of it. So let me ask you this before I make the assumption. Myron, would you consider yourself a person who understands and knows the doctrine of the Bible?
Yes, I understand God. And here's the thing: we're made.
No. I said the
Let me
Bible.
finish. We're
I
made
said the
in
Bible. I
God's
want to
image.
make sure I get
Hold
a
on.
question. You gave
Let
me
me
a
say
different question. Hold on.
we're
I've
made in
asked you a
God's
question.
image.
I handed it to you. I handed it to you because I thought you were going to answer the question. So the question is, do you believe would you count yourself as somebody who understands the Bible and what the Bible says about God? That is the question.
Yes, and it's a jealous.
Okay.
God is a jealous God.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you. So if you think that the single scripture that refers to God being jealous is a description that of God, and that's what you want to base your understanding of God off of, I would say to you, brother Myron, you haven't read that book well enough, and you don't understand it.
Okay.
Okay.
We are not His children, creations, depending on which but we are a representation of Him, of all of Him, from all the emotional tone scale,
You're
from
just saying what you think. You haven't read the book.
hold on, bro, hold
You're
on,
just saying what
from
you come up with,
serenity
but you
to
haven't read the
apathy.
book.
So everything we deal with in human emotions, I believe God deal with that same thing.
That sounds fine, but these are all your beliefs, and I'm asking you not what you believe
That's what
to
I
be
read
true.
from the Bible.
Hold on.
That's what
I'm
I
not.
understand from the Bible, sir.
No, I'm. Well, then, where did you get that understanding from in the Bible? What book? What scripture? Anything? Can you tell me who said it? Who gave it? Was it Ezekiel? Was it Isaiah? Who said it that you got this understanding? Where did you get it from in the Bible?
I am not a Bible verse bandit like you, brother, to go do
I'm
all
not
that.
hold on. I'm not a Bible verse bandit either, but I'm saying, can you even generally tell me where you got this understanding from?
Well, one of the very first verses is make man in God's image.
Huh?
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's what I'm saying. I think that
Okay.
it's
Isn't
apparent
that
based
one of
off
the very
the.
first verses? Isn't that
20
No.
one?
seconds, y'all.
Yeah.
20
Hold
seconds.
on. Hold on. So
Okay.
this
No,
what
he
I'm.
asked you what the chapter and the verse was. You didn't answer that.
It's in
Yeah. Yeah.
Genesis. It was the one of the
Yeah.
very first five. Make man in God's image. That tells you
Yep.
everything right there.
So make man in God's image. So you think that. So let me give you this, and then we'll shut it down because we don't have a lot of time, and I can tell that Kevin wants to move on. Okay, so there is something called hermeneutics. And hermeneutics are what biblical scholars and theologians have agreed upon the scripture are telling us about certain things. So there are certain concepts within the Bible where they are not debating what they mean anymore. They have figured out what God was trying to explain it. And it's not something that's just up to Myron to determine whatever it means to him based off his own understanding. Okay, it's something where he needs to read it and understand the context of the whole book. So being made in the image of God,
Okay,
okay,
let me
is
retort.
about certain, listen. Being made in the image of God is about the fact that we have a spiritual desire to reflect certain qualities that God keeps telling us he has, right? And like I said, in over 30 different scriptures in the Bible, he explains his character. We have a desire to reflect and act out that character. And when we don't, we feel incomplete. We were made in the image of these characteristics of him. And we have a natural desire to fulfill those characteristics. And when we don't, we suffer and we feel disconnected from God. Being made in the image of God has to do with that. It's not that God has all of our emotions and our feelings. God is a being that is truly beyond our understanding. He described himself
Mm-hmm.
as three different persons in one being. And so this is in the three different states of person that he is, that is one being, are incredibly difficult to describe. So I'm going to tell you, okay, that I personally, based off the conversation I've had with you today, I don't think you understand the Bible at all. I don't. I think that if I were to ask you about any principal concepts or ideas in that Bible, You don't know them. If I asked you what the Eucharist was, you wouldn't know what it is. If I asked you what the pearl of great price was, you wouldn't know what it is. If I asked you about biblical definitions for certain words that are used over and over in the Bible, you wouldn't know what they are. If I were to ask you the entire story arc of the Bible, you couldn't explain it to me. If I were to ask you here, check this out. Where do you find the moral, ethical explanation from Jesus in the Bible? If you read the Bible, you should know exactly where he gives us his moral, ethical framework. Where did he do that? Just what is the name of that speech? What's the name of that sermon? It's so central to the book. It's such a core thing to the book that if you knew anything about the Bible at all, you would know exactly what I'm referring to. What am I talking about? What is the name of that speech? For Jesus Christ, the main character of the Bible, where is the number one top speech sermon that he gave? What is the name of it?
Yeah, we know he's not by that. So, all
There
right,
you
all
go.
right,
It's
all right.
called the Sermon on the Mount.
You did
It's
all of
called
Oh
that.
my gosh! All right, so now y'all
So
just gotta
let's
cut it because
just move on.
y'all gonna keep going here. We
Yeah,
gotta,
let's
He
just
yeah,
move
wasn't
on.
we'll
being that
get
specific.
right
This is
back
that
to it
Let's
Bible
just
though. We
move
just,
I
on.
think
text,
about
bro.
religion now.
nah, oh my gosh, what the heck you was listening to all that time? All right, so I'm gonna get coaching in real quick. You could do the first three, and then we go right back to open panel. Hopefully, other people can slide up in. So the first three is why ask what's your sign? The other one is to ask what's your sign shows horrible vetting, and the next one, if people are their sign, why hold them accountable? So how you feel about that?
What's going on, family? Peace and
What
blessings.
up,
Kings and
man?
queens. What's up, big guy? What's happening? What's happening?
Not much.
One thing I definitely
Oh,
understand.
before you go to, I want to throw this in there since Wisdom brought it up. It did also say in verse, just to get that down, it say his ways are not our ways and his thoughts are not our thoughts. So just remember that. If you go ahead and look that up in the Bible, at least that part, since we don't know the whole Bible, you know what I'm saying? But go ahead, Coach. My bad.
It's all love, brother. First thing I want to say is when we look at the historical text of this particular dilemma, the three main determining factors of division in the human race is fear, politics, and religious beliefs. So I will never come on this panel or any panel trying to bestow my beliefs onto another person. That is not my intention. From my personal experience, I have personally studied astrology for the last 23 years. And what I've learned is that not everybody or every Aries or every Gemini think, act, and behave the same. But what the underlining foundation root is that they have natural qualities that match particular personas, not just based on when they were born, but based on their mother's sign and their father's sign. Remember, I got decades long of that, so I don't want to go into a whole soliloquy about that. But what I will say is, if you are not well communicated and articulated in how to understand people, you are going to just what's the word? You're going to just basically surface level, vaguely describe somebody and you're going to get them totally wrong. When we think about religion, the Bible text is a little older than 3,600 years old. Us, especially as ascetic Black people, we have been on earth for hundreds of thousands of years. So what were we doing to connect to our infinite supreme before the Bible arrived? We were speaking to the stars. We were communicating with the stars through geometrics, through alignment. That's how we were getting our information. So not everybody is going to agree or study that deep enough to get an understanding. But whatever religious practice you pursue, if you find an inner peace within self and you connect to a great supreme through that means, whether it's Buddhism, Jehovah's Witness, whether it's Christianity, Baptist, whatever your outlet is, just to find that inner peace is your ultimate goal. Every man needs a higher power, then he needs to discover his purpose, and hopefully he's well equipped to find his queen. But if you don't have your steps in order, you are going to walk aimlessly in this world and feel very chaotic without a solid spiritual foundation.
Interesting. So you said the signs is what taught people was right and wrong. Okay, I got you. All right, so let's get Dana in real quick. Then we can do an open panel again. It's gonna get interesting.
Yeah, before I get started, I just want to say, man, you got some geniuses on your panel. They know it all. But look, here's a commercial. Y'all ain't tapping the screen and like 10 likes with all the damn knock y'all got. Anyway, what's your sign? Can you hear me, Kev?
Yeah, I was about to say I like how you started off, but it was glitchy though. But I think they got the point. You know, we at least heard tap the screen, so appreciate you. This stuff kind of
Yeah, no, I just want to
go do
make
your
sure they was
thing. Do
looking
your
out for you.
thing.
How am I doing now? Am I all right?
You should be good now. Yeah, I don't see no bars,
Okay.
so you can do the first three, and then we gonna go to open panel because it's gonna get interesting.
Yeah, right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for letting me in. How's it going? So, let's see. Why ask what time? Oh man, I think just
Yo,
like a
one
couple
bar
of guys on
again.
your panel have been going. Everybody, damn, I'll come back.
Dang, you getting cut off by your own bar. Let's say you was getting cut off by people. Now it's your signal. Sheesh. All right. Well, till you come back, open panel again, y'all. Let's get to it. Okay, I got questions then if y'all take it too long. All right.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm. Yeah, I'm curious. Like I think this is the second time this happened since I've been on your panel today. Right? Like, do you see how often this is where you have folks who claim to have read the Bible and can't tell you anything about any concept or idea in its
mm-hmm.
completeness in the Bible? They can't tell you nothing. Zero, zilch, zero. They can refer to some stuff loosely. Jesus walked and Jesus wept, and besides that, their understanding of the Bible is zero. But they present themselves as if they know what they're talking about well enough to qualify or disqualify the information in that book. Like, just so we can be clear, okay? The Bible is 66 different books written by 40 different people over a 1,500-year period. Okay, where all of these people have perfect agreement on some of the most contentious issues human beings will ever discuss: marriage, sex, children, fatherhood, motherhood, husbandhood, being a wife. All of it is absolute perfect agreement on who and what God is and how you're supposed to have a relationship with him and all of those different things. Let me tell you something. I couldn't put 10 people in a room and pay them to reach genuine agreement if I gave them 50 years and $1 million apiece.
Ooh.
And to get 40 different people over a 1,500-year period, right? The Bible was written over a period of 1,500 different years. Those 66 different books came together, and for them to have perfect agreement with absolutely no contradiction whatsoever on any of these issues is a miracle in itself.
It was
That's
way
because
more than
people don't really
66
read.
books.
They
It
be
was
lying.
over 600, but they got some canon and some uncanon.
What's over 600?
You keep saying 66 books. It was over like 600 books.
No, no,
You
no,
know,
no,
they
no. Okay, so
canonized.
tell me where the other books went.
Mm.
Tell me.
It was
I'm
a
interested.
committee, the Vatican. They canonized it. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying it was way more than 66.
I'm going to tell you. So check this out. I want to make a distinction for you that I think will help you, brother, truthfully. Okay. There is a difference between books that have been always considered holy scripture and revelation from God and books that became stories that were part of the Jewish tradition when it was their responsibility to carry forward the knowledge of God before Jesus introduced the God of the Bible to the entire
Mm.
world. Okay. And during that period of time, right, I'll give you an example: the book of Enoch. The book of Enoch is not an inspired text. Okay. It is a cultural text. It's never been canonized. Some people include it in the Bible, but even when they include it in the Bible, they include it as part of a section of the Bible called the apocryphal text. Okay.
Brother, I
And
know all of these things. All I'm saying
okay,
is
so it's not 600 books, because not all of those books were ever. It's not just about them being canonized. They were never part of the scriptorial message. Never. So just because it's referred to in the Bible, or it has the same writers, the people who carried forward that tradition and culture, who kept very detailed genealogies, who memorized these books by heart as part of their culture and tradition, they knew what books were the inspired writings of God and prophets, right? And what books were just stories of their own tradition. So it was never 600 books or anything close to that. I'm just trying to give that distinction, because that might mislead people to think that some person decided what book should be in and what book should be out, and not the spirit. You feel me?
all I was saying is that somebody did decide. That's all I was saying. I wasn't calling you wrong or nothing. I wasn't even arguing with you.
I feel you. I just was adding some
I
nuance and
feel
some
somebody
correction. It's not 600 books that were ever part of the Bible, ever.
One thing I appreciate about wisdom is that he's not just speaking to you. He's speaking to people that may watch this later on, or may come into the channel and
Mm,
watch it. Because what y'all have to understand as a social media expert, we not always responding to just you.
Yeah,
When you
mm-hmm.
read
yeah.
and
I
you
got no
drop
beef with you, bro.
misinformation,
None.
you can misdirect somebody. So as a leader, his job is to give the proper information. And that's what I can always appreciate about him and the panel as a whole, because I like how you run your panel. You don't run your panel chaotic. You don't let people come up here and be disrespectful, because people forget that you do know that there's people up here that come to your panel to learn. And if you don't understand that concept, you're gonna
Right.
mislead people or misdirect them, and that's mishandling, and that's oh, I ain't even gonna say the word, child.
Yeah, so truthfully, I got no smoke for you at all. I'm
Yeah,
thinking about the people that are listening, that will think now that there's 600 books in the Bible, and that some white guy said that 544 of them can't be in there because there's 600 books. So what's the missing information? So reading the Bible is unreliable, right? And I'm just thinking about the conclusion that they would draw. The book is unreliable because there's all this missing information, when the truth is when you look at the Tanakh and the Septuagint, when you look at the books that served as the basis for the original codex of the Bible, that you can match them up word for word with what we're reading today. And the Bible is perfectly reliable to its original state when it was first constructed 40 years after the death of Christ.
Yeah. And you ever notice that? And I think some people tend to do that just because they don't like what's being said. It's feel like it's controlling them. It's because it goes against their flesh. That's what it is. That's what made me get deeper into the Bible, because I'm like, hold on, what's wrong? Because it's telling me not to do something that I want to do, and something like that. I noticed that. And then people tend to throw out things like, oh, it was a same sex person that made that Bible. They can look up all the research on that stuff, but didn't even read the Bible for themselves. It's
they
like,
don't want to
why are
be
you finding every?
accountable.
Yeah, that's what it is. We
They
know
don't want to
that's
be
exactly what
accountable.
it
So
is.
can I'm gonna use an example. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Y'all, as an educator, I'm gonna go back to that. The reason why people say it means hitting a child is because they don't want to be accountable for their lack of leadership.
Hey, me and my baby just talking about that a couple days ago.
Yeah,
I saw
so
something do a
this
video on it.
spare the rod, spoil the child is not hitting. It's a tool that guides your children throughout life. You spare the rod, spoil
Mm-hmm.
the child, they will never lead. This is why I have three children, 16, 12, and 9. And they always say, you don't know how they're gonna turn out. Yes, I do. I know exactly how they're gonna turn out, because I built that foundation. I made sure I nurture what they believed in, and they're gonna be exactly who they say they're gonna be. You don't know how your child gonna be end up, because you lack leadership skills and you don't follow through on consequences. Like I just told my kids, them chores ain't done, the internet ain't getting turned back on. I don't care how y'all feel. That internet got a cold, baby. Lock it down. And I be in my bed. I ain't yelling, hollering, screaming, nothing. These parents be too busy trying to be, I don't even want to say friends, because I am my kid's friend too. Boy, when I say like a If you can snap your finger, that's it. When you come to me for information, that's it. Other than that, I'm not your friend.
Yeah, I think. Do you believe it's better to be authoritative or they friend?
Oh, authoritative parenting. I would say, authoritative parenting. I feel like I don't even like to talk about authoritative parenting only because it can allow your child to go both ways. So for me, I had an authoritative parent. I never was disobedient. I always was whatever my mama and daddy said, I did it. My brothers and my other sister, child, good luck, have at it. But I was that one kid that whatever if they said jump, I would ask how high. I was that kid. My other siblings was not those kids. So you're playing Russian roulette when you like that. But when you are a leadership parent, which I think they need to change the terms because I hate the terms of authoritative, permissive. No, leadership parenting mean you have the ability to influence your child, and you have to set the foundation and practice what you preach.
Wait, how do you lead without authority?
Can I
No, no,
jump in that?
no. You
Just
can
real
lead.
quick.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, it's authoritative. Oh, yeah, authoritative is actually a more balanced approach. If you actually
Mm.
look into the actual word. Yeah, authoritarian, that's different. Like it's a different one. I know
Okay.
I always get it mixed up, but
That's
So
authoritative
yes, you
is
can't. So that's
wait.
leadership. So that's assertion. That's boundaries. That's discipline. That's all the things, right? But it doesn't come off as I'm the boss. Shut up.
Mm.
Do what I say. It comes off as I'm gonna practice what I preach. Don't tell your child to read every day if you can't even read a book every day. Kids model behavior, whether we like it or not.
I, no, I disagree with that wholeheartedly.
Mm?
I think just the
At what
example
age?
that she used.
You can
I mean,
Google it. No,
I
you
think
can
the example
look.
you
Look.
use.
I've taken college for this, so you can Google it. Kids
I'm just
Yeah.
model
not.
Wait, hold on
mirror.
real quick, Chrissy. Hold up. Just let him explain what
You
he
just let them.
disagree with first, so he'll know
Exactly.
Yeah.
exactly.
Thank you. Thank you. I think no. I think no. It's the example that she used. That I think was a bad example. Where it's like, don't tell your kids to read all the every day if you can't read. I think that's I think a parent that's telling their kids if they can't read well themselves, they're telling their kids to read every day, so their kids won't have the handicap that they have. Does that make sense?
yeah, but I
But I
mean
didn't
she
say
is.
that. That's not what I
Yeah,
said.
yeah,
That is
but
not what I
the thing
said.
is like even yeah, because even if the parent can't read, right, they have to show some example of effort for the child to actually start taking them serious, right? Like hence, going like signing up for literacy class, going to the library. It is very important to be that example. You get what I'm saying? I get what you're saying,
Mm.
Myron. Like, yeah, just because you weren't taught, because I even talked to my child about this. Like, yes, listen, I was brought up with certain habits that I don't think is good. And I'm trying to correct them. And unfortunately I've passed them down to you, but we're gonna work on this together.
And
You know
Rachel,
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
you know
So
how
Yeah,
many
that's
yeah,
being a
I got
parent.
a
That's
quick.
being
no,
a
I want to talk to Rachel
Yeah,
real
I got
quick.
a.
You know how many women
Okay.
don't freaking do that, bro? That is such a very important part. Women don't do that. They don't say, I wasn't taught this. So I'm trying to teach you to be better than me. They don't do that. They don't say it to their
that's be,
kids. They don't
is that
express
due
it to
to
their
lack of
kids.
humility?
But the
Is that
fact
because of
that
lack
you
of
did
humility?
that is super dope to me. Like that,
I appreciate that.
no, I want you to know like that's dope to
Thank
me.
you.
I
I do
really
take
do.
my parenting very serious and I take my
Period.
child's autonomy
I
very
love that. That's
serious and
dope.
I respect my child and that's why he respects me. So when he does things it's because of his respect for me and
Because you
admiration,
model
not
good
because he fears
behavior.
me. I
I
appreciate
Yeah,
mean,
that.
this is something that.
seriously.
Yeah, something that's very important for people to focus on because I do coaching and male mentorship, and I talk to guys about leadership, and a lot of men think that leadership is I have a pickle, and so you need to listen to me, and they don't understand that leadership is if do what I say, not as I do, is the opposite of leadership.
Mm.
The principal element of leadership is to lead by example. the principal aspect of leadership is, as a man, you set the tone. So like I'll have girls that say, oh well, this guy is sassy, and she's using it as an insult, but she's not wrong, because you'll have some guy sitting up yelling back and forth with a woman on a panel, and instead of setting the tone, he's matching energy. So if the woman is giving this energy and then you match her energy, then who's leading? If you're matching a
Mm-hmm.
woman's energy, then who's leading? She is,
Exactly.
right? And so if you're the type of man where you instantly fall in submission to any woman that's disrespectful to you, then I'm sorry, bro. That's a little sassy to me. I mean, that's sassy to me. Now, I still think that the woman may be wrong because she might be disrespectful or whatever the case may be. But just because she's wrong don't mean you right. Just because she's wrong and you're not wrong doesn't mean you're right. And so a lot of guys don't understand leadership, especially as it pertains to children. And I'm going to tell you something. If you think that you can get children to do stuff that you don't model in front of them, if you think that part of teaching them how to act out certain behaviors doesn't start with you giving them the example of acting it out first, then I think you probably have never raised any children before, or you were a terrible parent. Because I'm going to tell you something, especially as a father, your children, your sons, your kids want to have the best relationship with you that you are capable of. They worship you. Especially when they're young, they think you're the smartest, the strongest, the baddest dude alive.
Mm-hmm.
And God sets it up that way so that if you are a good person, then you'll be able to explain what you do and why you do, and your children will have a desire to worship you by modeling you. When you see a boy and he wants to be a fireman just like his dad, he wants to be a husband just like his dad, he wants to work hard and be able to take care of the house just like his dad, that is worship. You say, what about that child? He worships his father. He worships his father. People think worship is who sings the loudest and can quote the most Bible verses, and who donates the most money or whatever the case is. That's not worship. Worship is, do you want to understand the character of God, and do you care enough about that to try to make sacrifices to act it out? And so we see worship between a child and the parents. And if you as a man are telling your kids to do as you say and not as you do because you don't have the strength of character to make the sacrifice so that your kids can have the example that they need so that they can grow up and be somebody, I think it's, a lot of this information is in that book in no uncertain terms, very clearly written out. And I think that we should be studying and learning from that book because it'll tell you what you need to know.
Mm-hmm. Let's get a life or
Can I?
unalive real quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real brief. I just what's up, Cap?
What up, man? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm getting ready for this DNA test, man.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Hopefully, man. They Jesus, so much paperwork. But
I'm sorry you even have to go through that.
don't be sorry for me, man. I come from DCFS, and then I met my father, right? That's why that was one of the questions I wanted. I mean, how many people got fathers on the panel? How many people had active fathers, right? I don't take advice about diamonds from a plumber. You see what I'm saying? Like if you haven't experienced a father in the household that was a man of character, then I'm not going to listen to nothing you have to say. But that's just me. With the astrology thing, though, the prompt, I just think that that's a way out, man. It's an easy cop out because most people I know that start with that or involve that within a conversation, when you find fault in their character or something that is not upright within that character, they'll blame it on that. Well, my moon in Sagittarius, and my stars is in Venus, so this why I'm acting like this. That's a cop out for me. I don't do the astrology thing, and I notice a lot of people lead with that, man. If y'all been watching these dating shows, they pop the balloons. Well, I'm a Sagittarius. I'm a Capricorn. What are we doing? What are we even discussing when we're bringing that up? Like, what's the end game to it? Because most people want the same things in life. right? Most
Mm-hmm.
functioning adults want the same thing. Now, all the red tape, that the same thing. I'm confused with dating, right? You're not dating, you're fornicating. There is no date.
Mm.
It's just fornication. That's why I tell women I don't date. I don't date at all. I'm 43. You know, I'm too old to be dating. But that's all I want to say, Kev.
Okay, life came up here with the energy. Okay.
Yeah, I want to push back on only one thing that brother said. Other than that, man, I felt like you really was spitting, bro. Fellas, if you didn't grow up with a father in the house and you went out and you seeked the information that you needed to complete your understanding of what you are supposed to do and be as a man, then you do have the right to teach. You do have the right to guide others. You do have the right to father children. So saying that if your father didn't show up for you in your life, that disqualifies you from being able to teach or mentor or guide other people pertaining to husbandry or or being a father, that is the single point I would disagree with. And other people are going to listen to this. Like I was talking to Miss Chrissy earlier, brother life, and so I'm just putting that out there. If you're a person and you end up listening to this, or you're sitting in here, you're listening right now, you have the right to teach. You have all of the right. You need to show yourself approved. You need to make sure you have something to teach. You need to make sure you fill in that missing information if you were raised without a father in the home about what being a man, being a husband, and being a father is. But if you cover that gap, sir, and you are acting it out in your life and you have children and you're showing up as a father, you're doing what you're supposed to do, then you definitely have a right to preach or teach. Your ideas may be very valid. I think we should judge people based off of their ideas. What they're saying, is it coherent? Is it logical? Does it make sense? Is it right? Can it be held against any standard that works, that we know of, that shows that it's right, that shows that the thinking is approved? Disqualifying people for saying things or speaking truth because of something that is unrelated or unconnected to whether or not what they're saying holds truth value. I think that I don't agree with functioning that way, brother life. You know what I'm saying? I think that you look at what somebody says, you judge it on its merit, and if it's good, you accept it. If it has no merit, if it's incoherent, if it's illogical, then you reject it. Because you got to think about this. Does that mean if a guy does grow up with a dad in the home and he comes up here and he's speaking stupidity, that people should grant that what he's saying makes sense and should be followed, despite the fact that you can see up front that it is illogical and incoherent? Obviously not, right? You would throw that out because it's dumb information. So we
No,
don't evaluate information purely based off of, well, it came from this person, so because of that, it automatically has validity. It doesn't. All manner of people from all manner of backgrounds say all manner of stupid stuff.
Mm-hmm. And
so
You
we
feel me?
also, real quick, we also say
But
experience is the
didn't I
best
say
teacher.
that earlier? And you mentioned theologians and all of that
I
that
was gonna
agree
can I
to what
raise
this
my
things with
hand?
the Bible. But then that
You a
contradicted
mod
what you
now, so
said
you can
earlier.
slide in here.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's okay. Myron thinks that there's a connection
No, so
between
I
you
just want to.
showing
I
that
want to say this. I do want
what
to say this. Wisdom.
what
It's
yes, ma'am.
scientifically, statistically proven that single mothers raise the worst products.
That,
No,
but
I agree
Kids
with
are
that.
better
But
sister,
that's not
off.
what
that's
I'm
not where I
talking
was
about.
going. That's not where I was
Yeah,
going.
that's not the
My
point I'm
point
making,
was
but I understand what you're
experience.
Chrissy. Yeah,
Experience is
experience
the
is the
best
best
teacher.
teacher.
Oh, wait, it's two of
It's
y'all
not
talking at one
I
time. Hold on.
yeah, so Chrissy, I agree with your point. Statistically, women that don't have the support of a man don't do the best job with children,
So what was
statistically as across the board.
Life talking about? I
But
would like to know what he was talking about.
yeah, so well, one second, check this out. I want to just real quick. So and life, I understand the point that you're making too, Myron. Real quick, brother Myron, if you don't know what you're talking about, okay,
Stop it.
then no, I'm not. I'm not
You
gonna
just
stop it. I'm gonna make the
contradicted
point.
yourself earlier. I'm just calling that out, though, bro.
I heard you.
Earlier, you
I heard you
said
what you said,
theologians
sir.
came together. You said theologians came
Correct.
together and broke these verses
Yes.
down and explain it to
Correct.
all of us.
Hermeneutics.
I said in the
Correct.
now just a minute ago, you said men put a whole bunch of stupid stuff out there and such and such. I
Correct.
believe
Yes,
a
they
lot
do.
of those are those theologians. Now, I just want to
But
answer
have
the
you
last
read those
question. I
theologians?
want to answer the
Hold on.
last
No.
question, and I'm gonna leave. I want to
Well,
answer is: can you have
well,
faith
hold
in
on.
God and horoscopes at the same time?
Hey, you just gonna
Yes.
skip straight to my last one? Nah, we ain't doing that
That's
yet.
all I
Yeah,
wanted to do. That's why I raised my hand
He
in the
said I want
comments,
to
bro.
do that one.
yeah.
Nah, we
That's all
go
I
get to
wanted to do.
that
I
one.
raised my hand. You saw me
Oh,
raise my hand in the comments,
I got you
but I
though,
just
but
want
I
to
do
get to
my
that and get off, though.
hold on real quick.
My
I'm
bad.
saying I just do mine
yeah.
in a certain order for a reason because I don't want people just coming up here doing a
100%.
looking
My
for one thing
apologies.
because I want no, you good, bro. But I was just letting you know how I run my
No,
platform. My
I
bad.
got it. I
Yeah.
Yeah.
just had to get off real quick because I got to handle
He
some
said,
business.
for sure, for
Yeah.
sure. I saw it. Yeah, that's a deception. How I run my
No,
platform. My
I
bad.
got it. I
Yeah.
Yeah.
just had to get off real quick because I got to handle
He
some
said,
business.
for sure, for
Yeah.
sure. I saw it. Yeah, that's a deception then because I know you. All right, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, my
If God
apologies,
tells
man.
you, if God tells
But
you
let me
no to
finish my. Come on,
horoscopes,
see,
then
what's
the answer is no.
basic?
Yeah, the
Basic.
answer is
Okay,
no,
so
Myron.
can you have faith in God and horoscopes
No.
at the same time? Well, I'm answering this question. Basic. See, that's the self-righteous I said you
Oh,
were earlier, and the arrogance. Okay, see, you just proven me correct. Now let me answer my question, sir. As all I want to do. Can you have faith in God and horoscope at the same time? Exactly. Yes, you can because the astrology and everything is the
especially
oldest
if you
religion,
don't know
and it's a
God's word.
manifestation. It's a manifestation of God. It shows the power of God and everything. And I do believe we need to understand it all to have a compare to understand what we should follow and what we shouldn't follow, what we should understand, what everything we need to understand. Because if knowledge, wisdom, understanding brings about unity and peace, that means ignorance, confusion, manipulation brings about division and war. So we got to understand everything out here because if we don't, people will use that what we don't know against us. One of the greatest lies ever told, I believe, that regurgitates a lie in the black community, or what you don't know can't hurt you. That's the greatest lie ever told. I think what we don't know hurts us now, hurts us in the past, hurts us now, will continue to hurt us in the future. So we need to gain as much knowledge we can about everything out there. And astrology is just one of the manifestations of God in the way of how He communicates to us and let us know that He's real. I'm out. One love.
That was good. So Myron, I agree. So I never disagree with that part. The what I'm talking about, because you're a man and I'm a woman, what women have an issue with is we hyper fixate on that. We don't use anything else outside of
Yeah, women and men.
astrology.
Women and men.
Real
You're right.
quick,
No,
You're
no,
right.
no.
y'all.
I can't
Hey,
speak for.
Taj, I'm gonna
I'm
bring
not
you
a
right
man.
back up. I'm just let them miss Met, and then I'm gonna bring you right back up, Taj.
Right. That was my
So
very
I'm,
first
so
point
I'm
when I
not.
first
So I'm
came
not a
on here.
man. So I'm not a man.
Yeah.
So I only speak for women. I've never, until this panel today, this morning, heard men fight for astrology. I've never heard men do that. Only women, because we are emotional, nurturing. We're not logical. We have to train ourselves to be logical. I had to train myself to be logical for years. So men are logical. Because we're not logical, we're going to use something to guide us, to show us the way. If
And
I reach out to, if I attract a man that is not logical, because a man that uses astrology to guide him is not logical. I don't care what you say. I'm sorry. I'm just saying you're not logical. I would
and,
never. Hell no. I'm just hell no. You
and
would never be my
can I put a
horoscope.
nail on that? You're right. You know what?
Just,
Also, why what
just give me
happens?
just because I'm gonna lose my thought. I'm trying to tell you, I'm
Okay.
ADHD. I've been diagnosed, so I
Yes,
can't
ma'am.
lose my
Yes,
thought.
ma'am. Yes,
I
ma'am. Yes,
can't
ma'am.
do it. So when I hear a man say that, it turns me off because it's like I'm not used to y'all using a tool like astrology to guide you. I'm not used to that, so I'm not gonna date you. You automatically
No,
go into my piss pool. So
no.
women,
Okay.
I'm used to that.
Okay. I never said it was. It's a tool that guides you. I iterated earlier that birth. I mean, a lot of our personality is based off birth order traits. We get birth order traits. So I said, astrology is one thing. You got numerology. You got birth order trait that determines the personality. All these things count. All I'm saying is we need to gain as much knowledge as we can about the world. To understand the world is to understand the people that live within it. And so we've been, I should say through habit, everything comes in three. So the basic ways we learn is sight, pain, which is under the experience
Now,
umbrella of
sight,
experience,
smell,
sight,
touch.
pain. Let me finish. It's in three: sight, pain, repetition. Those are the three basic ways. And pain is under the experience facts. Those are three basic ways we learn. That's a trinity too.
So,
Okay?
Mari, can I
Sight,
be
pain,
honest
and
without you being
repetition.
triggered? You just
No,
did
nobody's
exactly what I'm talking
triggered.
about. No,
No, what?
you just did what
Hold on,
exactly what
let
I'm
me
talking
just finish
about.
the point.
You
lost it.
never let me finish though.
All right, y'all got 2 minutes to squash
Okay,
this.
hold on,
I was just
Myron,
trying to
really
get
quick.
off. Okay.
I talk really fast. You did exactly what I'm saying. This is why I will never date a man that believes in astrology more than he believes in logic, because you did exactly what I expect a man that don't have a logic to do. You're talking about things that women will go deep into. Men don't give a fuck about all that.
What birth
It's
order traits?
I'm done. Y'all have a
No,
good
Just let him
Ah,
get it
all
off. He
I'm a
right.
said he
reader.
gonna
I'm
go.
just a reader
Can
who
I
read a
Yeah, he
vast
said
amount
he
of
can
gonna
I
go
books.
ask?
after he finished.
Can
Let
I
him get it
ask?
off.
Can
Let
I
brother
ask?
Myron get it off real quick.
Okay.
No, as I said, we need to understand many different disciplines and curriculums or in knowledge of a lot of different things to understand the world, understand the people we live in. I think since slavery put in a bad habit of us of being lazy learners, and like we won't sit down and just really, examine something for a long time. So I think astrology is used for a lot of the lazy learners. You know what I'm saying? They just go straight to that because they don't want to take the time and effort necessary sometimes to really get down and know a person. See, this is one of our things of communication problems that we have. We're not the best avid listeners. We're not the best listeners, our group, because we done created an adverse effect because we had to listen so long and not get paid. And I think that is coming through our hereditary traits that we are not recognizing. But we have to learn everything. And we got to be, how, and I'm gonna land right here. You know how we always talk about work ethic? We need study ethic. We need to gain a study ethic that's higher so we don't have to work as hard. And if you understand that, that means we, work smarter, not harder. If we get our study ethic up to a level, we won't be working as hard as we have been in the past, and we'll learn how to navigate how we should navigate. But we can't just you ain't gonna learn everything in
All
that
right,
one
brother.
book.
You passed the time. Now you passed the time.
Yeah,
I'm
study
And
God.
done.
and
Y'all
it
have
He
depend
one
on
said
time. Y'all
study
be
ethic to
blessed.
study God's
for
word,
sure, for
brother.
sure, for sure.
So you can
So
stop
let's.
making stuff up
I
about the
have a
Yeah, I'm
Bible.
about to say right. You got to depend on what you're studying too. I'm about to say you got to
I had
specify that. So Miss Matt, you can ask your question. Then I got to get
okay.
Western game time in. What's up, Miss
So
Matt? You been all right?
so so how you doing, young man? So wasn't Abraham a stargazer? Somebody answer my question. I already know the answer to my question.
So no, the primary God that
Nope.
the people of Abraham. So
No, no,
Abraham
no, no, no,
came from the
no.
city of
No,
Ur,
no. Wait
and
a minute.
his
Wait. Okay, so he was a stargazer, but he from the Chaldeans. But the point I'm making is he did not remain that. That's the question. Continue on, baby.
yeah, no, he left. His primary goddess was Nana, but they still worshipped a god named
Ooh,
El.
Nana.
Mm-hmm.
And El was El Roi is the
Mm-hmm.
God who sees all. And El
Okay.
Roi was one of the original gods that he studied. And El Roi is a form of worshiping the Most High. And
I
so
get.
you find out about this story when you see his interaction after the little private war that he had to get back his nephew Lot, and he interacted with Melchizedek, and then gave Melchizedek 10% of his. They talked
Mm-hmm.
about the worship of El, and because Melchizedek was somebody who was a worshiper of the God who sees all and the God of heaven and earth, which is the God of the Bible, but under a
Mm-hmm.
different name.
The reason I brought that
But
up.
go ahead, my bad.
Thank you for answering my questions. Okay. So this is what I asked the purple bandits the question too. When they say everybody in the Bible is a Hebrew Israelite, but I'm not gonna go there because Abraham was not a Hebrew Israelite. He was not from, but the point I'm making is he was originally a person that studied the
the stars from the Chaldean people. But if what he was doing was okay, God would have never took him away from that. That's the point I'm making. That's what his people was known for. And when you
That part right there.
okay, so he was known for that. You know, one thing I realized about God is he removes people when they serve idols or exalting things and put things above him because he don't want you focusing on things. Okay. Also, I want to make a point that was it Kevin that they followed the star with Jesus' birth? Was it them three men, three wise men? Okay, that was a way they used the stars to
Navigate.
navigate. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. But to live your life based on signs and birth date and not all knowledge is good knowledge. Okay. Some knowledge is of the devil, so it's important for you to understand that just because you can see God knowledge, Satan is intelligent. So you have to decipher whether it's beneficial, say, coming to the knowledge of God, not to the knowledge of other things. Okay. So I just want to make
sister, what does it say? Coming to the knowledge of God, not the knowledge of man.
Yes.
That's in there. It say that.
Yes, thank you, brother. So
my bad. I'm sorry. I'm preaching. My daddy was a preacher. Excuse me, y'all. Well, he was a deacon. My granddaddy was a preacher.
So I was just making a point that it's okay to be knowledgeable, but he said you come into the knowledge of God, knowledge of truth. Know God. He said you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Know means intimate in Hebrew. Means to come in intimate knowledge, understanding. So no, we're not supposed to study astrology. We're not supposed to be with all this astrology and all that stuff because it's connected to divination and witchcraft and sorcery. So I just said what I want to say. Thank you, Kev.
Okay, for sure. Let's get West Side in. Oh no. It was a game time. Game time in, and then West Side. What y'all got on the topic? From what y'all heard.
From what I heard, am I answering the prompt or just going by from what I just heard?
You can do the prompt. We just did the first three, so if you want to run through those.
Yeah, I'll go to the first one. If you're a horrible better. If you're doing that sign joint, it kind of lets me know who you are as an individual, like early. I mean, I know everything about you, of course I wouldn't, but I also know like what I'm going to end up doing with you in the future. It's simply put. If people are their sign while holding them accountable, that's a good one. I will say this much. Every time I meet someone that is a Gemini, I think that's what they're called, and I think they're like supposed to be double-sided people, and it's almost like they actually force themselves and use that. And I'd be like, well, you know what? Yeah, you know what? Maybe you are a Gemini, and I'll just treat you as such. And I know who I'm dealing with from time to time. We'll do it that way. And then, why are so many people single?
Oh, we're not on that. So I was just saying a white one is the first one. I know. I figured that.
Oh, my bad.
If you want to do the white one too, then that's the other one you ain't.
Well, Kev, you see how he just explained it off?
Yeah, hold on real quick. Yeah, I got you. Just let him finish real quick, and then we can do a quick little open panel, and then I'll go to West Side.
Why ask what's your sign? I guess I would have to put this in more of a female way because I've never had a man ever ask me what my sign was. So I only get that from females. And I think the reason why they ask it is because they want to know more about you as an individual. So they actually might like you. And honestly, man, I don't think there's anything wrong with it as far as an icebreaker. I think it goes crazy when you're like literally using it to discover who that person is. I think that's when the problem comes in. But I think if you're just doing this just for the fun of it, I think that's fine, actually.
Okay, so we're going to do a 3-minute open panel. And after that, we're going to go ahead and end it with West Side.
They is not asking you because they care. They asking you to compare.
Ooh. Let me say
y'all men gotta get it together.
Whoa. What if we don't want to get it together? What if we don't?
What do you mean get it together? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, what if we don't want to get it together?
I'm cool with that. Amen.
Cool. What did you say? You didn't say anything. You said.
I said the woman asked you about your zodiac sign. comparing you to the last man she was with. And if your
Mm.
zodiac sign, if she dealt with a Cancer and he broke her heart and you a Cancer,
So
that will determine if she wants how she
Ma'am,
moves forward with
ma'am,
you.
can I say
ma'am,
one thing?
we
But
call
but
it a
but you're
shit
losing
test.
them.
Like
But
let
that's
me
the
say,
only reason you're asking.
We
Can
call
I,
it a shit test.
Chrissy, hold on. The creature, we the creature. We're not supposed to idolize the creation.
So
Hold on,
we know that.
hold on. Let
We
me
know
finish
that.
making my point. We are the creature. This is the creation.
But I'm just saying that from an esoteric point of view. Let's take esoteric out of it. Let's take the
Mhm.
esoteric out of it. But you can't because you're dealing with astrology, right? You
Yes,
can't.
Well, I
exactly.
can't wait to
Well,
watch it.
black women do that. Let me tell you. Let me just jump in here with this. Black women use all this to my you a Leo, I'm a Virgo, all this stuff because they don't have the Holy Spirit to be led by the people they
Mm.
choose. So y'all hide behind this stuff about, well, I'm a Cancer, I don't date but Aquarius. You need you need Jesus. You need the Holy Spirit. And stop being led by all this other stuff.
They be saying that, but they be saying they have the Holy Spirit. They don't have it. They say they got
I
it.
know they don't have listen, when they open
But
their mouth, the Holy Spirit ain't speaking.
yeah,
Whatever. Well, let me finish.
I don't
It's
know
a
what I
spirit
don't.
speak. Hold on, gang. It's a spirit speaking, but it ain't the Holy Spirit. Cause when whatever in you gonna come out you.
But again, that's esoteric. That's esoteric. That's surface level, right? When we're talking
Yes.
about people, you're a person. You're a whole person. Besides you being a woman, you are a person, right? You're a human being, right?
I'm the creature.
So
Yes.
as me, a man, seeing you passing by in the street, I say hi. How are you? How was your day? How do
Okay.
you reply?
My name is such and such. How you doing?
No, you don't have to give a name. You can just say, "Hey, I had a great day.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for
Okay.
asking. How you doing? How was
I'm
your
not
day?"
even telling you
Okay. But
that.
I'm just using the old fashioned way to
Yeah,
approach it.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
I'm saying we have to take the esoteric out of that because it leads to a pre-diagnosed thought pattern. You already okay. If I say I'm an Aries and you say you're a Capricorn, you've already judged me as being an Aries, and I'm an
Let me
Aries for real.
say this too. Y'all don't understand when you identify yourself. There's a spirit each attached to those signs. There's a demonic spirit attached to them signs you identifying yourself with. So yeah, you may be a Taurus. Now you can be acting like the demon that's attached to Taurus.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you're a
fine.
Gemini. Now you're gonna be acting like somebody with split personalities.
Yeah, that's fine. But
Y'all be claiming and owning
You
demons.
look for it. That's my point. When women do it, they look for it. They
at the
look
very
for
Hey,
it.
isn't I just thought about that, and I'm gonna give y'all some more time on that because I see. But I just thought about like, ain't that about as bad as like being racist? You know,
I
I'm
would,
thinking about it's like a prejudice.
No,
yeah,
no.
nah,
Yeah,
nah.
because
I think so.
you making a prejudice because of somebody's
Oh,
sign.
it's
You know what I'm
Thank you,
saying?
prejudice,
sir.
but it's not
Because we
racist.
do
It's
it all the
prejudice.
time. We
So
do it all
racist
the
Yes,
time.
and
yes. I
prejudice is
said,
two
is it
different
just
things.
as bad? I said, is it
It
just as
is just as
bad?
bad. I agree.
Yeah, I didn't
Yep.
say it was the same thing. Yeah,
It's
Well, I
yeah.
just
think well,
Just
that
as bad.
when
well,
you're
Yep.
it,
not
well, I think that is the same way because I didn't like what's her name, Mrs. Met said. I don't like when people put it on one occasion as far as like she said black women does this. No, no, it was just women in
who do.
general.
I'm a black woman. I know they do
I
this.
know they do it, but it's funny to me
It's
that
not just women.
I ain't no white woman. I can only speak to being a Negro woman.
I get, I get it, but I was saying that I don't like it when it's like black women do this. No, it ain't just black women. Nah, it's
No,
women in
we can't
general
speak
doing
for
that.
any other culture
Hey, have
outside.
y'all used any?
Oh yeah, yeah, no,
Have
yeah,
y'all
we
used?
can. What you mean?
Have y'all
We
used any scripture in this conversation at all, or did y'all just come with a bunch of opinions?
18, but go ahead.
You say did we use
Y'all
what? You say did we
All
use
right,
what?
so y'all, real
did y'all
quick, the
use
open
any
panel
scripture at all?
is yeah, the open panel is
Hey,
over now, y'all,
Exodus.
because we gonna go more and more. Let me get West Side in, then Exodus, then we can do a full open panel from that point. Because I just want to make sure them two talk. What you got, West Side, and then Exodus, you
Dill
next.
pickle. Um, I love the conversation because that means now we're thinking about it, but the understanding of how to use information is very lost. So when my friend said, and it stuck with me, you said, not what you don't know can't hurt you, and that's not true. You don't understand what that means. You don't get what that means. You're responsible for what you're privy to. You get me? So if you seek after something that isn't gave to you, or you got led towards it, you cheating and you skipping steps. And you probably not ready for that upgrade yet. So it's something that he said is a thing, and so is surgery. But do you seek after learning to be a surgeon? No, but you know that it's a concept, and it's useful. I want people to understand that yes, you are supposed to be privy to your surroundings and your place in the world, but how you use that information and the information you choose to go seek, it matters. You just don't just fill yourself up, because it's like food. Is you gonna get yourself junk food, or you gonna beef up? And I'm trying to think exactly. Y'all went too long. Somebody has said something specific towards the fact of astrology. Oh, men using astrology. Now that we know that it's something that's very validated by God, is a thing. It's not just how you think on the app reading it on the chart. They have literally a college course about the stars, and you got to really go intricately learn how to use that medium.
I already
So
said that.
but I'm new
Let her
here.
finish. Let her finish up. Let her finish up.
Yeah, let her talk.
I'm just saying, like, you're not even operating with a full understanding of how to do it. So the conclusions you come to are not based in a reliable truth. And if a man decides to use it, I would look at him a different way, because why are you trying to cheat? Why don't you just try? And however it go, that's what it was. But you gave it a try. You trying to do around the corners and cut. Like that's why I would look at it funny. But if you are using this construct and you really did the homework, and like you trying to on some not voodoo, but like you good luck. I'm not gonna look at you like you're crazy, because it's a thing, it's a tangible thing. I'm gonna look at you crazy because you over there using that tangible thing. Or what are you? Okay. And my last point was women using it. The lady has said somebody was a stargazer, and he used that ability, and then God took him away from it. I do feel like he tells us that his prophecies is certain people that have a certain nature, and they touched in a way that they can probably find a duality in it. But if the average human, we don't even act right with the power of money. You get a physical thing, so you bitches gonna be turning y'all ex-boyfriends into frogs and shit. Come on, let's really be honest about how the average human would go. With great power, knowledge is power, and with great power comes responsibility. And a lot of people wouldn't be able to handle that responsibility, so that's why I'm telling you not to use it. Not because it's evil and not. No, it's because that's not for you. If we know that we have an astral body, spiritual, whatever, and it don't stop after here, then what if that's food for over there? What if that's something for over there? Maybe I want you to use that on level 2, but you trying to do the physical. You can't go to the boss level with first level armor. Try it if you want to.
That's Satan's word.
So yeah, well, we gonna
That's
say that in a
Satan's
minute.
word.
We could leave that for the open panel, because I know how that's gonna go. So let Exodus go, and then everybody can do what they want. Exodus, what you got for me, my brother?
All right, I'm gonna be here long. I'm gonna drop these because I heard a lot of words salad, a lot of intellectual speaking and stuff. Very smart, articulate. But we're gonna deal with scripture. I don't deal with opinion. I don't deal with good words and all that stuff because I know nothing. But let's go to the text. All right. And I agree with Miss Met when she was talking about Abraham, which his name was Abram during that time. And it was the reason why the father said, get amongst your father. Who was his father? Terah. And I'm going to explain to you Terah and what he did. All right. In the book of Genesis, which they get this out of context, starts out first chapter, 14th verse. God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let there be signs. Let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth. Okay, and it was good. It did not say signs of your characteristics, signs for decisions, signs for choices. Let's go into another context real quick. Precept, Book of Jasher, which is of the scriptures for those that don't believe that this is a part of the holy text. Let me tell you where you can find the book of Jasher. In the 66. It's referenced in 2 Samuel, first chapter, verse 18, and also 2 Timothy 3 and 8, and also the book of Jasher 10 to 13. That gives the validation that the book of Jasher is evidence in this part of the scriptures. Now let's go into it. Let's go into chapter 9, verse 8. This is Terah. Who is Terah? Terah is Abraham. His name was Abram during that time. This is his father. And it says Terah had 12 gods of large size, made of wood and stone, after the 12 months of the year. And he served each one monthly. And every month Terah would bring his meat offering and drink offering to his gods, small g, to let you know that it's a mockery to these gods. Okay, thus did Terah all the days. Okay. And then it says, and all that generation, which is what y'all trying to do right now, said were wicked in the sight of the Lord. And they thus made every man his God. Your day. Oh, you're a Cancer? Really? You a Pisces? Really? You Scorpio or whatever the foolishness is? Really? Okay. His own small g God, but they forsook the Lord who had created them. What did the sister just say? You really got to look at the creation instead of the creator to know what is your assignment or what I need to do the next day or who am I? Really? The creation, the alignment of stars to give you characteristics of who you are? Tell me, man. You don't have to go to the West to know that you have a brain. You already got one. God created you like that. All right. But we use them like in the beginning, as he said, for signs. Signs of what? And for times. Times for what? For the Moedim. So we know that this 365 days a year is a lie because it's 364 according to the Enoch calendar, which is the original. That's the reason why you got 13 months and you got 28 days in the months, just like a woman's cycle, straight up. Now, let's get into some more text real quick. Oh, yeah, I want y'all to remember that it said right here. It said, in that generation were wicked in the sight of the Lord. So you can't just, I don't care how much you try to articulate and we on this level now. Yeah, you're on the level of the wickedness. I stand on that. Okay, let's go to the book of Isaiah 47, chapter 13. It said, there are weary in the multitude of thy counsels. Let now the astrologers and the stargazers, monthly prognostic, I can't say this word right, prognosticators stand and save thee. Hold on, that's a mockery. Hold on. I want you to catch this. It said, let them stand and save thee from these things that shall come upon thee. And it says, behold, they shall be as stumbled, and the fire shall burn them, and they shall not deliver themselves from the power of the flame. There shall not be a coal to warm it, nor sit at the fire or sit before it. God is mocking y'all for calling yourselves these things.
It's time up now.
Kevin,
Time
let me
is
get
up
in
now.
here.
You didn't pay attention to that time,
Kevin,
man.
Kevin, let me get in here. That's Deuteronomy 4. It says, also carefully guard yourselves that you don't look up to the skies, see the moon and the stars, all constellation of the skies, and be seduced into worshiping them and serving them. God set them out for everybody's benefit everywhere, but God took you right out of the iron furnace, out of Egypt to become people of his inheritance. He telling you that don't do it because you're gonna be tempted to worship them.
But
Make
my
it
whole
That's what I
plain.
was saying.
my question is
And that's
this.
what
Okay, so if
He
I
right.
was
someone
Wait a
telling
minute.
Brother Myron.
Wait. Because everybody want scripture reference. I just gave you
Yeah.
one. Go
Yeah.
ahead,
my
Kevin.
That's why I say
my
Deuteronomy
my
is as
question
clear as
is
day. There's
this.
no question
What's your
whatsoever.
question,
If you
ma'am?
look at
What
if you
makes
look
a
at
person believe that because someone looks to astrology that they worship the planets and the
He's
stars?
telling
They
you.
the
What
same
he's
as the
telling
I'm
you.
Bible
What
thumpers.
he's
confused.
They
telling.
are
Let me
the
answer a
exact same
question.
people. They
What
are
he's
the exact same people. The
what he's telling
astrology
you. Y'all
majors
try to.
and the Bible thumpers are the exact same person when you
Let
talk
me
to
let
them.
me let me explain to you why. Because we were made to worship, And if you're not worshiping God and you're not worshiping Him, you'll be tempted to worship everything, other things. It's just
I
that
don't
plain
believe
and
that to
simple.
be true,
Well, you don't have
honestly,
to believe
Okay,
it to be
hold
because
on one
true. The
second. Hold on
fact,
one second,
the fact
y'all.
that
Hold
we
on.
were,
We need to get Westside in. She had her hands raised up for a little bit. Westside, did you want to say something?
Yeah,
it
I
wasn't
heard.
finished though.
Mm,
Yeah, just hold on.
I heard what you said, and I don't know if you caught on when I said in my whole tangent, retention and regurgitation versus comprehension and application. So everything that you just said right here with your whole chest proved that horoscope is a thing, horoscope is a construct, horoscope is something that he warned against, and then said that I said anything to negate that. That's exactly what I said. I
so
said
here's the thing.
you'd be a
So
terrible person to use it, but it's a thing to use, yin and yang. It can't be good
Same
without
way as the
bad.
Bible. The same way as the Bible.
Some
They will
people pick
shun
that
you.
side.
so here's the
Some people,
They
thing.
hold
will
on one
So
second,
shun
here's
I'm
the
you.
not
thing.
done. Because I really don't like how y'all
Hey, y'all heard
and
the truth. Choose
I don't
today.
mean to
I'm
be
done.
like
Y'all have
yelling
a good
at
day.
my elders, but it's like the way y'all be so quick to like chastise and be so wrong. It's like, damn, like I feel like you just tried to little girl me. You just really tried to little girl me, and you made yourself look like inept. You didn't say anything to negate what I said, and I didn't like how that made me feel.
But you
I
have
re-
to talk about the esoteric part of it. Why we can't never bring that part up?
what are you
Why don't we
Yeah,
talking
ever
about?
talk
because
about
you're
the esoteric?
you
The
that the
spookyism in it. It's a lot of spookism going on. Well, if
yeah,
you don't do
because
this, you're
people
gonna
are
go to hell.
unaware. People,
And you're
so
over
this
there
is the
dabbling with
thing.
stuff you
The
don't know.
Bible is
You
an
don't know.
esoteric book. The Bible has mythology in it just like all the rest of the religions, and they fail to see that part, and they also fail to realize that some of the things that are being said in the Bible is coded. So if they don't have the actual mind to understand the esoteric knowledge in it,
No,
it's going to go
brother.
right over their
You young
head.
Pharaoh and me. No.
And on top of
No.
that,
I can't go for that.
when it comes to astrology or horoscopes or whatever the case may be, horoscopes without actually looking at a person's actual natal chart to see what energies they were born into, and then looking into the transits that's actually happening now today that coincides with the person's life, then you may not get as much tailored detailed information about the person and the person's behaviors, because astrology is a science that is supposed to see how the stars, the planets, the asteroids, and those things actually
So
affects human behavior.
let me say this real quick though, because I need y'all to know that even though astrology might have been in the Bible, it was not used the exact same way we are doing it now. So y'all, it's either y'all believe in the Bible or not from this point. And then
I
That's what I
then
was.
mean,
also,
it's
That's
an
crazy.
let
esoteric
me
book
finish
that
what
you
I'm saying.
can.
I ain't tell nobody to jump in. What the heck? Let me finish what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that we brought up the verses. We said what's gonna happen, but it wasn't used in the way it is used now. When it was at that time, even stargazing, right? That mean that wasn't like horoscope saying, let me look up some stuff and see what's personality trait is this and all that stuff. It was never. I know I'm smacking because I just got done eating and stuff, so I'm trying to listen. But for the most part, right?
Hard
I know
too.
I know I know it was something I was about. It was something I was about to say about that though. That I knew I was gonna forget because everybody done, man, they told my head up with that. Give me a second. I'm gonna come right back. Y'all can go back again. I'm gonna think about what I was about to say
No,
that I
but
forgot.
I was
Can I
just
just
my
hold? But can
point
I just say
was,
this because
yeah.
I think I was misunderstood, and all I want to say is all I said was to your admission, horoscope is real. Should you use it? No. Horoscope is bad. That's it. If
What
you
makes
took
it
it
bad
any
But
other
though?
way,
why
where I
you can't
said
use
go
it?
use and go do all of that, that wasn't me
Why
What
talking
you
to
makes
can't
it
somebody else.
use
bad
it though?
though?
I just want to know why you can't use it. If people
Because
Like
you
use the
are
what
not
makes it
Bible
supposed to be
bad?
to even
and
give
Muslims
somebody
use
your
the
birthday.
Quran
If you give somebody your birthday to look up your horoscope, you
and
don't know what you're
Hebrews
giving
use
them
the
access
Torah,
to. The
Hebrews
time,
use
Oh,
the
the
okay,
Torah.
y'all.
What do
Okay,
you mean
y'all.
you don't know what
Okay,
you're
y'all.
giving them
I
access
finally
to?
thought about it. I
It's
thought about it now.
Uh,
I thought about it. There you go. All
yeah.
right. So I try to warn y'all. I was gonna think about it though, but this the other thing I want y'all to think about for the ones that really into it or saying that is misused, wrong, and all that stuff, right? Why? If any of y'all can bring that information up, right? Why is the only time horoscopes are applied to is when they they're born out of their mother instead of the first heartbeat or first sign of life. So I want y'all to think on that.
If
I'm
you're
sorry.
looking into a
Repeat that again.
person's natal
Could you
chart
repeat?
to actually see how the planets influence that person, you need the time of birth, the date of birth, and where they were born. And then you get a wheel with all of the planets and the stars and what they were actually doing and how that coincides to the person.
Can I ask you a question? Aren't they called prenatal charts? They're called
I know
pre
they
means
call
before, right? Before
no,
natal,
they're
right?
called a natal, Natal, not
It's called
pre, but
prenatal,
natal.
ma'am. It's called prenatal.
No, prenatal is before being
That's
born.
what
So
the
that's the type of
initial.
care a woman would
That's where
get
you get
while
the
she's
word natal.
pregnant. The
Yes, ma'am.
chart that you regulate or you will pull up, a birth chart, is based on the time you were born, where you were born, and your date of birth. And it brings up a natal chart, not a
Yeah, it's not
prenatal, but
prenatal.
a natal
Yeah,
chart,
it's
which
natal.
is a birth chart.
And you see how
It's
loudly
a
he
birth
said that?
chart.
Like
It's
you see,
it's an actual birth chart. Listen to what you guys are saying.
No, but you just said prenatal, and it's not
Prenatal,
prenatal.
yes,
It's
I
not
said
pre.
yes.
It's not
Go
pre.
research the word. Go look up the word prenatal and
okay.
apply it to astrology when you mean natal.
I
See what's the suffix of that word. Yes.
okay. Got it. I
When you
wanted to
say
just
pre, that
You mean
means
the
before
prefix, not the
birth.
suffix.
Natal would be when you are born, which is a birth chart, like I
that'll be the
said.
fourth time you said that. I don't think we gotta to what host said, the reason why the baby is considered born, whatever, it's the first breath you take on this side of your mama. That's it. The first
Yeah,
breath
but
you take on this side of your
they
mama
real.
is the time of birth. The last breath you take on this side of the earth is time of death.
But what I
That's
what
it.
I,
I just want to
I
be really. I just want to be really clear about something real quick, y'all. Okay, you all have free will, so you have the right to believe whatever you want to believe and think whatever you think want to think. Okay,
That's a
but I
cop
am
out. You
telling
copping
you
out.
that's a
You
beautiful
copping out.
thing.
that's fine. Let me. Life, with all due respect, let me finish saying what I'm saying,
Go
brother.
for it, brother. I'm just saying. It's a
Thank
cop
you.
out.
It's no problem. I don't think it's a cop out. I don't think you know what I'm about to say. All right. You have the right to think and do whatever you want. Okay. But if you are a person that believes that in the God of the Bible, and if you believe that the scripture of the Bible is a revelation of truth that God wants to give to us so we can understand ourselves and be invited into a relationship with Him, if you believe that, okay, then the Bible is incredibly exactly clear that you are not supposed to be doing any occult stuff to include astrology and all of this
Is
nonsense.
it a tool? Is it
The
a tool? Would you say that
so
the Bible is a tool?
I'm speaking life. I'm speaking life.
No, you ain't got to be
And
that way about it. We've been
I'm not trying to
engaging.
be
It's
any
an
type
open
of
platform.
way about it. I know we have. I know we have, but I'm making a point right now, and you want me to defer from my point to answer your question, and I want to make my point, and then I'll answer whatever question you have respectfully, my brother. All right. I am just trying to make it incredibly clear that if you are a person that believe that God is the creator of the universe and that he revealed his truth through scripture to you, then that scripture in multiple places, Romans, Psalms, Proverbs, Deuteronomy, over and over again tells you not to engage in the horoscope stuff. It talks about it directly and it tells you not to do it. Now, you can do what you want to do. That's between you and God. But if you are a person where you say, hey, I believe in God, there's a woman in the chat. She just said, I believe in both, Lord and astrology. You cannot. You cannot, because the God that you say you believe in is telling you not to do the astrology. So you can do that if you want to, but then you are ignoring the Lord part of the God that you worship. That he has the right to set rules, regulations, limitations, and direct your path. You can do whatever you want to do. There are people who say they believe in God and they're porno stars. There are people who say they believe in God and they're part of the Ku Klux Klan. There's people who say they believe in God and they believe and do a whole host of things. All of us fall short of the glory of God. But let's not justify it or confuse ourselves about what God's word says. And what God's word says unequivocally is don't do it.
But
Just so you know.
would you say, and I would ask you this question, would you say that the Bible is a tool you as a Christian man use?
Yes, it's one of the tools I use, of course. Yes, sir.
Now, what is the criteria? What brings you to believing the Bible as the word of eternal being that's supposed to be over the entire universe? What brings you to that point where you make that decision?
Okay.
That's faith.
All
That's
right.
what faith
So
is.
no, well, it's not. No, no. I don't believe in it because of faith.
I
I don't
mean,
believe
that's
in it because
all
of
it
faith.
takes, though. You can get all kind of
It
proof and
does,
all
but
kind of logistics, but that's all it takes to you believe.
yeah,
But you
it
can have
does.
faith
But
in
if you give
astrology
somebody a,
also.
No,
hold on,
and
hold
that's
on,
the
and
thing
that's
too. Real quick, and I'm not going to say anything.
I know. But
You
West
said
Side,
that
I'm gonna tell you something. This brother
you can't
asked
believe
why,
in one
and you
thing,
telling
and then
people faith is not gonna answer his
no.
question, baby.
Oh, all right, but
You know what I'm saying?
you
I
you're
feel
you're
you though,
you're
cause
ill
you on
informed
point.
too
You
with
a
the things
smart
that
girl.
you're saying, so you got
I
to be
got it.
careful. You got it,
No,
Audie. Go ahead. You got
you
it.
know what?
And let me
I
clarify. Let me
understand. Hold on. I understand you feel I'm uninformed, but I'm reading directly from the scripture. So I got it, but I thank you for that.
Your
But I'm
understanding
just
you
going to
leaning
respond
on.
to,
And
Okay, hold on,
again,
yeah,
West
what I
Side.
brought
Hold
out,
yeah,
on, wait,
I'm
wait,
not
wait,
going to
wait,
go
wait,
back
wait.
and forth
what
with you
No,
about
because
Yeah,
you're
that.
like
I
hold
just
on.
want to deal
chastising
with
now. I already
Raw
muted you.
asked us a,
Okay, hold on, hold
yeah,
on.
that's no
Because
problem.
somebody asked Wisdom a question. Can we please let Wisdom answer it? Go ahead, Wisdom.
Okay. Yeah, so Shonga, the reason specifically that I first began to believe that the scriptures of the Bible were the word of God was the first thing was, I mean, to me, it made perfect moral sense. But the thing that convinced me was the prophecies. When I began to study the historicity of the Bible and I looked at the 70 weeks prophecy of Daniel, the book of Daniel, Daniel 9, and then I found out about the cylinder of Cyrus, and then I found out about the perfect calculation of the coming of Christ, and then I found out about the perfect calculation and foreknowledge and prophecy about how long his church would last. And then I saw the prophecies about the temple that was destroyed in Jerusalem and that it was actual historical event. When I saw the book of David, or I'm sorry, the book of Psalms written by David in Psalm 22, where it was prophecy that Jesus would be crucified 1,000 years before his birth. When I saw the prophet Ezekiel, when I saw the prophet Isaiah, when I saw the things that they wrote predating things that occurred 500, 700, 1,000 years before, and including cultures and governments that were not part of the biblical narrative, like Rome and Babylon, how they continued to predict things outside. They predicted Cyrus by name 200 years before he was born. When I realized that the people who wrote this book, okay, were given foreknowledge of things that they would not even be alive to see come to fruition by 200, 500, 700, 1,000 years, then I realized it was inspired by a being that lives outside of time and is king of all nations. So that is why I can, without faith, based on proof and evidence, place my belief in the Bible. Okay? So that is the answer to your question, brother.
yeah,
Okay, so
like I was saying, faith without works is
So
dead,
where was
right?
this God of the Bible when your people was being
No,
raped
no,
and
no,
Oh,
killed
don't
and
can we
put
not
don't
do that,
diminish
in
his
please?
God.
slavery?
Don't do that. That's
Can
not
I
what we're
No,
can I
doing.
no.
respond?
I just want to
No, she can
know.
ask that question. She can
Yeah,
ask
let
that
And
question.
it's gonna
Yeah,
turn into something
yeah, you
else.
Yeah,
can.
let
Yeah,
West
you
Side
can
go
ask
real
that
quick because
question.
she was. Yeah, then Empress
Yeah,
can ask that question after that.
yeah.
But
I'll come
West
back
Side,
around and I'll answer that question for you, Empress.
right?
The problem with what you said was you can't operate in astrology and believe in God. So you operating in astrology means that you don't believe. You said that out of your mouth verbatim. And why would I do some worship to the stars if I don't believe that the power behind it is a real thing? That does not make sense. So that's not how it is. What does it say in this book that you're talking about? What does it benefit a man to gain the world but lose his soul? That's the whole thing about free will. You got the choice to be dumb and you can willingly disobey me. Because if it worked the way that you said, it wouldn't be no sin. Everybody would understand. If I do anything against this, that's saying that I don't. That's not how it works. If that same book that you just said gave you your facts about your beliefs, crazy, says faith of a mustard seed. If I sent a piece of me down here to the world and you seen what the world did to me, whatever happens to you, take it on the chin. You welcome. So when We know that this happened to excuse what we do, and all that we are meant to do is move in his image, be Christ-like. Whatever you decide to believe is if you want to wear the, don't mix the blends in your shirt or tattoo your, but however you want to do that, and you feel like you're serving your God, have at it. But it's not no belief. You can tell me logistically that's not how it works. It's a faith-based construct. And you talk like you checking somebody and all of that, and it's like you retaining and regurgitating. You need to comprehend and apply. You're not doing that. That's not Christ-like.
Interesting.
And
They got
Christ
deep
is a
though, but
being. Christ
I
is a
think
being.
hold on real quick. Empress
Yeah,
wanted to ask that
everything you
question.
just said was based off of something you misunderstood that I said, but I'm not gonna go back and forth with you, sis.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened that quick though,
Yeah,
but let
yeah,
Empress go
that
ahead,
didn't
bro.
even make sense. But go ahead, Empress.
So my question was, where was this God of the Bible when your people was being raped, pillaged, and enslaved for 400 years?
Okay, all right. So if God, what you're saying is, where was he? He was where he always is, which is everywhere. So let me ask you this question. Do you believe that if the God of the Bible was real, then there would be no such thing as slavery? Is that your point?
No, that's not my point. I just wanted to know what your take.
Okay, so it was just a silly question with no point. Got it. Let's
No,
keep
it
it moving
wasn't a
then.
silly question with no
I don't.
point. I
Well,
just
then
wanted
give me
to hear
understanding.
That's a
Give
fact.
your.
me understanding
That's a
then. Why
fact.
in the hell did you ask it? I just asked you
I
why
wanted
you
to know
asked the
what
question.
was your
All right.
interpretation of where the God of the Bible
He
was
was, look, okay,
when
so
our
let me give
people
you
was
this.
being raped and pillaged. Like that.
Miss,
That was
okay,
You
the
know
yeah.
you
purpose.
Miss
can't
Where
talk
was
Empress?
like that
he?
on TikTok. I
Yeah,
don't know why you even trying
yeah.
it. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
Miss Empress, hold on, Miss Empress, let me tell you something. So the chosen people, which were the which was the family of Abraham, okay? God told Abraham at the initial covenant that his family was going to be enslaved in Egypt for 400 years. After they were enslaved in Egypt and came out of Egypt, then they started their own kingdom after being lost in the desert for 40 years. And then they were conquered by the Babylonians and they became slaves of the Babylonians. The people of the Bible who were in direct covenant and communication with God were enslaved like 4 different times through the Old Testament, conquered. When Jesus came, they were in a conquered position with Rome. So the idea that you can't think the God of the Bible is real or that you don't count on him or because black people got enslaved is a silly and childlike understanding, which means you have absolutely no knowledge of the Bible at all or the stories in it. Because if you did, you would realize how silly a question that
Well,
is.
but
Let's
brother,
keep
you
it
don't have
moving.
to. You don't have to say it that harsh, brother.
No. But to keep it fair, I don't think that's a silly question because you're talking about prophecies and things of that nature. The transatlantic slave trade was a huge event, and if these prophecies are speaking, we always hear people talking about prophecies as it relates to Babylon, Mede and Persians and things of that nature, and you really don't have the date of when that you're talking about the book of Daniel. You don't have the date of when that book was written. That book was written after those things happened. And many of the so-called prophecies that you have, especially in the book of Genesis, these so-called prophecies were prophesied after things had already happened. So it's a person actually giving a narrative of things that had already happened and
Hmm.
telling you that these things happened because of this and because of that, and my God did this, my God did that.
Well,
What they're doing is
from a historical point of view, right? There was
Yeah,
only
that's
one.
just
There was
false,
only
Rock.
one people that were fighting
That's just
Rome.
completely false what you said. Just so
The
you know, Rock.
Phoenicians.
no,
It's
I
in the
could
And
def-
I'll
Bible.
take you
I could
to it.
prove
I'll
that.
They
take
are
you
the
through it after
Carthage.
life
That's
finishes.
Carthage.
I can prove
After
that to
life
you.
finishes, I'll explain.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah. I just
understand.
want to say this real quick. There
Go
was only
ahead.
one people that was historically fighting Rome at that time. That is what you know is the Phoenicians. That's the Carthaginians. That's where you get Hannibal Bubaka from. Hannibal Bubaka was a great general who marched with the elephants across the mountains. This happened at the time you're describing. So I need you to bring it into a historical context because if you're going to use the Bible, right? The Bible is a map.
The Bible is a collection of books,
All right, so
and
let me say this. Then I think Wisdom wanted to address something too, though. Let me ask this. I want to give an answer to Empress too, because I hear people tend to ask questions like that, like God is just Captain Save and He's gonna do everything that we feel fits our feelings. Because we can also say, where was God at when you might have cheated on your man or something like that, or where was God at when
Yeah, I
you
under I
yeah
wanted to understand the man's level of thinking as far as
yeah
what he
yeah
was saying in the context of using the Bible as like a historical book, because the Bible is not a historical book; it's a
yeah that's
fictional one,
yeah
just
that's
like
what you
all of the
that's
rest
what
of.
that's what I'm about to say. That's what you believe. So you already got your mind made up then. So you did ask. So it sounds like
Literally,
you did ask
it's
a
a
silly question to
fictional
prove your.
book, so that's what
Empress,
I wanted to
Empress, can I
understand.
know, but he was trying to speak and then you interrupted him. Can you
Yeah,
please
I mean
let him
that, but
finish?
right there is signs of people that already have their mind made up, so they ask disingenuous questions to fit their narrative or whatever they already believe in. So if you already don't believe, why even ask a silly? It's back to what he said. It's a silly question you asked. But I was just trying to where your stuff correlate with. That's why I asked. Like you might as well say
So it wasn't a
so
disingenuous
because all
question. So it wasn't a disingenuous
so because
question.
also
It was.
for 2 minutes, dang, what's going on? All I'm saying is that overall, he's not going to take away everybody free will. That was one thing of I don't like that term free will, freedom of choice, right? So that's one thing he promises all. Otherwise, he would be controlling everybody to help you out. You know what I'm saying, or to help all of us out. So he's trying to show the nature of human beings of what would happen if we all just had freedom of choice, and he's going to allow everything to happen and then step in. So basically, he want us to need him. That was his overall thing. So he's showing us that we are our own enemies for the most part. It's so many things that's shown in there. So why would he just take this? Because people ask silly questions like, why do you let the baby unalive? And why he all that? That is like, why did I get grapes? Why did I all these things? This are humans. It's not God's fault. He just he specifically said y'all all had a freedom of choice. So you can't stop a criminal from his freedom of choice just to fit your narrative because you whatever you feel good. That means seek God even more. That means go look for him, pray even harder. Wonder, ask why did you, or try to understand why you may have went through you went through, or maybe you could save somebody else going through the same thing. So it's just my thing is people ask questions like that, and but they still stuck on a selfish type mindset. That's what it is.
Okay, that's your assumption, and you're
Hey,
entitled to that assumption. But by what you are saying, as far as free will or freedom of choice or the nature of human beings, I don't understand the logic when Christians judge other people for their expression of their free will. And I also think that we may get the Bible misconstrued a little bit because if I'm not mistaken, there's stories about when the three kings used the stars to find Jesus. They were praised for that. And I don't see where the Bible actually is saying to not use astrology. It's saying to not idolize it. You can use tools
What the
without
heck?
idolizing tools.
hey, host,
So
can I
that's why I
answer?
don't understand the like
Just go ahead and
demonizing
say
of
you don't
people
read.
using
That's all you got to do.
astrology.
That's the same thing wisdom is
Yeah,
saying. Just
just
say
say
that
you
you
never
don't
read the
read.
book.
Right. That's all you
How
got to
is
Yeah,
that
just
say.
say
not
you never
reading? The
read the
Bible
book.
never said to not use the things. Like it literally said not to idolize. You can use a toaster and not idolize it. You use your microwave, you use your car. We have tools that human beings create and we
Yeah,
use them. We don't have to idolize the tools
Yeah,
that
but
are created for them. The Bible actually said that astrology or using the stars is for signs and seasons. So
what
we're
they're
supposed
saying
to use
yeah,
these things as
no,
tools and not
no,
idolize them.
all they saying, all
yeah.
they really saying is that you don't really know what you're talking about. Not to be rude, they're just saying like you really
Yeah, you
don't
don't know
read
what
like
you're
that
talking
because
about.
That's
if
your
you,
opinion. That's not
no,
that's not what it says though. But
No,
all
we
I'm
get
saying
we
Yeah,
all
understand
I'm
what you're
I'm
if you
saying,
I'm still
and
trying to
so
I'm still trying to hear where
we
she
understand
doesn't know
what
what
you're
she's
saying,
talking
but
about.
Wait,
the
okay,
thing
okay, okay.
is
Oh
this.
my Lord. Did y'all hear game time try to talk? Okay, so it's game time, wisdom, then to ETS, whatever.
take
Host, if you
so
And
queue
then
me,
all
gentlemen. Yeah, and
host,
then
I didn't
gentlemen.
speak yet.
Oh, okay. Did you even get to answer the prompt, gentle?
Put
No.
Oh man. Okay, so go ahead, game time, and then we'll get to gentle. If that's
okay.
cool, kids.
I think all they were saying was that when you read in the Bible, you can't just take a scripture or a piece of something that you heard because it kind of all goes along together. Like you can read one chapter and then that chapter comes back again like 8 chapters later to finish it off. You can't just take one little piece of information and then run with it. You got to continue to read and reading over and over again. And 9 out of 10 times, the more you read it, the question you had last week gets answered a week later. So it's not just a book that you can't call it fictional either, because I think that's what Kev was kind of saying. Like, if you saying that it's fictional, your mind is already made up. So how you're talking about it is you don't have the mindset to believe in it. To you, it's just fictional. So you're going to question everything about it every single time. That's it.
All right, appreciate you, game time. Don't forget, I've been looking at them tabs, like it's only been 13.6. Like, come on, hit the tabs, y'all. This is a good conversation. Kev came up with a good topic for us to enjoy our day. So go ahead and tap the live, share out the live. Like Kev like to say, use your little pizza money to get that subscription up.
Yeah, use that piece of money.
Right? We don't need to be gluttonous, okay? Yeah, so do that and then anything else, Kev? Can't remember. I think that's it.
Share. I don't think I heard share.
Yep. Go ahead and share out the live so we can get different perspectives up in here. So gentleman, is that what it says? Yes, gentlemen, thank you for your patience. And if you could read, I think we're on the first run through the first three.
Yep.
Right? The
Okay.
first three. And
Yeah,
that,
thanks
that
for
includes that includes why ask what's your sign?
sure. Okay, to ask what's your sign shows you're horrible vetter. Agree or disagree? Yeah, I agree. I have sworn off any kind of astrology, any kind of signs, anything like that, because to me it's worship of images. It's a form of witchcraft. I'm not with that. Let's see. If people are their sign, why hold them accountable? I think people like to identify with those because it makes them feel special. But what they don't know is that the calendar that we go by for those signs is not really correct. I think there is a month missing. I think it's the month of Soul. So even if they added that extra month, I think every day on the calendar had 28 days, I believe, because like Septa is like 7, October is 8, and November is Nove, which is 9, and then Deca, which is December, is 10. And then January is Janus, which is 11, how they say it. And then finally, so there's a lot of incorrect information flying around. And for those of you who want to believe in this, I call it witchcraft. You go ahead and believe whatever you want. You have the freedom of choice. But just remember that the scriptures are final, and it's supposed to correct all of us, including myself. So as far as this Bible being, as far as the, I guess the 3 wise men, and they weren't really 3 wise men, they were just magi from Media, also known as modern day Iraq. They came from the east. Okay. Actually, the shepherds saw the star first, and then the magi came later. So a lot of people believe in this traditional stuff. They don't understand what the scriptures truly say. And if you look at Romans, I believe it's Romans 1:22, professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. So everybody wants to try to be wise. I'm not trying to be more than what I am or be bigger than I am. I'm just trying to understand what I need to do to get into the kingdom and what I need to do to please the Most High, even if it goes against what I like, because it has to please the Most High. Never mind what I like. I got to do what I got to do to make sure I'm better. When I found out about when I found out about it's called the eternal sin, or the sin unto death, or the sin that can't be forgiven, I've never been more scared in my life as a grown man. And I don't often talk about this, but people are talking real loose about the scriptures and talking real loose about God. Okay, God requires us to change. All that divination and everything, you better watch what you say, because you will be held accountable for it. And when I found out about the unforgivable sin, that's the one sin God won't forgive you for, it made me tremble. I've never been more scared in my life. I cried like a baby when I found out about it. And what I found out was, if you blaspheme against the Holy Ghost, he will not forgive you for that. That means attributing something that God did to the devil, or trying to make a lie into the truth. It scared me. I've never been more scared in my life. So y'all better watch what y'all say about the Bible, and watch what you say about God, because there is one sin he will not forgive you for. Everything else, yes. Just Google it for yourself and see what I'm talking about.
Oh,
And you won't be so slick and quick to say what you're going to say about God. Because let me put it this way. The enemy is the inner me. And if you don't have any fear of Yah, you don't have any fear of the Most High, you're going to say whatever you want and do whatever you want with no fear. I tremble every time I think about that. That's why I watch what I say. And I just pray every day. I try to stay prayed up. Guys, this is serious business. And I'm trying to warn y'all. I'm telling you. Watch what you say and watch how you talk about the scriptures and watch how you talk about God, because he is not playing. He is serious about this. This is serious business. All this astrology, you better get rid of. We shouldn't even be arguing about this. You shouldn't even be accepting this. You should get rid of that crap. Get it out of your life. Get rid of it. I'm warning y'all. This is serious business. And I don't often talk about this. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
No, I thought you were every time. Well, one thing I might disagree on. I don't believe blasphemy is that simple. I don't think it's based off what you say. I think it's more of a spiritual thing that we, I don't know, but I don't think it's that simple. You can be like, hey, I'm going against this, and then all of a sudden he just gonna not forgive you for the rest of your life. I don't believe it works like that.
Well, just hold on, Kevin.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, look at Matt.
What the gentleman is referring to is Matthew 12:31 through 32.
Yeah.
And it says, wherefore I say unto you, all manner of sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven unto men, but the blasphemy against the Holy Ghost shall not be forgiven unto men. And whosoever speaketh the word against the Son of Man, it shall be forgiven him. But whosoever speaketh against the Holy Ghost, it shall not be forgiven unto him, neither in this world, neither in the world, or in the world to come. And so what it's talking about is when you deny the power of God, when it has been exampled in front of you. You can see the Holy Ghost do its work. You see somebody healed. You see Jesus perform a miracle. You see something where God is giving you the benefit of actually showing up and giving you some type of example and confirmation through the Holy Spirit. And then you reject what you see in front of your own eyes, willfully, knowingly, and persistently rejecting the Holy Spirit's testimony about Jesus and God's greatness, and calling God's work evil, even when it's clearly true. This is not an accidental sin. It's a hardening. It's a final rejection of the truth of salvation, and it leads to no path for repentance.
So, all right. So if you saying that though, right? Because you said it's not I can see somebody making that's why I say I believe it's way deeper than how this is, because like I can't see you, because I think even God was to come himself. The way people are built, they probably wouldn't even believe it. They probably think it's a projection, or a projector, or they might think they just went crazy or something like that. That's probably why God just don't come right now, you know what I'm saying? Because we probably be so confused and don't know what's going on. And I can't see, even if they did a miracle or healing, like people, the way humans are, we just don't know for sure. It's like a belief thing. So to not believe in it or or say like, nah, this can't be true, I can see people doing it, and I can't see God saying I'm not gonna forgive you because you're not sure that this is or because you believe this was not what happened in front of your face. You know what I'm saying? Because it's so many. Because he do also say he warned us from sorcery. Let me finish up real quick. He did say he warned warn us from sorcery and all these other things that happen. How can a human be able to determine the difference between those two? Because like I'm pretty sure some of them probably can heal through there too. So it's like I don't know. I just be thinking about humans that I do believe it's like a heart or a spiritual thing though, because I can't see like, because a lot of us don't know, like they do say my people perish from the lack of not knowing. So the fact that it's like I don't think God is that harsh and like, nah, nope, you should have believed the way that even when it was in front of you, you should have believed. Why would you reject me? I don't think God is like in that way. That's like not giving no chances. Just like people believe you could sell your soul. I don't believe that either. You don't own your soul to sell it. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
but Kev, didn't God say in one breath that I'm a jealous God? You should put no one before me.
Yeah, but
he's not about to send no person to hell for that either.
Let me just correct what I said, because I'm the one that brought this up. I brought this up. So let me correct this. I think there's two types. One form is like if you're working on yourself and you're struggling with something, which means you just gotta pray more, because I find myself praying more often, whatever I'm struggling with. I think 1 Timothy 1:13 talks about the ignorance of blasphemy, which is when you did it out of ignorance and you didn't know. But then once you know and you continuously do it, you go back to astrology, and after you find out and you believe there's 3 gods and not one, and you keep going back to that, there's something called a reprobate mind, and he'll give you a great delusion too, which is scary because you'll actually think you're actually okay, and you're not. So there's 2 types of blasphemy. The one done in ignorance. Okay, hey, all right, he winked at you. He gave you the benefit, but then the blasphemy when you already know, and it doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. It's a pattern of behavior over time, and that's when.
Okay, I think I get it though. Even though I just
Okay,
came
that's
half
all.
in,
That's
I
all I'm
was moving
saying.
around, but I think I do get it. What y'all both saying, right? Because
Yeah.
y'all
Just
did
stay away from
specify.
astrology. It's
Yeah,
witchcraft.
y'all did. Yeah, I get you on that part. But I'm about to say, y'all specified that y'all actually know, and I could get that you actually know that's what he did and all that stuff, and you just purpose. It's like a deception, and only I can see only an evil person doing that. I can see why blasphemy, if it's looked at it that way, right? That you saying that you actually know, you seen it, you know who did it, and you simply just go against it just because, you know what I'm saying? Like, nope. And you trying to mislead other people, like, no, this ain't true or something like that. That's like the worker of iniquity type people. You know what I'm saying? Because their whole purpose is to cause delusion, get many people to, you know what I'm saying? So to stray people away. So I can see that then, because I guess I'm speaking from people that really don't know, like they really just don't know, or they might get confused or something like that. So you did specify that they do know, in their heart they know, and they just still say nope, that's not true. You know, so I
But
get it. So
one
that's why I'm
issue,
saying what gentleman is saying though. That mean that you saying be careful, but I think I would say that nah, people is okay to, you know, if they don't know for sure. But if you can't tell a person that do know to be careful, because that's what they want to do. That's something they actually chose to do. So not yeah, that's what I'm getting out of that. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
but they say it's the basic instructions before leaving Earth, right? They call Quran the last scripture of God. They call the
Life, you be
Torah the
coming in with
breath
your
of
own
God.
thing, man. Where that come from,
I'm
man?
just saying because they call it the bait.
So,
I'm just piggybacking. If
yeah,
it's the basic instructions before leaving Earth, right? What does that entail? What is that
yeah.
telling you?
But basic instruction before leaving Earth was not in was before. This just came around when they made the Bible, the actual Bible. So it wasn't even called the Bible back then. So,
It's
but
an acronym though.
yeah,
That's
yeah, I
I
get that.
mean
I
that's
get the
what we do.
acronym, but I'm just saying we
Yeah.
acting like the Bible was in the Bible. It just wasn't.
If
Right.
But
possible,
get what you got? What you got? We all two down here, and then we gonna get Big Wall in
yeah,
real quick.
and just to preface what I say, just hope I don't offend anybody. I'm not, I used to believe the Bible, but I don't believe it anymore. So I'm just hoping I'm not,
Okay,
stepping on no toes. All right,
that's
but
cool. Sure, that's your choice.
all right, cool. So
Wait, oh, I'm so sorry. Did you already answer the question, or like you about to
now,
answer?
yeah, I was going to do that
Go ahead.
with the
Oh,
prompts.
okay. Okay, and then Big Will, right? Oh,
Yeah, then Big
okay,
Wall.
or
Yep,
open
yep.
him.
No, I'll do T, then Big Wall, then open panel after that. Since I didn't know he didn't
And
talk.
just to get some clarity with what the brother was talking about, with that whole, all you gotta do is go into context. Jesus had just healed a man that was he was lame and he was blind, something like that, and the Pharisees and scribes said that it was done by
Well,
Beelzebub
I
and
thought you
not
don't
Jesus.
believe. Why you even talking about it?
I was just giving clarity
Yeah,
to,
ain't nobody can
like,
take your word from this point though. You say you don't believe, so it's a
no, it's
wrap.
right there. It's right there in the book. It's in the Bible.
Fact,
No,
that's
it's
Yeah,
not.
fact, man.
we
That's
can't.
fact.
Nah, we
Yeah.
can't listen to you. We can't listen to you.
Well,
Once you said that, it's a wrap. You
well,
can't talk about
No,
what you don't believe in.
I'm
I'm
just saying it's
sorry.
in the
That's just
Bible.
how
That's
that
what
work, brother.
I no. I was going to use that. I was going to use that to preface what I was going to say later. Anyway, but anyway, to ask what's your sign shows you're a horrible vetter. Agree or disagree? Um, with me personally, I don't agree or disagree to that. I don't think that is something that would make a person a horrible vetter if they ask your sign. If they feel like they got something in common with you based on that, then they can move on. If they don't, then so be it. Uh, if people are their sign, why hold them accountable? This question I was looking at and I was wondering why it was asked. Because uh, if people are their sign, it's just basically, the whole astrology thing is just basically depicting certain traits that you're going to see in people. So you should expect to see it. You should expect not to see this. You expect to see this or that. So it's nothing that you're going to be holding them accountable for or not holding them accountable for. You're just basically recognizing traits that appear in people who are of that same group. Why are so many people single if horoscopes are real?
I'm not on that yet. No, we're not on that
Oh,
yet, me.
okay, okay.
Yep. Well, so you caught up then. Let me get Big Whoa in, first three, and let me go back to open panel.
Yo, what's up, Kev? What's
And
up,
let me
Zodiac?
say this too. The reason why I say that, right? Because the people that say they don't believe, it's like it's kind of hard to see if they're coming from a genuine talking points when they do that, because they are, and this just in general. This not even about you. I'm saying in general, right? People tend to read for a specific reason, or to use it against people, or to mix the words up because they don't understand, or they choose not to understand it. But I don't think it's right for a person that don't believe in the Bible to sit there and try to tell other people about the Bible that do believe it, and then twist the words up. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I kind of like, nah, I don't think that you should talk about the Bible when you already chose not to believe it.
Okay, so you wouldn't listen to a scholar then, a scholar who has actually studied the Bible
I
and
was
is
just
telling
gonna
you.
say that.
That's what I'm
If
wondering
you,
about.
my thing is, if you studied it, then you will probably you end up convincing yourself. I mean, not convincing yourself, you will realize that you will believe it. There's no
No,
way you're gonna
you can't
study it
say
and
that.
not believe it. Yeah, no,
Nah,
dealing with the Bible, yes, it is.
I'm
that's
sorry,
like
sir.
Because
reading a
I was a
random
Christian. I was a
story. Just
Christian.
because I
I was a
don't believe
Christian
in the
for
story
20
doesn't mean
years.
that I'm not
I was
informed
Because
about
the
the
a
story.
Bible
Christian.
said, the Bible is specified that it's the truth. It's basically the truth, right? It's the truth. It's basically history, right? So how can you, if you done did all this reading or said that you done studied and all this stuff, and then you say I don't believe, that means you didn't study as good
Sir,
as you thought you did.
I have a bachelor's degree in theology. I was a Christian for
Well, it
20
didn't work.
years. I went to
It
the
didn't
semin.
work.
Went to the seminary, and that's when I came to the point in studying. From studying the Bible, I came to the conclusion that these things aren't true. I am allowed to do that in real life. This is real life we're
I
living
mean,
here.
you
This is
can
not.
though, but I'm saying it's hard to
No,
take you serious though. Like if
I'm
you
not gonna
saying you
lie,
did all this,
Kev. I think that's a religious biasness because clearly we don't know the brother from a can of paint. He might be that just educated. What's stopping him from going through the book and making his own decision where I still don't believe it?
yeah,
And
But
really
it's
quick,
I
That's
don't
but
know
it's
if you.
your
really quick.
biasness
You know
historical.
that
what?
you're
Hold
assuming
on, but
just because he
it's
went through it, he doesn't believe it.
historical. But it
And
has
really quick.
historical content, like that has
That
been
mean you ain't
proven.
doing enough research, right? Exactly. Because if you did enough research, you will realize it's the truth.
I think
So
that's
that mean
spiritual
you
No,
did.
that's
So
biasness,
that mean them
That's not
degrees
how
ain't working.
religious biasness.
that's not
That
how
mean that.
faith
It's
works.
not. It's not about that. It's not about the degrees. It's not about. Listen, it's not about the degrees, and it's not about what you're saying about believing. It's about being convinced. Really, when you study, you're studying to show yourself approved. You're studying to disseminate whether this is factual or whether this is not. And I can
Nah.
tell you straight up. I can tell you straight up that I
Host.
after studying, like, I studied a lot, and we did Bible lines, like with the conference lines and things like that. And after studying for a for a serious amount of time, I came to the conclusion that some of these things, like, they actually prove the Bible to be. You can tell that it's written by men. That's all I'm saying. You can tell
Yeah,
that
but
Hey,
it's,
host.
and
I was there.
the concepts
I
are
was there.
man-made concepts.
I
Yeah, but
mean,
I was there.
Hey, host, real quick.
the funny thing is though, and that's why I love that wisdom in his room, because I'm pretty sure he could debunk almost everything you said, because he actually did studies on it. He done found out as he dug so deep that it's more true. So that's what I'm saying. Y'all must be going to two different schools, because it's like if you do enough digging and research and stuff on it, you will end up finding out that it is true. That you will see that different parts of the world that these activities have happened, all type of stuff. But I'm saying, if you already come in with a looking for a reason to not believe it, then throw that I went to school with it, it's hard to even believe you, because I done dealt with too many people that's like that though. It's awesome. So
No, no, no. You didn't listen.
it's people that do research to stray away from it. And it's people that do research to see if it's true in a way.
Sir, I was a Seventh-day Adventist Christian for over 20 years, and I was in it deep. If you find out about what a Seventh-day Adventist is, you will know that that's all we do. We study the Bible. We go just to study, to
That's
have
right.
Bible studies, to sit around and talk about the Bible. We love studying. So as far as what we were doing, it was completely sincere. And you have some who study it and they stay with the whole indoctrination, and you have some whose minds break free of that. And when a
Yeah,
person mind break free of indoctrination, that's a whole nother story now. You're on a whole nother level.
yeah, but I found out
Right.
that most people who deal with it like that they study all day long, they never actually use the Bible for their life. They never actually use their faith. They never take the scriptures and actually use it and apply it to doing
And
something
they
that's
never can say
Well,
what
you
scripture
gotta
they don't believe in. They can't do a
Right.
verse or nothing.
right, and then
listen,
at the
study
very
the
same
Hold
history.
on.
time,
Let me.
Study.
and then at the very same time, when they need something in their life, they try to use the power of God that He gave you and using their faith to make something happen in their life, and it don't work. All of a sudden, now they don't believe it anymore. But I have noticed
Yeah.
that people that do use the Bible and they do understand it to a certain degree and can use their faith to make it work, they stay believers. So most times, people who can't use the Bible to help their life out, they don't believe it no more because
That's
they
called an
do.
application of knowledge.
It
That's called
can,
All
an
right. Let
that's
me.
called applying knowledge.
I want
See,
to.
that was
Yeah. I
my
want to.
point earlier about
but
people who vest their interest in the Quran and astrology. They apply this to their life. It becomes them.
Okay.
Wait. Hey,
All
so
right. Let
wisdom.
me.
I know
Let me.
you. You the
Yeah.
cheat code. I want to use you last for sure though. So I just want Westside to go. Then I want you to go because I know you got some stuff for it. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Westside, and then I know. Then we got wisdom after that.
Not gonna be long at all. I said this 7 times, probably already in the panel. Retention and regurgitation versus comprehension and application. In order to comprehend, you have to have a certain level capacity, a certain level of capacity for the intellect to be put in your brain. He had to read the book to be able to negate the fact that it was not real. You get what I'm saying? To be a person to just say, no, that don't sound right and do no research about it, that's a fool. That's a fool, but you're not wrong because people do study intensively to prove where you slipped up and why this don't make sense. I heard somebody say science shows that there is not enough water in the ocean for Noah's Ark to have happened. Science shows, okay, we're talking about a theoretical construct that we know is nothing is fact, says that it was not enough water for that to have happened, but the environment was different. We had 6-foot penguins. We know that the ozone layer went recently, but Earth couldn't have possibly been different when he was present, when he was here. That's faith. That's faith in me just saying it might not make sense, but I'm listening to understand, not to have evidence. And I think that's like a male's like perception with your logic and your reason based thinking, but y'all gotta like look behind the information for real. Like don't just repeat it.
All
Host,
right, what you got, wisdom?
excuse me, host.
Was
I wanted to say something really quick about what they were talking about, how the Bible's a man's book. There's a few things I want to talk about, just
did he
really
not
quick.
know the degrees that he got is man made too? But I'll leave that alone. I'll
Well,
leave that alone. Go ahead.
but also wanted to say that
Yeah.
any preacher has to be any preacher. If any preacher wants to handle the scriptures, they have to be ordained by the Most High Himself. It takes God to make a preacher. And if God hasn't ordained you, or I guess the Holy Spirit hasn't touched you, you shouldn't be preaching. Get out the pulpit. Okay, because the scriptures say in First Corinthians 7, you look at it, it says it's not good for a man to touch a woman. It's not good for a man to touch a woman to avoid fornication. What man in his carnal mind is going to write that about himself? No man's going to agree with that. Not a carnal-minded man. So no, that's not a man saying that. That's inspired by the Most High. Now they were talking about God and everything, and I'm like, well, the scriptures say, because they say, oh, the Bible's full of confusion. No, if you don't understand the Bible and if it hasn't been revealed to you, if somebody hasn't taught you what it is, you don't know what you're talking about. For example, in the book of Exodus, I think it's chapter 33, it says, no man can see God and live. Is that true? Well, yes. Okay, but if you look in the book of John, it says, not that any man can see God, but those who are of the Father, they have seen him. And basically what they're talking about is only the people who believe in God and the people who stick to the commandments, they're the ones that will see the Father. So a lot of people misunderstand that. Even in the book of Genesis, chapter 32, Jacob says, I'm going to name this place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face, and my life was spared. So, to call it a man's book, a man wrote it or something, or, like a man came up with it, that's foolish. Foolish. And I just gave you some examples. Now, if anybody wants to rebut that, you take it up with the Most High. Go try to argue with him. That's like trying to tell a tornado, hey, don't come to my neighborhood and knock all of our stuff down. Go over there. That tornado's not listening to you. It's coming. You better get underground. That's all I got to say.
All right. So real quick for brother Ra, here's the question I have for you. All right. So you said you were a Seventh-day Adventist for 20 years, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so in that 20 years, you had no relationship with God whatsoever?
In that 20 years, I had my own concept of what would be called a relationship with God. But as I grew,
What was
as
that?
far as I grew more consciously aware, I recognized that this was basically all in my head, all in my mind, as far as what I called a
Okay. All
relationship with
right. So,
God. So I would basically certain coincidences, I would say that was God because it was coincidence. I would say God did this and
yeah.
God did that, but really it was just a coincidence.
All right. So you never prayed for anything in 20 years and then God resolved it for you through any way that was outside of your control?
Well,
That never happened for you, not even one time?
the answer that I just gave you, that answers that too.
Okay. All right. So you said, so basically, you say that anything that you prayed for that God answered you for was a coincidence and you tricking yourself. And any evidence of a relationship you had, you just decided was a form of delusion. Correct?
Yeah, it's two different worlds. Like once you recognize that the Bible was a
I
man-made, that
understand. I
these books
wasn't
of the
raised in
Bible.
faith. Hold on, hold on. I don't need that from you. I asked a specific question, Rob. I'm
I'm
not a
answering it.
person who was raised to be a Christian. Yeah, I know, but you already answered the question I had, and now you're about to teach me about something you want to tell me, and I
No, I was
already
still
understand
answering.
it.
I'm
I
sorry.
wasn't raised as a person of faith. It's okay. Yeah, no, the answer you gave me was sufficient to the question I asked, which is yes. Everything that I thought was going on, that I thought was a relationship, for me was a delusion.
No,
Anything that
I
I
didn't say
prayed
that.
for
You
that
said that.
was answered.
I didn't say that.
Okay, well, you don't like the word delusion. What word would you like to use besides delusion? You said you made it up in your head. If you made something up in your head, it's a delusion, is it not?
I wouldn't say that it was a delusion. I'm saying as far as
What
what
word do you want to use so I can move forward? What word do you want to use instead of delusion so I can move forward?
no, but I'm explaining to you that I came from one way of thinking to another way of thinking. So I recognize that there is no
That's not what
God
I
in the
asked you
sky
about.
doing these things. So I guess
That's
you
not what
can't
I
say
asked you
delusion.
about.
Well, I guess you can't say delusion. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, then, well,
The
then
the
thank you. I
the
knew I
Bible
could say
God, I
delusion, and
recognize that the
just
Bible
allow
God
me to
was a
finish.
delusion. Yeah, I did recognize that.
Okay, all right. So you were delusional, and now you can see more clearly. And anything that affirmed your delusion was just you confusing and tricking yourself, right?
I'd say indoctrinated. I was
Well, how?
indoctrinated. I was
Okay, all right.
indoctrinated
So how do you know? Understood. How do you not know you're delusional now?
because I'm not indoctrinated. I can read that book and I can recognize clearly that a man is writing and that a man is actually making the fact that you keep calling God he. I keep hearing you guys call God he.
Correct.
When you read
Yes.
the book, you clearly see why people are calling God he, and you see the male bias in the book. There was a study done at Vanderbilt
I don't want to
University.
hear about the study. It was my turn to talk. I had a question that I was clarifying something. You got to wait till your turn to give us the clarification of why it's to refer to God as a him is really about patriarchy and toxic masculinity. I think you just traded in indoctrination for another type, and that's fine. That it's not for me to judge you at all. I'm just telling you that I've talked to people like you who used to be in the faith and aren't anymore. And what they always tell me is A, they never had any relationship with God at all. And that's why they came out of it. Or B, they chalk any relationship they did have with the Most High up to being delusional and crazy, an inability to observe reality and use their mental faculties to understand what was happening around them.
I'm none of the
And what
above.
I
I can tell
normally
you.
find, what I normally find after I talk to these people is that they have only traded out one system of
One
indoctrination. And
one
what I
system for
normally
another.
find is that when you have conversation, when you talk to them, well, the Bible can be a system of indoctrination to people who lack understanding. Now, the what I normally find is when I talk to folks like yourself, and you seem like a very educated brother, and I think I would enjoy having some really deep conversations with you about what you actually think and believe. I really do. I'm going to actually follow you, so I hope we run into one another again. And if I post a panel, you and I can have a deep conversation, because I'd like to understand what you believe about morality. I'd like to understand what you think the basis of it is. I'd like to understand some of the questions, some of the answers that you have for questions that theologians, scholars, and scientists can't answer. So this is the last question I'm going to ask of you. So do you believe the process through which life came into existence is through evolution?
No,
Sir?
no.
No. Okay. No. What do you believe then now? Because you obviously don't believe in special creation theory, because God is a delusion. So you don't believe in evolution. So you've got something better than
Right. No, I don't have
the
anything better.
scientists. I'm interested.
I don't take a particular stance on it because
Okay.
honestly,
So you don't know.
in
Where do
all of
you
the
think the
attempts
universe came from?
and all
Is
of
it
this,
Big Bang cosmology
Wait,
or
wait,
special
wait,
creation theory?
wait. Let him wait.
He said he doesn't believe in either. He said he
You
doesn't
said
believe in either.
delusion too. You said delusion. He agreed. He conceded to that.
Yeah. I got it. I got it. Yeah. I don't need any moderation, brother life. I don't need moderation or direction in communicating with this brother. Brother Ra, where do you think the universe came from and creation came from? Do you think that it arose out of chaos and natural processes, do you believe in Big Bang cosmology? Is that what you believe in, or do you believe
no,
in that? Go
on
ahead.
something like that, I would tell you straight up. And like I'm telling you, I'm in the process of conscious awareness. So I'm telling you straight up that I do not know. And if
Okay.
somebody presents something to me that is faulty and I see holes in it, I'm not going to connect myself to it and say that I'm going to follow
Okay.
it wholeheartedly. So I do not know.
Understood.
What?
Understood. All right. Well, I thank you for that.
Man, nah. What's
So
the
you don't
hoes?
you so he don't believe in nothing. He believes in nothing. He
But he
doesn't
said he
believe, he
seen
doesn't know
holes
where
in
we
it. This
came from.
this what I always got to question him. Like, what are the holes? Like, what is the problem that you're having with whatever you read? What you got
No,
the
we
issue with?
don't. The thing is, you have this is your live, and it's definitely
No, no.
promoting. I like the discussion. You know what I mean? And if I get into that, then it's going to actually
Yeah, yeah, I do that. I
deviate.
can admit that though. I do promote what I believe in though. But I'm also going to try to explain why should you believe it. I'm not trying to force it. It's up to them to make that choice though. But I'm saying like if you're gonna talk against it, that's what I'm gonna make sure
Okay,
I'm gonna
so
fight for. So my thing
so
is you
when you
said that it's holes in it. So what's
yeah,
the
holes,
holes?
lots of holes. Like it just wouldn't even hold any kind of water at all.
Like what?
So Well, as soon as you start to read it, it says, "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth," and then it goes into the whole thing about how man was created, and you have God putting the man to sleep, and God taking the rib from the man, and a woman magically coming from the rib. Now, I already have a clear thought process where I know this is allegory, but people who are indoctrinated are going to keep running with it. But when you read deeper into it, you see that the woman is always has like is seen in a negative light. Whoever's writing that has a male bias, a
What?
serious male bias. Whoever's writing Genesis has a serious male
So
bias.
all that study on the Bible, all you know is Genesis, which is the first scripture. That's crazy. What you
No,
study
no,
Genesis only or something?
we just started talking. We're not gonna get into no deep Bible study, but
How
I'm just
you
telling you
bomb
that
rushing the man, Kev? Like,
I'm just I'm
damn.
just
You
I'm
sound
just
like you
telling you
bullied the man.
I'm just telling you
Yeah, I
that
know
the
that you don't
woman
fit this
I'm just
big
telling
boy,
you
but I'm
that
gonna get on you next though. But what you say, Ra?
I'm just telling you that
I,
we know that women give birth to all life, and whoever's writing that book, they have the power of the pen, and they have people believing that a man gave birth to a woman, that a woman actually came from his rib, and then this is how life started. And then you go through it. The woman was the one who got him to eat the fruit from the tree, which is going against God. Abraham's wife got was laughing at the angel and told Abraham to go against God's promise and sleep with Hagar. Lot's wife was the one that looked back. Job's wife was the one that told him to curse God and honor himself. All of these things are clear indications that the authors of these books have a bias towards women. You read the list of names, it's always listing men in the genealogy. It never lists the daughters as children because they have a bias, a male bias. The people who are writing the book have a male bias. And that's just one hole. It's so many other holes.
cook, brother.
You don't even know what he
You
cooking. You
reject
just
that.
saying stuff.
Yeah.
So
So you reject the Bible. You reject the Bible because of feminism. You think that it's male centered. I don't think you understand both male and female fail, and that the female, the woman's failure, she's redeemed and through childbirth, and she's redeemed through other capacities that she has. So women in the Bible are multipliers, magnifiers, and influencers, and they have a holy place in God's plan for the redemption of all of humanity. And to focus on the singular failure of women and to think that that means that it's patriarchal, as if the book isn't filled up, overrun with male failure, to me is a lack of understanding, brother. The whole book is filled up with male failure.
No, see, I'm not.
There's
You,
more
you're.
negative male. There's more negative failing male people in the Bible than there are women.
You're
right.
not getting it. You're
But
going down the
he
wrong
studied it.
path.
He
You're not.
studied it for 7 years, and he's supposed to know
You're,
that, right?
you're
Let
not.
them fight
You're
back,
not. You're
bro.
not.
Let them fight
You're
back.
not getting it. You're not getting it. You're not getting it. The
All
fact that
right,
you're
help me
calling
get it.
the fact that you're calling God a
Give it to
he,
me.
the fact that you're calling God
Is
a
male
he,
centered.
and the
Right.
fact that all of the major people in the Bible are men and everything that's going on, the
All the
Bible
major
has
people in the
the.
Bible aren't
All I'm
men.
saying. All I'm
Oh,
saying is that the Bible.
hold on. All the major people in the Bible aren't men. There's
That
tons
was
of
just me
women
doing
throughout
fast
the
talking.
what
Don't really grab onto
I
that.
know.
What I'm saying is the
No,
fact
but
that
you
your
just said
God is.
something that was
Well, let's just
factually
stick to the
untrue,
God
didn't
being
you?
a he. Let's stick to the God being a he.
So
The fact
you,
that you
if
call
God
Right.
was
What
a
God
about
a
woman, then you
Mary?
would
That's the
still be a
most
Christian.
powerful. That's the
Hold
most
on. So
powerful
if God,
person was
so
Mary.
let's just stick to how
hold
we
on. So if
relate to
God,
the God.
if God
Let's
was a
stick.
woman, then you'd still be a Christian.
No, I
You
wouldn't.
just traded in one system of
Even if
indoctrination for
if it
another.
was switched
That's
around
it.
and it was a female bias, I would still recognize the same thing that it's a
So no
man-made
male, no
God.
female. So all
I'm
right,
telling you that
okay,
it's a man-made God, that it's not a
all
real
right,
God up there. It's a man-made God. There is no
all right.
real
I
God up there
understand.
that's a he in
So
the sky
You, I,
doing
you,
wait a
I
minute.
got
things
it.
like
But
that.
I'm gonna
Daisy,
say
give
this,
me a second. Give me a
Rob.
second, man. You know
Yes,
I'll be
sir.
quick. You know I'll be quick. So if that's a man-made God, who the heck is your God? I'm curious to know.
Any God that I make up is a man-made God also, sir.
So you're agnostic?
No, I don't fall under no category like that.
Are you
I'm
atheist?
basically a seeker. I'm basically a seeker. I'm seeking, and if you have something that you're presenting, and I will search it out, and if it makes sense, I will cling to it. But if it doesn't, I'm going to reject it.
So basically, does he strike you as atheist or agnostic? I'm trying to pin him down. Go ahead, basic.
I'm not
He
atheist. I'm not agnostic either. I
no,
don't fall under
he's
no category
Why
like
do
that.
something have to
no, he
be
doesn't.
titled? Y'all that
He's rejecting. I know the ladies don't like titles, but Bert, he's somebody where he is an atheist.
are you
He
raking? What is
doesn't
going
believe in.
on?
Yeah, I got kids working in the background. I'm sorry about the background noise. The point I'm making to you is he's an atheist. He believes all gods are man-made and God doesn't exist. That's what he's come to. And so believing God doesn't exist makes you an atheist. He just doesn't like titles
I would
because he is
respect him
also a
more.
feminist.
I would respect him more if he would say it out of his mouth.
Well,
Yeah, he doesn't
I don't
like
really
titles
need
because he's a
respect, and I
feminist.
can tell you straight up, I'm definitely not a feminist. I'm not an atheist. I'm not. I know that there's a
Yeah.
lot.
Well,
I know that there's a lot more going on than what's going on this planet. I know for a fact that this is just a small speck of a planet in the middle of a vast universe. I know that, and there's a lot going on that we don't know. But the whole Bible God thing, that's man's way of trying to describe what's going on. That's all. And I don't have a problem with that. All I'm saying is that in my experience, that's like more of an elementary, even a nursery school level thing. Religion is nursery school type stuff when it comes to
I got it.
spirituality.
Ray, yeah, okay. So Ray, did Jesus exist or no? Curious.
No, Jesus was a typological construct. Jesus
Okay,
is
so
a
he did.
typological
So I'm
construct of,
asking you. Do you understand the question I just asked you?
yeah, I answered you.
Okay, and so you're saying so the answer then for you is no, correct?
No, that Jesus that's presented in the New Testament, no, that wasn't a real person.
Okay, all right, very good. So you disagree with all of the historians that study that period of time, right?
You're talking about a baby that was born from a woman that God got pregnant, right?
No, you. I'm talking about the person of Jesus. If you don't believe in the divinity of Jesus, that's your
Okay.
choice.
Well,
I'm
no.
asking about the no. Hold
But
on,
this is how
Ra,
he would even
Ra,
exist.
Ra, Ra, Ra,
I'm sorry, go
Ra,
ahead.
Ra.
I'm talking about the person of Jesus who was crucified under Pontius Pilate during the rule of Emperor Tiberius, who was written about from the annals of Josephus to Pliny the Younger to Tacitus,
All of
these
that.
third-party secular accounts. I'm talking about that man that was crucified. That is all false. That is a typology. It never actually happened that a man was crucified named Jesus of Nazareth. That is BS, correct?
I'm talking about that same man, and you tell me how he was
Answer the
born.
question I just asked you.
How was he born?
No, I don't. I'm not. I'll answer your question after you answer mine.
Well,
You're
well,
saying he
well,
doesn't
well,
exist, correct?
well. He has to be born to exist, right?
No, I'm not playing a game with you. I'm
This is not
asking
a
you a
game,
straight
sir. This
question.
is not
Well,
a game.
People
I
need to
need.
speak. Rod,
Hold
just
on,
answer
check
the
this out.
question.
Yeah, come on, bro. Just answer the
No, I
freaking
already answered
question,
the question.
bro.
I told you that that man did not exist, and I'm
Okay, all
asking
right.
you
So,
how he was born.
all right. I believe the scripture. So I believe that he was born of a virgin. You don't, and I accept that. So here's my next question to you then. So how do you square that the people who are secular, meaning they don't have any faith, they don't believe in Jesus, they're not Christians, they're not Jews, secular historians affirm the life of Jesus. They say that this person existed. You believe that your study and your knowledge is greater than historians who are secularists, who
No,
have
this.
no desire to prove or disprove. Allow me to finish the sentence.
I
Who
apologize.
who have no desire to approve or disprove the existence of Jesus. That you've got it figured out, and they're lost in the sauce. Correct?
Name one of the secular historians.
I just told you that you there. Hold on. There are tons of historians. I don't know
Name one.
historians. One moment.
Name
One moment. One
one.
moment. Check this out. I don't know the names of historians, but I can tell you the sources they use for their position. So the sources they use for their position, I mentioned before: Tacitus, Josephus, Pliny the Younger. There's several other. There's like 11 of them that I have access to that I can send you to that are secular, non-Christian, non-Jews that wrote about Jesus in or around the period of his life and a close enough proximity to him that are not scriptural based and a close enough proximity to him to affirm his existence. And there is greater proof for the existence of Jesus Christ than there is for Alexander the Great. There is greater proof for the existence of Jesus Christ than there is for any Caesar that ever was. So you're just your position, and I accept that this is your position because I talk to people all the time that believe all manner of things, right? But your position is you know better than historians who are non-secular, who have studied that period of time and come, or who are secular, have studied that period of time and have come to the conclusion that Jesus of Nazareth was a living human being that was crucified under Pontius Pilate. You know better, correct?
This is the crux of what I'm saying.
I
You
didn't think
don't.
so.
You know. I'm answering your
Got
question.
it.
We don't need to rely on the thought process of other people in order to understand reality. I will definitely. I
To
have studied.
understand history,
Listen. Let
you
me
need to
finish. Let me
check
finish. I
records,
let you
bro.
talk. I let you talk. So let me talk.
Yeah, to
I
understand
have.
history, you got to check
I
records,
let you
homie.
talk. Let me
Yeah.
just let me
Okay,
address
go
what you were
ahead.
saying, because
Yes.
I have examined the whole thing about Josephus, and I don't know if you know that the authorship of Josephus is seriously questioned when it comes to scholars, and they also say that there are Christian authors who have wrote those things down with a Christian bias. Josephus did not write what you're talking about, and that you have to know who wrote these things. You're talking about Pliny the Younger. You're talking about Tacitus. You're using these, and are you? Do you even have the documents that they're quoting, trying to say that Jesus existed because one word is on a document that says Jesus, and it doesn't say Jesus
Yeah,
because
I
his
follow
Damn,
name
you. Yeah,
G.
his name
absolutely.
wasn't even Jesus. His name wasn't even Jesus.
Yeah,
His,
I know.
his name.
I know it
So
wasn't. I know.
what
That's
was his
fine. You're
name?
not bringing the
What
cat
was
out
his
the bag.
name?
It
If you
was,
love him so much,
uh,
what was his name?
Yeshua. So what I'll do with you is I'll go ahead and I'm gonna just send this information to you because I followed you. You follow me back, and then I'll send the information to you. You said you're a data and evidence based person. Here's what I find is mostly true about people who have left the faith, who claim to be data and evidence based persons. No matter amount of data I can give them or evidence I can provide them to answer their questions, most of the time they can't accept it because most of the time, are church hurt. And that's what it really comes down to. And then when I talk to them about their understanding of doctrine, when I talk to them about their understanding of the character of God, when I talk to them about their understanding
of the system of faith that is laid out in the doctrine of the Bible, they don't have understanding. So I am going to connect with you, and I am going to right now, while we're here talking, send you that information so you can look it up yourself. And I'll be very interested to hear back from you about how you disqualify it. Okay?
Hey,
Okay,
let me say this real quick.
Thank
Let
you,
me say
brother.
this.
real quick though. I already followed you, and I want you to know that church hurt has nothing to do with this. This is a beautiful, exciting journey that I'm on. I'm actually searching and seeking of what is real and what is not real and what is true and what is not. When you start telling
And
Right.
me,
that's a
when you start telling
beautiful
me
thing.
about, when you start telling me about
That's a,
afterlife, and you start telling me about
yes, sir.
spiritual worlds and things that we can't see, I want to know what's real and what's not. I can't sit up here and just
I
accept
agree.
things based on excited people. I can't do that.
All right, so
I agree.
let
I
me say
don't
this.
function that way either. You
Yeah,
got to prove it to me, or else I won't accept it. So I agree with you, Ra. I'm going to give you the information that brought me to God, and
Yep,
then
yep.
I'd like to see you deconstruct it.
All right,
Nice, nice. Yeah.
let's
So
go Kevin, then Big Bro.
let me get gentleman out. Gentleman, I'm gonna switch you out real quick. I'm gonna let somebody up.
Oh, no
Then
I
let's
problem.
don't
get
Thanks
need
for
on
having
Big
me up.
Wall.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, I don't need to stay up here. Yeah, I
Oh,
came up by mistake anyway.
oh, okay. All right. Gentleman, you can come back up though. I thought
I
Sean
came
was
up
in the
by,
queue. Big Wall, go ahead. What you got, man? See if you can help see if you can. Nah, it's a wrap. And I got a
What you
question for all
mean?
the atheists, right? All the atheists, I got a question for y'all.
Hold on. Wait.
So,
so is
Before you
you,
so
do that,
are you an atheist?
hold on.
Are you an
Kevin,
atheist too, Big
hold
Bro?
on.
You
Before
atheist
y'all
too?
do anything, hold on. Before y'all do anything, because I have conversations with atheists, Christians, Buddhists, all. And one thing I ask anybody, if you tell me whatever you is and I respect that, and I tell you this is not what I am, give me the same respect. I'm not an atheist.
yeah.
I'm not none of that.
And
So don't put that on me.
hey, no, you know what? I agree with that. But once you talk against what somebody believe in, that's it's up from there. You know what I'm saying? So that don't work like that. What you're
Well,
not gonna do?
I ain't
No,
no
look. What
atheist,
you're
brother.
not gonna do? You can believe
I
what
ain't
you
no
want to
atheist.
believe, but what you're not gonna do is talk against what I believe because I will challenge you. So that's
It's
a
called
big
a
difference.
conversation, though.
That's no, that's
If you didn't want
not.
nobody to
That's
talk
not.
against, if you didn't want somebody to have a back and forth with
That
you, why
mean
would you
if
have
you
to
chose
promo
not to
it on
believe
the
it, don't
internet?
talk about it. That's what I say.
It
If you
doesn't work
don't
like
believe
that.
it, don't talk
It
about it.
doesn't work like that. Life does
Yes, it
not
do.
work.
You don't see me talking against Muslims and all them stuff. They do they thing. I let them believe what they believe.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
I'm not gonna tell them
Kevin,
what they
you may
meant
not
about
do
their
that.
book. Huh?
Kevin, you may not do that, but we know we live in
Yes. But that's
reality.
called
People do
respect right
it though.
there. That's called respect. But I'm not about to sit
Them
there and be
people do it
quiet.
regardless, though,
What
Kevin.
no, what's gonna
Just
happen
because
is
you
I
don't
don't
do it, don't mean it don't
look,
happen.
no, but that don't make sense. What I'm saying, if you respect respect my beliefs, don't talk against it in front of me like I'm not gonna say nothing. That's crazy.
But if I also believed it at one point, I'm not really talking against your religion. I'm telling you my
Then
experience
stay
and what
not
I believe.
believing it. You don't. Well, nobody want to hear your experience. It's obvious that other people got different experience than. So once you said you don't believe, and that okay, I'm gonna say
Oh,
that
so
you can tell
since
your
they don't
experience.
believe, they stop
Look,
believing, you don't fuck with them no more.
no. I'm gonna actually say this. Then you can say your experience though, but you're up for challenge from that point. So you can't get mad if you get
How
challenged
can
from
my experience be a
from your
challenge?
bad experience. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm getting to about that. But go ahead, Big Wall. You could go. Well, my question for the non-believers. Then I ask you, Big Wall. You can get in after that. And for the for the atheists, right, or whatever the ones that saying out whatever, where do y'all get y'all morals from? Because at least we can say where we get ours from. Where y'all get yours from? Or the non-Christians, let's say non-Christians, where y'all get y'all morals from?
Go ahead, Rob.
We get our morals from our parents, our ancestors. It's a natural thing to just in live
You
in
get it from
life where you living and you're surviving. You have cultural practices that just basically mold and shape the children
Rob.
to be moral.
Rob, how do you get your morals from your ancestors? How does that work?
My parents teach me right and wrong. They teach me not to touch hot fire.
You
They
said
teach me
parents.
not. They teach me.
You said parents and ancestors. So I'm wondering how, some
That's
dude from
down tradition.
Okay, well
1812
Is that
let
not
me
a
help you
passed
out.
down
concept?
morals to you.
Let me help you out.
Help
My
me out. Help
parents
me out.
and my parents had parents. Their parents had parents, and their parents had parents. So that's where the morals come from. That's all I'm saying.
Mm.
All right, so Mr. Ra, so if you were living back with the Philistines and they worshipped Moloch and they believed in sacrificing children and having sex with them, and that was part of their system of faith, then you, based off your logical standard for the basis of morality, that would be moral and fine, correct?
Go ahead, Rob.
I wouldn't say no. That's not going to be more than fine, and I think
Why
that
isn't it? Then if the basis of morality then is not social consensus, which is what you just said, right? Then what is the basis of it? Since obviously you just defied your initial premise. I'm listening.
honestly, I think it's a natural, innate sense that we have that we know what
A
right and wrong
natural
is.
innate sense. So
Right.
the social construct, the social and
But that's not what
spiritual
he said the first
concept.
time.
So listen,
I know it
if
ain't.
you
He's
if you
discovering this as
if
we're
you
talking.
if you came up under the time of, let's
He
say,
just freestyling.
well, you're
He
asking
just
me questions.
freestyling.
You're asking me questions. Well, I'm just
No,
basically
I
asking
asked
you
you
from
questions.
my perspective.
If you ask me
No,
a
the
question
problem is,
about
hold
where
up, Rob,
my if
Rob.
you ask me a
The
question about,
problem
yes,
is,
sir.
hold up, wisdom. The
One
problem
person at a
is,
time, now.
whoa, you're about to not to be a person up here at all. So
Man,
just
pull the
calm
tank, nigga.
yourself down.
Yeah.
Back to the streets. All right. So the problem is you are being inconsistent with yourself right now, Rob. Like in real time. So we're trying to like unravel that.
Yeah, if you told me the basis of your morality a
Yeah, come
moment
on,
ago
nah, Bert.
was that it came from your, what's up,
Let
Moses?
Elder rock with him. Let Elder rock
Yeah,
with him.
if a moment ago you were just asked where the basis of your morality came from, and then you said it came to me by my parents, right?
Right.
So that means you
Right.
believe it
Your
came
parents
from
teach you.
tradition.
Your parents teach you right and
Now,
wrong,
I'm not. We're
tradition,
not
culture,
asking where
etc.
we're not asking where. Yeah, we're not asking you where you learned right and wrong from. We're saying what is the basis of the foundation for right and wrong. That's what you were asked, and so what you gave was an answer that I thought you were saying was social, was a social consensus. People who are godless normally believe that right and wrong comes from social consensus, impact, or preference. If you like it enough, then it's right for you. If you love it, it's right for you. You can do it because it's right for you. That's why you love it so much, right? That's one, right? That's called preference. The other one is consensus. Hey, if we can get enough people to agree it's okay, then eating babies should be just fucking fine, right? That's consensus. The third thing is impact. Well, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect me. So because it doesn't affect me, it's fine. And when you have a society of people who function that way, you typically get a very immoral society because all that really is subjective morality really just means justify anything you can get away with. And that's what people end up doing. They
I mean,
end up
it's
justifying
amorality.
their
It's
preferences.
amorality. It's
Yes,
amorality at the end of the
yes,
day.
yep. It's amorality. So we're asking you what the foundation of right and wrong for you is, not who taught you not to touch hot stoves.
You talking
So
to
you're a
Tashonda?
philosophical guy.
You talking about the Tashonda,
What'd you say
Elder?
there, brother?
You talking to Tashonda?
Yeah, I'm talking to Tashonda in the bottom.
Hey,
Yeah, my
Tashonda.
brother
Hey, let
Tashonda.
me. So here, the question is posed. What do you verify as right and wrong according to your moral, ethical, value compass?
Yeah, where does it come from for you?
Where does it come from for you?
We're listening, brother Ra. Where does it come from? What's
It
the
come.
basis of where right and wrong comes from for you, brother Ra?
Where do you
I,
derive?
I already answered the question. I mean, you're answering it. You're asking it in like
Well,
50
look, hey,
different ways,
look.
but I already
I
answered
just
it.
got here. I just got
You
here.
think it's a spiritual evolution
No,
or
no, no,
something?
no, no. It's not spiritual evolution. As far as right and wrong, that's through trial and error, and people actually get that from their parents
Okay,
and
well,
from their
hold on,
culture.
hold on. Let me stop you with you right there. So you said right and wrong for you comes through trial and error. Yeah.
For everybody, for you too.
No, it don't come from me. For me too.
I guarantee you it does.
No. I'm saying you can't speak for me.
No, I guarantee you it does though. You
No,
you
I'm
can't
saying,
you can't go any other way.
I'm saying you can guarantee that, and you will still be wrong because I
Well,
had a
prove.
God before I had a consciousness of what would be considered as right and wrong. You can't
And did
determine that for me.
you have to try that, God? Did you have to figure it out?
No, you're not listening to me. You didn't hear me. You didn't hear me. You didn't hear me, bro.
No, I heard you. I'm
Yeah,
asking
he's
you.
not gonna have a
I'm asking you.
yeah.
Did you learn about this God through trial and error?
Did I learn
No,
about the God through
we're
trial
having
and
a
error?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That's why I said it applies to you too.
Wait, hold on.
All right,
Explain that to me.
that's
Explain that to me now.
You
Wait, hold
just
on.
answered the
no
question.
Explain that to me now. Explain that to me. You said you.
Moses. This is a
Wait, hold on.
this is a
Elder,
rabbit
hold
hole.
on. Can I?
It's a rabbit hole that's going to let him out. Moses. It's a rabbit hole that's going to let him out of the position he's in, and the
Let me
position
out.
he's
I'm not in a
is
position,
where.
sir.
Yep, I got it, Ra. The question still remains: where is the basis of right and wrong for you?
I'm telling you, it's through trial and error.
Trial and error means test. So test means
Yes.
there's a right answer and a wrong answer. Where does that right answer come from? The
And it
question
is and
still
it is
remains. That
subjective.
wasn't an answer that was word
Morality
salad.
will be
Okay,
subjective,
so it's
whether you like
subjective.
it or not. It's going to be subjective. You can say you have
Okay,
objective
so
morality.
if we put you back, all right.
So Jamie,
So if we,
you're saying that your morality is dependent upon what is right and wrong based upon.
How I learned through trial and error. Yeah, how I learned through trial and error.
Stop. Based
yeah,
upon subjection, though. In other words, what you dictate is right, or what you dictate is wrong. Yes.
Definitely.
Go ahead, Black.
right?
Go ahead, Black Jesus.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And,
So
and
yeah.
listen,
So
real
right.
quick.
So you
Let me add to it.
Wait, hold
go
on.
ahead.
Wait, hold on. You can't add to it because that was the only question I asked you. Now let
give a caveat to it as far as our situation in America and in this country.
I don't want no situation in America.
Okay, well, cool.
Now
No
talk to
problem.
him.
Yeah.
Now talk to him.
problem.
We understood now what you
Yeah. So
go ahead.
So morality, yeah. So morality is subjective, right? It comes from whatever people want to make it, okay? Because there is no thing that is actually right or wrong. So when the people who worship Moloch were eating babies, when they were setting them on fire to bring good crops, okay, when they were unaliving children and child sacrifice, that was moral at that time.
They
When we were
thought
being
they saw it
enslaved,
as right.
when we were being enslaved in America, right? The majority of white people, they were the majority of the country. There was only a couple million black people in the country, right? I think about 4 to 5 million slaves during the period of time that slavery existed,
Elder, hold
right?
on. And
And
all the
so
way back.
that was fine. That
Goes
wasn't
all the way.
immoral
That goes
because
all the way back to biblical
You're
times. That goes all the
no,
way back to biblical times in Deuteronomy 28:68. So what you're saying is all of that is
yep, that's perfectly moral by Ra,
No, I'm not saying that.
correct?
I'm saying that it was. I'm saying,
Ra,
listen to me. Listen to me.
we listen. Go ahead.
Because there were no immediate consequences to the people who were doing that. They felt that it was okay to do
No.
it.
I'm not asking you.
But that's what
ain't
I'm
nobody
answering,
asked
though.
you
That's what
they.
I'm telling you.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
Wait, stop though. That's not what he asked you. He didn't ask you what those people felt like. He asked you, number one, if you have a moral compass. Number two, if that moral compass is based upon something, in other words, do you get it from somewhere else? And if you don't, fine. And if you do, explain to us where that place is.
We already answered that question. We came to the conclusion that
We didn't come to no conclusion.
I
Yeah.
already told you that all morality is subjective.
All right.
You guys would say
All right.
Hold on,
So, Ra,
right here.
Yeah. So Ra, here's the question I got for you. Okay, can you see how in a society it would be incredibly problematic if the society just decided what was right and wrong and there was no standard external to society? If groups of people can decide to enslave other groups of people or delete children to sacrifice? Do you see how bad it is when there is no God? There isn't even a chance for it to be right because you're going to have people who come up with stuff like that and people who think like you can justify it. You see how that's a big issue, right?
But you have to answer the question of the laws that are in the country that we're living in right now. How do they come to those conclusions?
We're not talking about law. We're talking about morality.
Yeah, we're not talking about.
This is where we're living.
Morality and law
has a lot to do with the law, like the laws that govern us.
If you're Ra, just trust me. Philosophically, okay, if we're talking about the philos of morality, okay, we're not talking about laws. So we're not going to have a conversation about legality or how to govern a state. We're talking about morality, right and wrong. Okay, and that is a philosophical question. So brothers, stay in a philosophical space with me right now. I am asking you, can you see how problematic it is for human beings to determine right and wrong for themselves because of the stuff we come up with.
And I
Ra.
am responding to you in the same way as I responded to you before. Human beings are going to be the ones who set the standards. And you're going to learn through trial and error, and it's going to be subjective. Now, if you want to put an
Can
invisible,
you
real quick,
Ra,
if you
hold
want to
on.
put an
Can,
invisible
Ra,
person in the
Ra,
sky and say
hold
that they're
on.
giving you an
Ra,
objective morality,
Ra,
then you could do
Ra.
that, but it's still going to be subjective.
I hate muting people. I don't like pushing that button. Ra, can you repeat back to me the question that you heard?
Yeah, give me the question I just asked you, brother.
Yeah, give me the question, please.
I can't give you the question. I'm too busy
I know
answering.
because you didn't. No, because you can't answer a question that you don't know what it is, Ra. So the real thing is you've got something you want to say and you're not answering the
No,
damn
because
questions.
this is the thing. You keep asking the same question in different ways, and I'm telling you that it
Then
all
tell me
comes
what that
down to.
question was.
I'm telling you
What's
that it
that
all comes
question?
down. My answer is going to always be
Don't
the
tell me.
same.
Don't
Real
I didn't
quick,
ask
real
for
quick.
your answer. I asked you what's the question.
What do you mean you didn't ask for my answer? You're asking a question. I have to
No,
answer it.
I'm talking. No, I'm telling you right now that I don't think you know the question I asked you.
Okay, well, ask
So
it
I
again.
don't think your answer. No, I won't. I
Make
want you to
it. Just make
admit
it
you don't
simple.
know. I
Make it
want.
simple
No,
because
stop.
I
No,
don't want to feel
no,
like I'm talking to my
Ra.
girl. Like
No,
I'm,
Ra, you're
no,
doing a whole
make
lot
Ra.
it
of tap
Ra.
simple.
I don't
dancing,
care.
sir.
Yeah, yeah,
Ra,
Ra. I
please take
just
your
want you
tap
to
dancing shoes
Ra.
off.
Yeah, for us to move forward, you need to admit, hey, I don't remember the question. I was just talking.
Okay. Hey, I don't remember the question. I was just talking. Can you please ask it again?
There you go. Yeah, yeah.
Go
Do you
ahead.
see how bad society? Yeah, I will. I'm answering. I'm doing it right now. Right? Can you see how bad society gets when there is no moral standard that is set for human beings outside of what human beings can justify? Can you see that?
And that's why I said I don't need to know that question to have
Can you
already
say
answered it.
yes or
I'm
no,
telling you
man?
to
Stop
say,
tap dancing,
uh,
man. It was simple. Stop tap dancing. Yes or no?
I have to say no because it's subjective.
All right, understood. All right.
Morality is
So
subjective. What
I
do you
got it.
mean?
I
Like
got
I'm
it.
trying to figure because you know the man with the mustache, the man with the mustache, and how he got people to do what he wanted them to do. It got real bad with him, right? And
Yep.
there was a lot of people following him, and it got real bad. But
Sure. Yep.
eventually, yeah, but eventually, things changed because people
What does that have to
realized
do with
that
anything?
it
Hold
has
on.
everything to do.
Let
It
him
has
get him.
everything
Let
to
me
do with
get
what
him
we're
on
talking
that. Do you
about.
know
I'm
how
basing.
people followed him? Hold on. Do you know how he got his people to follow him
Okay, wait, well,
after
let
they
me
got
just
bad for him?
let's
Because I
end it real
read the
quick.
book.
I just want to end it real quick just by asking you guys: is morality subjective or objective?
It is objective.
And what's the object that
Objective.
Morality
we're?
is
And what's the
objective.
object? What's the object?
Morality flows from the character and state of being of God Himself. And it is the basis of the creation that He made.
Everybody doesn't believe in this God, sir, so it's subjective.
That's not
I'm going
how
by
it
the
goes.
everybody, man.
Not everybody believes in your God, so
You
morality is
get
subjective.
That
You
hold on,
you
check
say
this
that
out.
so,
If you
you
don't
the
say that
problem.
believe,
The
you
hold
problem
on. If
is.
you don't stop for a
Hold on.
second,
I see
Rod.
the
If you
problem.
don't believe if you don't believe that the sun in the sky is made out of plasma, and you believe it's made out of cotton candy, that doesn't change the basis of the sun in the sky. That just means you're an idiot.
no, but
That's
that's
all
the
that
sun in
means.
the sky.
Stop,
I
stop,
feel the heat
stop,
from the sun in the
stop,
sky.
stop,
You're talking about a
stop,
concept.
stop, 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 stop speaking. Stop for a second. Whether or not people believe in something that is true doesn't determine whether or not it's true. You may think that because you believe in subjective morality, subjective reality, nothing is objective. I get it. It is feminist thinking, it's progressive feminist thinking to believe that there is no objective standard, no objective reality, no objective morality, no objective anything. Everything is up for interpretation because that is my justification for doing whatever the hell I want, no matter how it affects other people. So I understand exactly what you're saying, but ignorance of of what the sun is made out of doesn't change the nature of the sun. And ignorance of what God's character is doesn't change God's character. And ignorance of what subjective morality is doesn't change it for you just because you don't know. You have to know that, right?
Can I respond to you?
Sure.
Um, so you're on a point where you're still believing that there's a person in the sky that gives you something to look at to in a book where you have
Who
as
said he's in the
as
sky, man?
objective
Where'd you get that from?
objective. All right, well, not in the sky, but
Hold
you
on.
have a person. You have
Where'd
a
you get that from?
well, you get your information from the
Where'd you
book,
get he's in
regardless.
the
So
sky?
let's just say the book. You say that the information in the book gives you objective morality, and all the world should read this book and they should base their morality on this book. I'm saying that people grow past that, whether you like it or not, and that's more of an
Would the world be a
elementary.
better place if they did?
That's more of an elementary level,
Would
not
the
even
world be a
elementary, but
better place if it did?
that's more of a
Let me
nursery
ask you a
school.
question. You said you like trial and error. Would the world be a better place if it was based on Christian moral ethics? You said you base things on trial and error. What is a better system of behavior than Christian moral ethics? You studied it for 20 years. You're a Seventh-day
No,
Adventist.
sir, the world does
Obviously, you
not
know
listen.
Christian moral ethics, right?
Let me answer you. The world does not need to be a cult. The Catholic Church tried that.
I
They
didn't
tried
ask
to
you
actually.
that.
Yeah,
I
no, you
didn't
did.
ask you that. I
You
didn't ask
did.
you
Who
that.
said the Catholic
No, I
Church
did not.
is
I asked
Christian?
you.
You,
Yeah,
you
Where you
I
get that
didn't
from?
ask
the
you
world does
about a
not need to
church.
follow. The
Didn't
world
ask you
does
about
not
a
need to
Hold on,
church,
hold
follow.
on.
Joey.
You said
Did
Catholicism.
I
Hold on, hold
asked
on.
you
Let's
whether or
deal with
not
that.
the
You
world would be a
said
better place
Catholicism.
if they accepted the Christian moral ethic?
Do you
No, I
see the
said
Would the
deflection
world be
though?
a better place
the
if they
Catholics
accepted the
tried
You
to
Christian
said
moral
control.
ethic?
The
you said
Catholics tried to
Christian, but you went to
control.
Catholicism. Why are you talking
Catholicism
about
is the
Catholicism?
crux. Well, that's the
No, it
birthplace
ain't.
of
That come
Christianity.
from
Yes, it is.
no. That come. You talking about Pope Alexander the Sixth, which uses son. If you read the Roman papacy, it has nothing to do with Christianity, man, at all.
All
He
Protestant
used this.
denominations come out
He
of the
used his
Catholic
son.
Church.
No,
You're all children of the Catholic Church. You
who
are
talk?
all children of
Who
the
talking
Catholic
about
Church.
denominations? Talking about denominations. We
Yeah,
talking about
don't get
God,
into
man.
that conversation.
Do you know the
Exodus,
history?
don't. Yeah,
Keep it tight.
yeah,
All right.
Exodus, don't fall into that.
All
Yeah,
right.
don't fall into that conversation with them. Make
All I'm
them
saying
answer
is
the
that
other question.
all I'm saying is
Ra, Ra,
All
it's
right.
not healthy to try to
Ra.
put
We got it. We got it.
your
Ra,
view
let's
of
say let's
morality on
Ra.
everybody else.
I got it. Ra, let me. I got it. You don't think people should force their view of morality on everybody else? We didn't talk about forcing anything. Okay. If everybody in the world came to the conclusion that the doctrine of the Bible, the moral ethical framework of the Bible, was the best way to operate, would the world be a better place?
No.
Okay. So what issue do you have with the moral ethical doctrine of the Bible?
The world is the best place that it could
Good
be
question.
already. And this is what I'm saying. You're not we're
No,
not going to try to
don't
change
answer a
the
different
world.
question. Answer the question I
Okay,
asked you, please.
go
Out
ahead.
of
Ask it again.
respect for the quality of conversation we're
Specifically,
attempting to tell me what your issue is. I'm going to ask this question again. I want you to pay attention to it so you don't fool of yourself the way you did last time by talking about stuff I didn't ask you about and then ultimately not even being able to remember the freaking question. So I'm asking you, okay, what problem do you have with the moral ethical system of the Bible, of Jesus Christ? What do you think he got wrong about how we should treat each other? Give it to me.
I'm not making any objections to the moral ethical system of Jesus Christ. I'm just saying that we should not try to
Well, that
control a
was the
person.
basis of the question because that's what you said.
can
Let
you
me
I
help
answer
didn't.
you.
We
the
didn't. We
question, bro?
nobody talked about. Hey, because nobody.
You're
Because
asking
nobody asked you.
questions. What can I
Ra,
answer you? No, I
Ra,
can't answer.
nobody asked you. No, no, you can't. No, I don't want to. I'm controlling the conversation. No, you can't
Okay, I
answer my question
appreciate
by
you
talking
saying
about
that. I
something I
appreciate
didn't
you saying
ask you
that. Go ahead.
about. Right. Yes, correct. You cannot answer questions about things I am not talking about and did not ask you about. I didn't talk about world conquest. I didn't talk about conversion through the sword. I didn't talk about forcing people to believe in Christianity. So I don't want to hear anything about it.
Okay.
Okay. I want you to answer specifically the questions I'm asking you.
In the
Okay. So
way
I'm
that,
asking
okay, go
you,
ahead.
you said, no, I'm not in the way, just directed at what I'm talking about. If I ask you about the moral ethical system of Christianity and then you talk about converting people to the sword, we are not talking about the same effing thing, bro. So that's not me trying to force you to answer my questions the way that I want to. That's me trying to get you to talk about what I'm asking you about.
Okay, can you define the moral
So what
ethical
I'm
system of
asking you about is
Christianity?
what
Help me to
problem do
understand
you
what that
have with the
is.
Christian
When you
moral ethical system? Tell me what
okay,
your issue is with
okay.
that.
Well, first explain what it is. What
Hold
is
on,
the
hold on,
Christian?
hold
So
on.
that's
What is
okay.
Let me do what
Okay,
you
You
just
look,
said.
look,
studied
look.
it
What
for
did you just
20
Hold
say?
up,
years.
y'all. Hold up, y'all.
There
So
Hold
you
on.
from this point,
Well,
this
this
proved
Hold
the
on, hold
point.
on. Hold
You
on.
This
Here
studied
it is.
you
from this point, he's already proven that he
hold on,
don't.
hold on. You
He
studied it for
proved it.
20 years.
He said he don't
That's what I'm
know.
about to get
Ra,
to. Right? He said he
the
don't know,
basis
and he said
He
he
got a
the
studied it.
problem with
basis of
something
Right?
he
you
don't know.
feeling
I mean,
Devin trying to
you
talk,
have,
guys.
from what I
Yo,
understand,
Devin.
as far as
Devin's
what
trying to.
Christian
Hold on,
morals would
Rob.
be.
Hold on, Rob.
Yeah. I was
Hold
just
on,
about to.
Rob.
That's the point I was about to get
Kevin,
to.
go ahead.
That's Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Yeah, it's a wrap. Yeah, I see why
yeah.
Sean's saying what he said though. Because it's like he keep contradicting himself. He said that he studied it, and then he get asking questions like, "Well, what part?" So it's obvious that he's he just lying. That's what it is. I'm sorry to
You don't
say
know
that
what
this,
it
but you
is.
just lying. That's what it is
Yeah.
because you don't ask a question of what
Exactly.
part and all that other stuff. So from this point, yeah, I'm gonna just leave it alone because we just stuck. We trying to force something. He got his mind made up. That's
Yeah.
just all that is
Stay,
from this point.
hey, Rob, so check this out. Here's what we're gonna do. You make sure that we stay in touch with each other because I want to explain to you what that moral ethical system is. I want to give it to you and go through it with you, and I want you to tell me what you think is wrong with it. Because it's a perfect moral ethical system. It's the greatest moral ethical system that's ever been created. It's better than materialism and humanism and virtue ethics. It's better than utilitarianism. It's better than feminist progressive ethics. It's better than all of them, demonstrably. So I want to have a conversation with you about Christian moral ethics so that you can understand it. Now, just in case you want to study up on it, do you know where you would go to see the ethical framework laid out by Jesus? Where would you go? Mister, I studied the Bible for 20 years and I'm a Seventh-day Adventist. And if you know what that means, then you know I know the Bible. Where would
Right.
you go to see the full moral ethical framework of Jesus Christ? Where?
You're talking about something from your perspective, a full moral ethical
No,
framework.
I'm
That's
not
not
talking
what
about.
we're talking
Stop.
about.
Stop talking. Stop. I've had enough. Mute this man.
Okay, that's cool.
It's in. It's
No,
stop. Mute him. Mute him. Mute
That's what
him.
I'm
I've had
saying.
Hey,
enough.
You just pissing
It
your own
has
yeah,
self
it's
mute
a
him.
off
wrap,
from this
man.
point.
Mute
That's
him.
what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
That's so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rob.
let's.
Rob.
Hey, it
Look.
ain't even
Watch
fair no
this.
more.
Watch this.
It's not even fair
Brother.
no more, man.
Rob. Brother Exodus. Brother Exodus. You're somebody who studies the Bible, right?
Most definitely.
It, yeah, if I wanted to hear the greatest sermon ever preached, okay, on moral ethics, period, in the Bible, where would I
okay. So you're
go?
talking about Matthew 5.
There we
What the?
go. End of the conversation.
No, but I don't know what
Man.
you're talking about because you're talking about. All you have to do is just say Matthew 5. You don't have to do all of that. That was too much.
No. I don't have to. I don't have to do any of that. If you studied the Bible for 20 years, then
But
you
we
would know the
don't.
Sermon on the Mount. Stop talking, Ra, because you don't know
You
what you're
talking about the
talking about, and you're only
Beatitudes.
embarrassing yourself. Yeah,
The
bro. Yeah.
Beatitudes, brother.
If you want to hear the moral ethical framework of Jesus Christ, then you read the Sermon on the Mount, which starts at Matthew 5 with the Beatitudes.
But that goes
So
back to
if you
Exodus
don't
20.
know that, Ra, stop. Stop, because you're just making yourself look silly because the people around you know enough to know you don't know what you're talking
No,
about.
that's cool,
If
but it
you
goes
want
back
to
to
know,
Exodus 20.
stop, brother. Stop. If you want to know the moral ethical framework of the Bible, then read the Sermon on the Mount.
All
And
right,
if you didn't know that, now you know that. So you can, at least you can know
can I
what
respond?
you spent all this time. Stop. At least you can know what you spent all this time rejecting and saying wasn't good enough and saying that you spent 20 years studying and you're qualified to
Right.
disagree
Can I
with.
respond?
At
Can I
least you'll
respond
know
by
what it is. Because
by
right
just taking
now,
just
because
taking
right
two
now,
things
because right,
just taking two
because right
things from
now,
that. Two things from that.
yeah,
You got the attorney
go
of the
ahead.
cheek. You got the attorney of the cheek principle. You got the love your enemy principle. And you're saying to
N-
me that is
No,
objective morality. We should all
no.
do that.
No. That's the
This
only
comes
two
from
things you
Matthew
know
5.
of it.
No,
Stop,
no,
stop,
no, no. This
stop,
comes from Matthew 5.
stop. Yeah, I got it. It's there's a whole lot more in that scripture than turn the other cheek and love your enemy. Whole lot more in there. So you just don't know what you're
No,
talking
but I'm
about.
just pulling out two
So what's your
pieces
problem with that, man?
that
Since
make
you
it
Yeah.
that
just
make it
now saying
subjective.
something you
Listen,
haven't.
I'm not
Since
turning
you
the
just
other cheek.
now.
I'm not
No,
turning the other
just
cheek.
Yeah.
Okay, there
hey,
it goes.
just
You
So
don't know
that's the
what turning
thing.
the other
That's the
cheek
we
thing.
finally
means.
got something.
Yeah,
So
you don't
that's
even
the
know
We
what
finally
that's
turning the
got
other
something.
cheek
that's the
means.
No,
point.
all I'm saying is
He
this is
might have
relative.
Right.
read it
Yeah.
right. He
My
might
point
have
is
read
that
it
it's
because he can
No,
subjective.
he
quote a
don't even
couple.
know what turn the other cheek means.
Right, he
He
don't
don't even
but
know what it means. Yeah,
Okay,
you don't
okay.
know what
but I
turn
was
the
about
other
to say
cheek
it sounds
I
means.
like he studied
I can
enough
explain that in
just to
boxing.
get because it went against his
He
flesh,
ain't
right?
studied nothing.
Yeah, right.
No, no,
Yeah,
no,
I'm just
I
no.
saying
can
a
He ain't
little
explain
bit
the
he
turn
read.
of
studied
the
nothing.
cheek
I
with
mentioned
boxing.
All
Sermon
right,
on the
y'all. I'm
Mount,
not
and
literally
he
about to
mentioned
talk
those
over.
two
I'm not about
things.
to talk all over y'all, dog.
Yes,
For
sir.
real.
My
I'm
bad,
just saying,
Kevin.
and it's okay though. I'm just saying that overall, it
You got
sounds
it,
like
Kevin. My bad, brother.
from what. Now you good, bro. I was about to say that overall, the fact that he mentioned those couple things, it just showed that he just against. He just don't want to follow it because it goes against his flesh. He came out with his own mouth and said that I'm not about to turn the other cheek. So that's he want to stay in his flesh ways. If it don't satisfy or validate his flesh, he's going to search for something else. That's the thing. So the it's cool. I guess let them do that though. But that's my thing. My thing is don't just say that the Bible is a lie and all this other stuff and it don't make no sense.
Respectfully,
I don't want to believe it. No, you just don't want
respectfully,
you just don't want to follow it. That's all it is. It's okay to
respectfully,
say that.
host. This is not even about me following and not following. All I'm talking about is freedom of
Because
thought.
from this point,
Following and not following.
all we was doing was challenging you on what you were saying, why you didn't believe it. Or we was trying to give you reasons of
Listen,
why
I want
you
I
should
want you
believe
to
it.
yeah, I want you to prosper in what you're doing. That's cool. You guys proselytize people and do whatever you got to do. But
Did you say want or won't?
I want you to prosper in whatever
With
you're
an
doing.
A.
Do that. But I'm just saying, me
Okay.
personally, I'm just saying that my journey is beyond the whole religious thing, and it's more to it than that. That's all I'm saying. It's not to be
Let's
limited,
Or religion.
not to lock your mind up and be indoctrinated and just following the whole indoctrination. That's my thing.
Who's
I'm
talking
not
about
I'm not
religion though?
I don't have a problem with
Hey,
what you guys do. That's
Who did Christ have a
but I'm
problem
just
with?
saying, freedom of
Hold
thought
on, hold on, brother.
comes
Hey,
before
hold
religion,
on,
in my opinion.
hold on. Who did Christ when Christ was walking this earth? Who did he have a main problem with? Was it the sinners? Who do you think he had a
nobody.
problem with? Can you
Yeah,
answer
the
that
problem
question?
with the scribes and Pharisees, the people, the religious leaders.
And who are those? Exactly. So who's talking religion there? We got a problem with religion. You can make
No,
religion
I
out of
mean
football.
we are definitely talking religion. If we was to like be talking like spiritual principles, we wouldn't even be so offended by these things.
Man, demons are spirits too. So specifically, what spirit are you talking about? If you're talking about spirituality,
But that's subjective too. I mean, when you talk about demons, have
no,
you ever
that's not
met a demon?
subjective.
How
Have
could
you ever
demons
met
be
a demon?
subjective?
Yeah,
Have you ever met
we're
a
talking
demon?
one right now.
You're talking about something that doesn't
We're talking
exist.
one right now. A
Nah,
seducing
I'm not gonna
spirit
go
right
that
Oh,
far.
now.
I'm I'm
I don't think
And I
that's
I'm
our
said it.
judgment. Yeah, it's not
I'm
our
a
judgment.
seducing spirit. I'm a
No,
demon.
I said
Like,
it.
yeah, but that's
No,
subjective. That's what
no,
I'm
I'm
saying.
not saying you are.
You
No, no,
prove
listen.
it
You
though.
don't listen. No,
Okay,
you
it's
don't
in.
listen long enough to get the understanding. You think
No, I
I'm
got
calling
you.
you a
It's
demon.
in me
Nope.
using me, and it needs to
I'm
get out of me,
calling
right?
something that's coming. Nope. I'm calling something that's coming against true doctrine a demon. Everybody can get used, even the people that say they are of God, if they not in the truth.
Some people just confused, man, or just don't know. I wouldn't say it's demonized or
But
whatever.
God
Some
is
people
not the
just don't
author
know.
of confusion.
That's
So
okay.
that's another. Everything
That's
is
okay. But
spiritual,
I think
brother. Everything is.
we all was learning from as a kid, so we were confused though. So that's just like I mean impossible to not be confused. Like we didn't all come with the
Yeah,
brain we got
everything is
now.
spiritual.
Yeah, so it's okay. It's
I,
just he got a lot more to learn. He might have to do another 20 more years.
That's
That's all
funny
I'm
because
saying.
I
I
feel the
got used
same. I
too,
feel the
brother.
same way about you guys. I feel like
So
you're
Yeah,
still
that's
in the
so
cool.
old
so if
dirt.
you feel like you attacked, brother,
No, I
if
feel
you
like
feel
you're
like you attacked,
no, not
no,
attack. I
listen,
just feel
listen,
like
brother.
I feel like
If
you
you
guys
feel
are
like you
in more of
attacked, guess what?
the
I
nursery
got
school
used too, brother.
phase.
I got used too, brother. When I was ignorant, when I operating with the spirit, guess what? I get used. That's the reason why when Jesus looked at Peter, he didn't say get behind me, Peter. He said get behind me, Satan. That's how he was able to have compassion on the person, but be able to identify and separate the person from the spirit that was using him at that moment. Anybody can get used, brother.
All right. So yeah, all right, we gonna just lay off on that
Hey,
situation. We did
it was a pleasure. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go, but it was a pleasure talking to y'all. Y'all take it easy, my brother.
for sure, for sure,
It's
for
all
sure.
about just
You
scholarly
too,
study.
brother.
But this really the
I'm not trying to get
conversation
emotional or nothing
wasn't
like that.
No,
about
we cool. We cool.
yeah, that's cool. I was about to say, but the conversation, it ain't just like somebody mentioned earlier. This is not just for just only these few people that have been talking. It's for everybody that's really listening too, though. So you can learn when to challenge things, when you what you should basically y'all can pick what y'all want to pick overall, right? Because it's obvious some people pick their sides or whatever the situation, if it's a side. But overall, we're just trying to bring or educate for the things we know, just like and challenge the things that he knows. So that's all that really is, though. So it's up to y'all to believe what y'all feel is true or not. All we can do is just try to say that, shoot, hey, God works. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to believe it or not, but shoot, he works. All these people that's church hurt and all this other stuff, they got to go against it. Let them stay hurt. I mean, they want to do fleshly things. We done proved that all today. Everybody want to just work with their flesh, and if it don't, like I said, if it don't validate their flesh and tell them what they want, they gonna be like, oh, ain't no such thing. I don't believe it or whatever. I mean, it's easy for anybody that's on a human to do that, but it's hard to sit there and discipline yourself, and yet y'all want to be the same ones holding people accountable and checking other people and all this stuff. And women need to do this, and man, what the heck is y'all running y'all mouth for then? Where you get your stuff from? Who said who said women was wrong and men was wrong? If you don't have no solid thing, if everything's so subjective, which would be a scary thing for morality to be subjective, then that's a lost type world. So we got to believe in something that is right or wrong. We can't be like, well, I think this is wrong and you think that's right and all that stuff. That's crazy. That means you don't stand on nothing. Once again, why run your mouth then if you don't know what right or wrong is? That means you just need to stay in the corner somewhere and hope that whatever goes don't happen to you, happen to you. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise they're like, well, that's right. That was right that it happened to you. I don't believe that's wrong. You know what I'm saying? So that's all that is, though. So everybody want to have those beliefs and stuff. Hey, good luck. That's all I can say. At least we can say where our stuff kind of came from, or whoever. That's all I'm saying.
Can I ask a question? Right on the job. Can you gentlemen address this that the white people wrote the Bible? You two at the top.
It's
So what's
funny
it?
how they. I love when they say that. Ah, man, I love that
Can y'all
question.
address this?
It's
That
funny.
white people wrote the Bible.
That's
I
funny.
don't feel like
It's
teaching
crazy
today.
how.
I'm gonna sit and be
It's
quiet.
crazy. It's crazy how the Holy Scriptures. First of all, it's called the Holy Scriptures. You know, if you read the Bible itself, it don't say nothing about the Bible. It says holy text, holy scriptures, the scrolls, the sticks. All right. It's crazy how the original text come from Ethiopia, which is a land that wasn't even colonized, but they already believed in Christ during that time. And also here on Turtle Island, which is called America today now, that we already had the text on in stone. We already had them on plates and everything. And they see what happened is they took our own stuff, stole it, you know what I'm saying, and put it in some other writings, which they still wanted to use it because they know it's power, and then presented it back to us like it didn't come from us. So it's called bait and switch. So now when you see your own thing, you think that's not yours. They did that on purpose. That's the reason why the book of Maccabees tell you that they stole the ancient text, which they took that out of the Holy Scriptures too. Before 1611, it was already in there because they wanted to hide them faces. What they say in Maccabees, it says they took the holy books and painted their faces on there, so you would think it came from them, which that is your ancestors writing what they have experienced, which came from the Holy Spirit. And it's crazy how people in other regions, times, and this and that all have the same story. Hey, if they did something back in high school, no, middle school, back in the day, where if you tell a kid a story and then you pass it down through the circle, the story is gonna change. But it's funny how these people that wasn't even in the same region, same time, and everything, but the story never changed. And guess who was backing them up? People that's actually really there was writing it down, and actually they had other people that was there that was to test them to see if they on point, and it never failed. All these people had the same story. Why? Because they had the same spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh. You cannot hide your head in a hole and think that the robber ain't in the room and think he ain't there because you just choose to hide your head in the hole. Guess what? He's still there. The Holy Spirit do exist.
Yeah. All right, so let's just get this last part of this. We basically done did the last one, and we talk about that all dang on day for the most of the day. So what I'm gonna do, y'all, because yeah, I'm trying to refresh off this. I said I got another topic because we could do this last run through with this one, with this why are people single? Why are so many people single if horoscopes is real? Once we do that one with everybody, I'm gonna refresh and do a whole nother topic. I'm actually gonna shut down and come back. And if y'all come back, y'all come back. Y'all don't, y'all don't. Uh, yeah, because I'm getting a headache now off this. I ain't think it's gonna be like that. So let's start with game time and up, and then we go to Miss Matt and then end it with Exodus. So game time. Why are so many people single if horoscopes are real?
Because man, it's not real. You know, I think I'm gonna have to say the same thing I said earlier. Because when you're looking at horoscopes and you're trying to identify an individual based on what the horoscopes say, it's just it's not logical, man. Like I get it. Like you can read a horoscope and it may sound like how you was feeling that day, but I could do the same thing. Like for instance, if I talk to anyone for more than 2 hours, I can basically manipulate you and make you feel a certain type of way because now I understand who you are as an individual, and now I can trick you to be like, you know what, you did this because of this day, or you did this because the sun came up at a certain point in time, or it rained today, and because you felt like that, that's why it rained.
Mm.
And then now you're single because now you're believing in something that's trying to tell you who you are. No, that's not even the case. Basically, they're easily swayed, they're easily to be manipulated, and obviously they don't really actually even deserve a relationship. They should be who they are. They should be used and abused and move on to the next.
Yeah. Let me say this to Butterfly. I see Butterfly in the comments though. So she was wondering how this correlate. Because this how I show that people just use some horoscopes as sound bites. So the point of horoscopes, right? For the people that believe it, they know what to look out for, or the type of people that they get in a relationship. Oh, I don't deal with I don't deal with Virgos. I don't deal with this stuff. So they know what not to deal with, right? And then they also say that, oh, I get along with this. I get along with this sign or something like that. So my thing is, if they're so real, that means you should not be single. That means you know who you can pick, and then you know who to avoid since they're so real. So that's how they correlate. Why are you single if you know who to pick? And and then if you know who to avoid, why even be around them? So there you go. If you ain't know how to correlate it. So go ahead, Chris, you got one bar.
Did you want me to go?
Um, I guess I do a zigzag because I don't even know Chrissy there. Go ahead.
So let me say this. People are single has nothing to do with horoscopes. Okay, Deuteronomy 4:19 talked about, I reiterate the point of, it talked about not worshiping the constellation and the stars, not exalting the space, because you start worshiping the stars and interfering with worshiping God. He tells you, because we are the creation, he's the creator. We were created to worship him, not the galaxies, not the stars, not space, not the sun nor the moon. Has nothing to do with zodiac signs. People are lost. Has nothing to do with signs. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Chris, is Chrissy you there? All right. I think I see somebody in the queue. All right. Hold up. Who was in? Somebody was in the queue. Somebody come up. I think so. Oh, there go Andre. All right. So let's get Andre in. All right. All right. So the question, Andrea, why are so many people single if horoscopes are real?
Um, I actually wanted to. Can I go down the whole prompt, or are we just on this one?
Eh, if you could be fast, but you gotta be fast then, because a
Okay.
lot of people waiting.
Okay.
Go.
Yeah, I just want to be fast.
Go ahead. I give you 1 minute to go through all of them. I want the quick one. It's gonna be faster than
Okay,
mute.
I disagree on the first one.
What the heck is going on? What you looking up? You trying to look up what to say or something?
No, I'm reading. I just I'm reading. So that's why I'm reading each prompt and then just going over it.
Well, you ain't come prepared, did you?
If people are their signs, why hold them accountable? Well, hold on, I'm gonna skip. When people are there, well, it's the moon signs, not the sun signs. So let's look at that because I think you're. Okay, well, no, my bad. The first question was why is your sign? I feel like it can have insights on a person to communicate. It's just a communicating thing. You know, it's just to communicate. How you think, how your emotions, how you're feeling, it's just to connect, with all these different signs and it's not to oh yeah, because you're this sign, ew. No, it's not that. It's not that. It's just to see, just to connect. It's just a connection thing, either in a relationship, friendship, whatever, any type of relationship. Um, why are so many people signs? Why are so many people single and because they're doing it wrong. I feel like they don't. They're not. I feel like the people that are why is it so many? Why are so many people in science? So many people in horoscopes are. Wait, hold on. Why are so many people signs and signal? Single and horoscopes are real. Are real. Why are so many people single? Well, I feel like you choose. There's some people that are single and there's some people that are not. I don't think that has nothing to do with your people that believe or not believe, but people that want to follow the stars. Like it's just stars. At the end of the day, it's not a worship thing. You're not worship nothing. It's not spiritual, and that goes with the last one, by the way. It's not spiritual. So yes, you could believe in God and still, you know, believe in stars. I'm trying to go
Interesting.
fast there, so I'm not trying to like be real deep here with it. So why are holding them accountable? What is your sign shows you horrible? I disagree. Yeah. Let me know if I skipped anything. The accountability part. Let me see. Um, the people are their signs. Why hold them? People are not. Okay. Again, it's just an insight. Um, yeah. It just shows. It's not really. if you are if you know deeply your moon sign, not your sun sign, your moon sign, if you know your moon sign and everything and how you are and how you connect with these people, then yeah, you can see like, okay, I need to probably work on this or work on that, like everything else, like honestly. But it's not to bring you down, or to make other people bring you down. Also, I heard you say that people can manipulate, or someone said that people can manipulate that if they actually knows how to read your. Sorry if I said that wrong, but yeah, I do believe. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's why you don't tell your signs to a bunch of people. Like, trust, like I feel like your sign. Yeah, you might want to be careful who you. Sorry, hold on. I have a mothering hood, so let me put this on pause.
All right.
But
That's
yeah, overall, I just want to say it's not a worship thing. Overall, I think you guys are taking in. I think some people that are most Christians, because I'm Christian, and
How you
or I believe
Christian
in
and you believe
God,
in
and
signs?
I still
How are you
follow
Christian?
stars
How are you Christian and you believe in signs?
because I'm not. I'm worshiping only God. Like yeah,
What does
me,
Deuteronomy 4:19 say?
huh?
What is Deuteronomy 4:19 about the same?
Oh, I don't know. Please tell me.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not my responsibility.
I know. I'm waiting
I
my
don't.
turn.
Hold on. It's not my. See, this is what I'm talking about. I take offense to people calling themselves Christians and you don't know the scripture. I take high offense to that.
Well, I don't know the.
But
I
ma'am, but I'm gonna need you to go read Deuteronomy 4:19 and come back and we could talk about it.
no. I could do it right now. I have my Bible right here.
Go read it.
all right. So yeah, we gotta get some more people though, cause
Yeah.
yeah, she took a long,
Please
she took a
stop
minute.
calling yourself. Let me make this point.
I
It's
said, first of all, I can.
I'm not talking about
Believe
you.
in God. I can believe in God,
So,
right?
Kevin, let me say this. Let me say this. I'm mute up. Mute up.
Oh God, again?
You
I'm
said
a
what
talk.
now? I'm sorry, I
Okay,
can't really hear you.
I'm talking to the host. You
We're
do
doing
not
this again.
have. Would you
Kev,
be quiet,
Kev, we're
please,
doing this
sir?
again, Kev.
No, could you
We're
be
for real.
quiet, please? I'm talking right now. Okay. Okay. So I'll make this point. Okay. You do not have people that are Islamic and they don't know the Quran. You do not have people that are Jewish and they do not know the doctrine. That's the only point I want to make. If you're going to confess to be a Christian or believer, you're supposed to know what's in the word. That's it.
I have
Okay, you made it. I think
Would you
A
shut
Broad was
your
next.
ass up? Tired of you interrupting me.
I'm just saying we want to move
I know
on.
how to ask you for. I didn't interrupt anybody. I waited my turn.
Miss me, I think, right?
Yeah, you don't have to read it right now. I just want you to read it on your own time. That's all.
What was the verse?
Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 19.
Yeah, what good would it be to be a Christian and then don't care what God say about what you're supposed to do? You know, and if God is telling you that you ain't supposed to be worshiping stars and planning your life based on crystals and natal charts, and you
What?
say that, hey, I'm a Christian and I love God, but where God tells me not to deal with this stuff because it is occult, spiritual, and demonic, I really like it though, and I think it's fun, so I'm gonna do it anyways.
So, all right, let's get A Brown in real quick, and then we're gonna get UC, and then scroll after that. We just
Okay.
gonna stick with this one because it's too long for one person, and there are not that many people talking for real. So hey, Brown, we just really on the why are so many people single if horoscopes are real?
So the thing about it is, of course, I don't follow horoscopes.
Hmm.
They are not real. They are, my professor said it best, entertainment for those who choose to indulge in it. No scientific evidence based on it. I mean, just you that can be used to support it. People are single for a multitude of reasons, but like you said,
Hmm.
you made a logical point. If you do believe in horoscopes, you have all your guidance and insight and foreshadowing from this higher power, then it should have led you to the right person from day one, and you should be with the love of your life right now.
Hmm.
So there is no power in it. It's not even logical because everybody that's born in a certain month is not going to all have the same great day today. They're not going to all have the same outcome. They're not all going to share the same characteristics and personality types and demons. It's not even logical when you think about it. Um, it's so that's the reason why it is totally unrelated to whether a person is single or not. And yes, the Bible, for those who are unaware, the Bible does not support um your using horoscopes as a guide, as a predictor, as a solution, as a higher power for your life. You should not be relying on that as a source for spiritual guidance. With that, I'll land.
Yeah, that's why it actually gets you to do this thing called vetting, which a lot of y'all don't know how to do. That's why y'all keep getting tricked. But we'll talk about that somewhere else. That's why. That's why y'all single baby mamas and baby fathers. It makes sense because y'all thought the horoscopes work. But go ahead, see you next.
My name is UC Key. Hi, thanks for letting me up. Hello, piano. Okay, so why ask what your sign to? Okay, anyways, I don't know. You got like 5 different prompts up there, but I'm gonna talk about what everybody been talking about.
Go ahead.
First of all, astrology is not a spiritual practice. I am very familiar with Deuteronomy 4:19. It says that anything that's divination goes against Christ, right? And that is the worship of the moon, the stars, and the sky. Astrology is not the worship of anything. It is not a spiritual practice. It is a pseudoscience that branched off from astronomy, which is a respected science. Therefore, all it does is talk about how correlation to life, human nature, as the sun shines upon us like a plant, We synthesize vitamin D through our bodies, do we not? Do you not go outside and see that there's a sun? Do you not go outside and see that there's a moon? We synthesize plants, right? In photosynthesis. So therefore, astronomy branched off into astrology. Astrology is 5,000 years before Christ. 5,000 years before BC. It was a way that human nature decided to look up and see how do we connect with the universe, the galaxy. If you want to sit up here and say that there's no science, there's nothing into it, number one, let me break something down for you. Astrology is not horoscope. Those are two different things. A horoscope is something that any old a regular schmegler, anybody who could have just wrote something and told you today you're going to have a great day, you're going to get a promotion, and guess what? Your hair going to grow. But ain't none of that happened, did it? No, astrology talks about personalities, about you could call it astrology, or you call it sociology, or you could call it the psychology of human nature. You want to talk about Christianity? That puts everybody in a box. I'm supposed to love everybody the same way. I'm supposed to do everything the same way. But yet people condemn people just for living their simple lives. Everybody's a sinner and will fall short of the glory of God. I believe in God. You want to know why? Because astrology is not divination. That's something your pastor told you. That's one interpretation of the Bible. How many different interpretations do we have of one scripture? And guess what? In the Bible, in 1 Corinthians, it says that being single is the best thing for you, that you only supposed to get married if you cannot control your natural urges, because every one man is supposed to have one woman. It never talked about it was going to be no gravy train for the woman. It talked about correcting the man and showing him how to do different things. And there's even a scripture in Proverbs that is a woman's rebuke, telling men that if you didn't listen to me and you didn't do what you were supposed to do, that whatever happens to you, baby. Listen, I grew up in the church, went to Wednesday night Bible study, went to Sunday, went to the shut-in and to the tent services. Okay, I know all about it. And in my adulthood, I realized that to blindly never be able to question is a problem. So you want to know why people single? They single because they got problems and they don't know thyself. They keep jumping from person to person to person, looking for a better outcome instead of looking into themselves. That's why people single. Okay?
I can agree with that.
Every day. I do this every day. My niche is about astrology, okay? Because I'm breaking the myths, the things that you've been brainwashed. You want to sit here and look at the world in rose-colored glasses. But do you want to know the truth about yourself? Guess what? Bible thumpers and shouting every day in church, and you got demon Monday through Saturday. Okay? That's what I have to say about it. And I land. Thank you very
So
much.
I would say, let me say, no, hold up, y'all. I'm about to want to see something. So I do agree with a lot of things she said, though, for the most part, and I think it's like you kind of talking against with some of the parts of what Christians believe, and then you also kind of tore up the horoscopers, right? Because it is horoscopers in here, and they mixing that with astrology. So I do agree with that part. And also, the thing is, if and that's the whole point, right? The people that believe in like the horoscopes, right? That say that okay, this person this type of way or got this personality or something like that, right? Which they tie it to
That ain't what I
astrology.
said.
Yeah, I get you. I'm talking about what you didn't say. I don't know if you're
Oh,
listening,
okay.
but
I am listening.
okay, yeah, because that's what I said. For the most part, I agree with what you said on certain parts and stuff for the most part.
Okay.
But I'm
So
talking
can I
about the
add
people that
something?
go ahead.
I'm sorry. I do not mean to cut you off.
No, you good. You good.
I just gotta clarify. I want to make a strict line in the sand that horoscopes are not astrology.
Right.
Okay? And that when we are going to use astrology for a relationship purpose, right? It just kind of lets you know thyself, doesn't give you any guidance. You make your own decision about what you do. But number one, the sun sign, what everybody knows attached to their birthday, is not where you look, first of all. You'll be looking at your moon sign, which is your emotions. You'll be looking at Venus placements, the planet of love and pleasure, and you'll be looking at a 7th house of partnerships. That's how you use astrology. It's all it does is talk about your personality. And newsflash, psychologists actually use it in psychotherapy.
We know witches know the Bible. That's not new.
Is so all right.
Hold
So
on.
this the
Honey,
main part.
you can try to get mad because I just ate you up and
That's
spitting you
cool. That's
out.
cool. We not about to do all
What
that
I
though.
said,
But
we
my
know
thing is, I'm
witches.
trying to get to
We
my
know
point.
witches know the Bible. That's not new.
All right. So my main thing is this: what and this for the people that, because like I said, I believe you talking to the ones that do believe it in a certain way. So even that, right? Say if they are astrologers, right? You said it's based off of personality and stuff, right? Right?
So you get your
Is she
personality
there?
from the lining of
I'm
the
sorry, were you
stars.
asking me a question,
Yeah,
Hope?
you. I was saying, you said it's a personality thing with the astrology, right?
Yeah, it just talks
Okay.
about human nature and personality. That's
Right.
it.
So that's
From
why.
the
So that's
lining of
where.
the stars.
That's what I'm. So that's the part I'm trying to get to with this. So even though let's scratch out the word horoscopes, right? For the people that believe in astrology, right? Why are they single? Because they say they should know the blueprint that this is a certain personality that I go against, or the certain personality that I can connect with. So
Hmm.
if it's so true, if they believe it in that way, why are they having problems to find their one?
Because I think that a lot of people are misinformed and they don't read and they don't know where
Mm,
to look, and they keep looking at, like, okay, I'm a Cancer, you're I don't know, a Virgo. I'm just using that as example.
mm-hmm.
That's where they look, and that's not how you get insight from it.
Okay.
That's
Okay, I
why
like your
I would
perspectives.
love
Can
host.
I
You should come to my
can
live
I ask you a
sometime.
question?
Yeah, I like your perspective.
Can
I
I ask
add
you a
you. I
question?
like.
No, could you stop cutting us off? I'm talking to the host real quick. Yes, host, you should come to my live sometime. Just so it's not really a belief system at all. It really just talks about human nature, and there's no worship in it at all. It even talks about how certain signs are more spiritually inclined, like Pisces and stuff like that, who are known to be prophetess and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole science behind it, and it was actually banned and kind of demonized by, like people like that lady down there, because they don't want people to know the truth. They want to keep you indoctrinated. They want to keep you blind. They want to keep you boxing.
So let me ask this then. If that's the case, then why? Okay, why choose to follow astrology over following God?
But there's not a choice, we
Now
have.
that's where the
There's
problem
not
is
a
at.
choice. That's what I'm telling you. God is your personal relationship with God cannot be validated by any of these common sinners here on earth.
But
You
that's what I
have
said.
a
We know it's a truth. That's what I'm saying. I know it might be true because it also is in the Bible, but it's a reason why the Bible itself told us to stray away from it.
but
It
it
said
talks
not to
about
use it as a guidance.
worship. The Bible does not say that. These are
Not
people's
worship. It literally, and
interpretation.
I looked at Isaiah. I got the scripture right now. I literally got it right now. It literally mentions astrology, and it's saying to stray away from it. It ain't
What
talking
does
about
it say
worshiping or not.
specifically?
Okay, I got you. I got you right now. Hold on, I got you right now. Give me a second. Dang, I had it. I actually screenshot it
47:13.
because I knew I was gonna
47:13.
need it. I knew I was gonna need it. Hold on, I got you. I got you. I'm about to read it. Read it. Read it. This ain't it. This right here. Okay. So this says,
Get my
Isaiah
phone.
47,
Uh-huh.
Isaiah 47, Isaiah 47, verse 13, right? It say, "Thou art wearied in the multitude of the councils. Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly, I can't say that word, prognosticators, I can't say it, stand up and save thee from these things that shall come upon thee." That's what it say on there.
What are these things that shall come upon thee?
Hey, read the next one.
Point
Read
about
the
That's
next one.
that's my problem. People read one
his
little
Hold on.
verse.
Finish
made
reading.
about
Finish
astrology.
reading, brother.
Read one verse.
Fin-
Excuse
hey,
me,
finish reading that
Exodus.
verse,
Life
man. Hold
made
on. You
about
cut him off.
astrology.
I
You
didn't
cut him
cut you
off.
off, did I,
Hey,
host?
brother, finish reading that rest. Read the rest.
Okay, I got you. Let me look
Please
at
read
the.
the rest.
Let me actually,
Yeah.
because that was a screenshot. I got to go to the actual thing. But go ahead. You can rock
Okay.
out for a minute. Give me a
I
second,
got you.
y'all. I'm gonna
Okay.
go. Yep.
Go ahead,
It said,
Exodus. You've been
"Behold,
wanting to say something.
they shall be as stubble. The fire shall burn them. They shall not deliver themselves," which means what you saying right now, going to these stars and know who you are.
No,
Really?
you
The alignment of
interpret,
the
read it for
stars?
what it says and stop
Finished.
interpreting it
And he
in your way.
finished reading
I'm
the
not
text.
interpreting. Yeah, themselves. From the power of the flame, there shall not be a coal to warm it, nor fire to set before it. Now, with you going past the source and going to another source is called sorcery. That's what that's called. Don't you know there's a sorcerer called Bar Jesus? which was against everything that Jesus stood for. He just wanted to know how to manipulate and use the stars and powers and all that to manipulate people like you're doing right now. We don't go to the source,
So
sis. We go to the source.
so here
If I
here
got a problem,
I got it.
if I
I got it
go
now.
ahead, brother.
Let me
Go ahead.
yeah. So that's why I'm looking at it, right? You asked what it's from. Literally, it's telling you. So we're gonna just stick with this one verse though. The more I keep reading it, right? So I'm gonna read it over again. It say, "Thou art wearied in the multitude of thy counsels. Let now the astrologers, stargazers, and monthly, I can't say that word, stand up and save thee from these things that shall come upon thee." So it's mentioned these three things that you basically is saying to stay away from. If you keep reading it, say, I ain't about to read it over again, but I'm saying if you keep reading it, you see it's just
Like,
basically it's specifying those three things to stay away from.
yeah, like in Romans, check this out. In Romans 1, verse 25, it says God
Dang, we on
designed
the same page,
reality.
brother.
Yeah, yeah.
I
It said
just
God designed
What
reality.
you read? What you,
Listen to me, baby.
what you read?
Oh, I'm sorry. Romans 1, verse 25.
Romans 1 verse 25. Okay.
Yeah. God designed reality to operate according to his justice and his order, not mystical forces or man made systems. Horoscopes, zodiac signs, and astrology are counterfeits. They distract people from the voice of God and lead them to worship the creation rather than the creator. Okay, baby, I don't know if I can get any more clear than that. So you can make your own
Where's it
choices
at again?
because
Where at again? Sorry.
Romans
Romans
You
1.
said
1. That
Romans
whole I ain't
1.
gonna break it down to you.
You said
Hey, read
Romans
yeah,
that
1.
22 though.
I brought that up
Read that
earlier
yeah,
22.
about the creature worshiping the
What?
creation.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
didn't get
Read
it.
that
like this.
22.
You said
Yeah,
I didn't get it. What'd you say? Romans 1 verses what?
Romans 1.
125.
yeah, Romans
Yep.
1.
That's
Romans 1,
crazy. We
verse
on the same
25.
page.
Like, oh yeah, I know we on the same page because
That's how the
I
Holy
find
Spirit
you
work, brother.
approved, my brother. Yeah, no, I find you approved, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like
Man,
I've talked to you before, so I know you know what you're talking
I'm gonna
about.
go ahead and drop if y'all gonna keep muting me
man.
because I don't do that.
Who muted?
Your
What happened?
moderators keep muting me.
Other people are talking.
I didn't cut anyone off, man, but you just cut me off.
Yeah, I do that.
All
All
Hey,
right,
right.
read
so
that whole
how do
thing.
you
Well,
how
well,
do
we
you
want
feel
you.
about that verse though?
Yeah,
Like I do want to see
yeah,
what's
we
your
want you
Hey,
to stay. We want you to stay, Miss
please,
Key.
Oh, that's
please.
Bert,
Yeah,
man.
This
Why
is
you
this
keep
is
stop
love.
doing that for she in dropping, man? I'm trying to get her
Hey,
point
I
hey,
real
am
this is
gonna drop because y'all being
hey,
quick.
this is
y'all
love.
being really
Bye.
childish
Goodbye.
Hey, none
with
of
Bye.
us
y'all
is
old
doing that. We're
selves.
not doing that.
Bye.
None of us are
Hold on real
doing that.
quick. No, we do. I want to get your point
There
of
you
view on
go,
that.
Jack.
Okay, I mean, I don't know. Somebody need to take their finger off the button because
I got you, man. They
thank
good. They
you,
good.
host.
All right.
Okay, so how I feel about those scriptures, I think I made it more than clear that there is no worship in astrology. And let me ask you a question.
Why do you keep mentioning worship?
yeah.
That's the point that's getting
Because
me.
I just
It's
heard
say,
him say that several
but it's
times.
specified twice to stay away from it. It don't have to be worship. It just say stay away from it.
What was Deuteronomy 4:19 said? It said worship of the moon, stars, right? And then y'all went to find two other different things. Yes, if you are
That
in astrology,
specify astrology.
I'm explaining. You asked me my opinion, and you're cutting me off.
I don't know if you making your mind, if you made your mind up or not, but it's like we got the verses for you to show you
No,
that you're supposed to stay away from it, and you still like,
no, I'm not.
nah.
I'm telling you that you are spinning your interpretation of the Bible, and also the Bible has been touched by several man-made hands.
Bye.
Okay, yeah, you got your mind up.
All
I'm
right.
done. Yeah.
Go
All right.
Yeah,
live.
you're not gonna
Okay,
change
hold
my
on.
mind if that's what y'all
Oh,
think y'all
that's
about
Hold
what
to
it
on.
do.
is. So
Ho-
if that's the thing though, that's the whole point of this live, right? Because it's not even changing mind. It's just to hear each other out. We heard what you said. I told y'all I even get you, but you already got you stubborn already. That must be part of your sign. Then you're stubborn already. You like, all right, I just want to push my narrative, and I'm not trying to learn anything. So I'm glad you should have said that from the beginning. I wouldn't even explain anything to you.
I
Because
didn't come up.
but in here we try to hear one another out because we're trying to actually open our mind to learn something different. Because at the end of the day, if you want to be real, nobody really know the truth. We chose to believe. That's all it is. So for you to be stuck and really just so hardcore on this dang on astrology stuff like you was the one that created it. That's crazy. I can even admit that I wasn't here when the first Bible got made. I'm still a little open to it, but I choose to believe it. That's the difference. So, I
Okay,
mean, it take a
so
little bit of open-mindedness, but you already got your mind made up, so it's pointless talking to you.
so I feel like you're being unfair and you're making a judgment upon what I
Oh
said
my
based on me
gosh. And
not
you just making up
based on
stuff now from this
no,
point.
excuse me, can I finish? You're
Nah,
making a
hold up.
judgment based on what I said. I am very open-minded.
No, I'm good. You got your mind made up. I
Yeah.
got my mind made up now.
Can I read
Uh,
something? Can I read
Yeah,
something?
the thing was, and I'm gonna tell you something, and this is something that I've learned about people. And Kevin, you're a high level communicator, and I've seen you read other people and your takes on things, and I really do appreciate the way your mind works. So you could see that too, that you were talking
appreciate you,
to a
man.
person that has an agenda to push. She not trying to hear nothing nobody else say. She didn't even come up here in that energy. She saw this and wanted to make sure she corrected everybody, and she ain't listening to nothing. So, and this is, I'm gonna tell you something, man. Like, this is one of the things that breaks my heart the most is a lot of people reject God, but they have no clue what they're rejecting. When you talk to them, they have no clue what they're actually doing. They don't even know. You can't even talk to them about how much they don't know. Like, think about how many people we had while I was up here today, where I asked them a couple of questions about core concepts that are in the biblical doctrine, and they had no clue what any of it
Yay, my
was.
baby.
None of it. So check this out. Let's say you're a person and you're a believer, and you heard what I had to say and you didn't know the answer. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine because you're like, you know what? I don't know everything. I'm placing faith in this. He mentioned something I don't know. I can learn more. But to be a person that is telling up front, saying this is wrong, cool, let's say that it is wrong. What is your basis for
Hey,
being able to say it's wrong?
you have to be able to
What
litigate
is
your
your
case, right? You just can't
if you
tell
can't
people they
explain
wrong.
anything, yeah, if you can't explain anything about what you think is wrong, if you don't know the doctrine of it at all, you don't know what Jesus came here to teach, you don't know why he said he had to
Mm-hmm.
do it the way he did it, you don't know the character of God, you don't know anything about the book at all, but you know it's wrong and you're here to fight about it.
Yeah.
You're here to
See,
argue it.
let me say this too though, real quick.
No, that's
And the thing is to let the room know, right? I'm not even. I'm the one. I'm like this, right? I challenge other Christians too. That's the type I am. So I don't have this little bias. The thing is, overall, and I know nobody didn't say that, but I'm just want y'all to let y'all know about really being open minded. And I really come in here for us to learn from each other, right? So if the thing is, I've seen people like, even if they other Christians, if you're just in here just to push a narrative and not trying to explain nothing or try to be open to hear the other thing, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I took my time to hear what she was saying, and I could believe what she's saying too. I could believe that yes, astrology is real, right? I can get it though. It's a science to it, whatever it is, because the way she explained it, I can see that though. But then that made it a confirmation of why God said to stay away from it. So I wanted to explain that side to her, and she said, "No, I don't care what it says," and we give her. So that no, the thing is that is no point to do that in here, right?
And talking to
Because
a
the thing
person
is
like that,
we
yeah.
come in here to learn. I come at least I do. I know that I come in here to learn and teach at the same exact time. So that I don't like
Is
I just
literally
don't
in
like
your name.
stubbornness on either end. Even if you another Christian, I don't like stubbornness. I just don't like that.
this is the
Which is
thing though.
Yeah.
People, if I can say this one thing, basically, people keep missing the point that we were created to worship. So either you're gonna worship God, or you're gonna fall into worshiping something else. We are created to worship and serve. Now I want to read this part. It say, and also carefully guard yourself so that you don't look up into the skies and see the sun and the moon and the stars and the constellation of the skies and be seduced into worship and serving them. That's what it says. We're not supposed to exalt the galaxies and all that stuff. Because when you start exalting that stuff, you put that stuff against a knowledge of God. And they come up here with the spirit of Satan to litigate against the word of God. That is all it's all is.
yeah.
I think
So
that's what I think
go
that's what
ahead,
made them a
gang.
little upset. I think that's what makes them a little upset though. I think when I do think that people are like trying to do their best at like just trying to give them the right things to learn from and to read from. But I think that when we say things like that's the spirit of Satan,
Yeah, I
it
don't like
only
that either. I ain't gonna lie though. I
yeah.
don't like that either though.
And
But that's what
that,
she believed. Yeah,
You
yeah.
don't have to.
But
yeah,
You
so
don't have
it's
to.
kind of harmful, and I think it
No,
hurts.
it's
Like it
not
don't.
harmful. It's the
it,
truth.
no, I mean
Yeah,
I
the
call
reason
it
I
out.
see this what I'm saying right here, right? This other and sometimes
Actually,
me
this
and
is
Miss May
I'm
go back and
calling it
forth with
out.
this too though. But I'm not big on just calling somebody a spirit of the devil because of the lack of what they don't know. Because if that's the case, all of us are spirit of the devil because we didn't
No,
know at
no,
first.
no.
So some people are
I
Hey,
didn't
why you
call
confused.
her a devil. I
why you
didn't.
think why you think I
I didn't call
identified
her a
with the
devil.
brother?
I'm
Why you think
talking
I said
about.
hold on? Why you think I told the brother that I said when I'm not in the truth, man, I'm operating that spirit too. So I want you to be able to identify. I'm not gonna put a pamper on you, and baby, you gonna put a bottle in your mouth.
I'm
No,
not about to call
we
myself
dealing
no
with
devil
this.
though. That's crazy word.
No,
Only thing.
no, I didn't call. But listen, this that's what I said. Pay attention to the words. I did not call you
That
a
mean all
devil.
babies are
I
devil
said
because they don't know.
whatever. No, 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 it's not that. See, my people perish for lack of knowledge. If
My
that's why it
people
says
perish.
when
I'm
you,
glad you said that. So he said that's his people, not no demons.
yeah, yeah.
Say
So,
nothing about no
so with
demon.
that being
I
said, it
said.
said we are all of that father, that side, until we come into the new creature. We got to become new.
yeah,
We are of the
but
devil until we of God, man. Ain't no in between. Ain't no
Nah,
gray area.
yeah,
man.
We ain't gonna
but
get up
y'all
there and
think
be like, well, I didn't know God.
You
That ain't gonna count.
identify. That's not. Let me say something. I didn't call
I,
nobody a devil.
I
I understand
I
that we are
Me
understand what
neither.
you're
I said that
saying.
we are
spirits.
spirit. We are
Exactly.
Yeah,
spirit beings.
Yeah,
Understand
yeah,
yeah,
this.
yeah.
Let me finish
yeah, but
talking.
you,
Sir, could you mute up when
yeah,
I'm
hold
making
on,
my
let
point?
Miss
I don't
Mac
know
get her
why
Yeah,
you
let
point
keep
Miss
out.
Matt finish.
interrupting me.
Let her finish. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, go ahead, sister. We
Why
listen.
you keep interrupting me?
All right, Miss Matt, we got it. We got it. We got it. Go ahead, Miss Matt.
Okay, let me finish making my point. I'm not calling nobody a devil. But let's understand that a lot of times it's not the person speaking. It is the spirit that's speaking.
Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about. We are spirit
Exactly.
beings. And sometimes you're not interacting with that person. That person is not speaking. That spirit is speaking. So that
How do
is what
you
I'm
know
talking
that,
about.
Miss Matt?
But
How do you know that?
let me tell you how I know it. Let me tell you how I know it. Because that spirit always comes in combat against the true word of God. You came up here with the
Amen.
scripture to address the scripture, right? You gave her the scripture and she wants to litigate, come against what you already explained to her. That is the spirit of Satan.
It
That's
is.
the truth.
yeah, but when you're
I
being
just
so
disagree
forceful,
with that. I
Would
just
you
can't.
please
I
stop
just
talking to
can't do
me?
that.
Would you please
yeah, because
could you please stop talking to me? Stop
oh
talking
my
to me.
God, why you, yo, look, I can't
Stop
speak. Like
talking to me. No, don't
Let me
talk to
tell you
me at
something.
all.
Yeah, she.
What
It
you?
sounds like she don't even like you already. Might as well
I
just
don't know. No,
leave
no,
it.
no. I've been no,
Because
Kev,
when I first
Kev, yo,
came
I've
back
been
up here,
quiet the whole
you can't.
Kev. I've
When
been
I
quiet
first
the whole
came up
time,
here,
bro.
you were
I've
talking
been trying to
over
talk.
me.
I
That's what I
stopped. I
don't
don't
like.
say
You were
nothing.
talking over
You know
me.
what? You know what, man? You know what, Miss, whatever your name is.
Yeah, you were
I ain't gonna
talking
hold
over
you.
me when it was my turn to
Who?
speak.
I shut up the entire time.
No,
Like
no.
you
When I
keep
first
going.
came
Like
back up here, you were talking over me.
oh my gosh,
Yeah.
yo. This is look. All I'm saying is that when you being so forceful,
My
no
baby
one wants you.
back.
No one wants you to be so forceful down their throat. Like you trying to
I'm
push
not
it down
forcing
their
anything.
throat.
I was simply
No
addressing
one
you.
Gonna
wants
put
to.
you in a headlock to read the Bible.
I thought that when someone's talking, you would be quiet. I guess it's not the same for everybody. But anyway, I'm just saying like you can't be so forceful to them. If they don't know, then they just don't know.
You was doing.
Sometimes they are just like
You
asking
know exactly
questions,
what you was
but
doing.
then when you tell them like, oh, you this and you're the witch or you're a devil,
Yeah.
like anybody trying to really hear like,
Okay. Yeah,
come
and that's
on,
what I'm
man.
saying. I want to add to what games because the thing is, and I talk to you about this so much. Who is? What the heck? I know people know to mute when they come up here. That's crazy.
I can't mute. This is Mike.
What the heck? All right, so that you can do that then. All right. So the thing is that the reason why you can't just sit here and just I don't think that's our job to sit here and just call everybody demons and all this other stuff, or say they got a demon spirit. Because the thing, look, I'm put it this way, and I talked to you about this before. I even made a post about this, right? Is that if our job is to convert people or help people out, we cannot just sit there and shun them and make them feel bad, and then all of a sudden think they gonna get converted after we done called them demons. That's just not how that work.
Did I call her
We
demon?
gotta come with kindness. God taught us that, right?
Did I call her demon?
Huh? I'm just saying, like, you can't say that it's a demon spirit. I mean, we know that, like, certain things, and somebody was
I
saying
didn't
that,
mention
oh,
anything about demon, Kevin.
okay, okay. Well, I'm just saying, like, in a way, right? We got to just basically come with kindness. That's my whole point.
Okay, okay.
If we're supposed to be
There
Christians,
is no kindness with Satan. Y'all can play games with him, but I'm not.
I mean, even God kind with him. I mean, even Jesus. So what make us any
Right.
Let me
special?
say something. Let me say something to
Jesus
you.
was kind to everybody.
No. Let me say
Yeah,
something.
but you always
Let
saying
me
something.
make
Shut up,
this.
man. You always
Let me
talking. Dang, you ain't trying to talk. You ain't talking. Shut
let me
up,
make
man.
this point.
Sick of you.
Even
Dang.
Hold
though
on,
you stop.
Right,
gang.
Oh,
gang.
Hey,
He
man, I'm
doing
No,
talking to
too
but
y'all,
for
gang,
man.
real
For
though,
real,
it's like the
gang.
bro.
older generation
1
just think
second.
they could get a pass.
Hey,
Like,
hold on.
bro,
I'm talking
Hey,
to
hold
Kevin.
on.
Like,
Hold on.
dang,
Hey,
I'm
man.
talking
Kevin.
to Kevin.
Yeah,
Kevin.
yeah.
I'm
Hey,
talking to Kevin.
Kevin. Gang, you can't talk to her like that. I understand that you guys got into it, but you can't talk to her like that, brother. Okay?
Why not? Why not? Why I gotta be a
Because
little
how
hypocrite
about
about
this?
that?
Gang, how about this? I'm just asking you not to, please.
All right, fair enough.
And
Fair enough. Fair
I
enough.
appreciate you for that. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for showing me that respect. Okay, Kevin, go ahead, brother.
Yeah.
Okay,
But like I said, overall, go ahead, Miss May. You want to go? Go ahead.
so let me explain to you. We are not on all the same level spiritually. Let's just be clear about that. So how you may speak to somebody may be different from how I speak to somebody. Okay?
Yeah,
And
you justifying your flesh, Miss
no, I'm
May,
not
then if that's
justifying
the
anything.
case. Yes, you are.
I'm not justifying anything. I'm not
Yes,
justifying
because Jesus, I mean, that thing is, if you read the Bible just like I do, he do
Yeah,
say we got to be kind.
I've been reading longer than you've been alive.
Yeah, I can feel that though, but where
Yeah.
in the Bible it say talk to people and call them certain
I
things when it don't fit our narrative?
talking to anybody about anything. I simply said to you what type of spirit was speaking. I didn't call anybody no demon. I was addressing that spirit of litigation that was arguing against what you were saying, which is the word of God. That was
if that's the case, we can say you got the spirit of judgment.
Yo,
listen.
hello?
I'm not
Yo,
listen.
hey.
Wait,
I'm not.
hold on. Let me ask this question to who's that? Willie? Who was that? What you was saying that? Who you saying it to? That is his behavior is hella ignorant. Who you talking about on that? Hold on, let me let him back up too. I gotta see what you talking about. I can't let him up.
Yo, okay.
What's up? What's up, Tone? Man, where you been at, man?
You know, I've been around. Just to be clear,
What up,
Miss
Tone?
Met isn't completely wrong. What's up with her? She's not. Um, there is a certain spirit. I guess you got to be in a certain spirit. There's a certain tone you take with certain people. But to say that you're just supposed to be nice, I don't think that's completely right. And to be
That's what I
clear,
said.
Jesus wasn't even nice to everyone. He wasn't. Like, we got to be clear with that too. He wasn't just a man of niceness. Just to be clear. But I mean, I
I
understand
didn't
where
say that. I said kind.
Can I say
yeah, I
something
mean, yeah,
quick?
he was kind, but he also wasn't kind all the
Well,
time. There was
he didn't degrade people. He didn't shame people. He didn't do none of that. I even looked up.
oh, that's a lie.
Okay, look. Okay, let's go then. Let's go then, because I already did my research and I wouldn't have said what I said. Like
Oh
I know the
yeah,
Bible just. I know the Bible just as much as y'all do. Like, we can go with that then. So show me where God, Jesus or God has shamed people. Show me where.
Yeah,
Because
but
I
one
mean, we all
second.
in the same thing. We believe in the
Yeah,
same thing, and I'm
yeah,
not
no,
gonna
yeah,
speak
yeah,
on nothing I don't know.
yeah.
yeah.
I understand that. I understand. But first off, I'm at work. But I mean, I definitely will after I get off. We can get into this if you would like.
Okay.
It's
Mm,
fine. But
yeah.
yeah, just to let you
Welcome
know, he
back,
did
Tone.
not.
I love to do that. Welcome
Oh
back.
yeah. Oh, of course, of course. But just to be clear, he didn't use that same tone. He didn't use that same tone with everyone. Now, yeah, we shouldn't, just condemn people, but I don't think it's completely wrong to just call out some type of spirit. Now, I don't say that person is that thing, and I'm not saying that Miss Met did this, but I mean, if you would like to keep it a certain way on your panel, I mean, you could just say that this person isn't of the spirit of God, which would be true, right, Kev?
Mm, okay, I can say that. I can say that
Okay,
then.
so if we
Yeah,
would like that loophole, then yeah, because if it ain't the spirit of God, then what type of spirit is it?
I can see that then. I can see that. I can say it's just the people don't know. They just don't know. That's the whole point of
yeah,
us
they don't.
enlighten.
Can I
That's why
say
we show
something,
people.
please? Can
Go ahead,
I?
babe. You already know. I got you. One more one. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say I think Kevin was speaking to a pattern of behavior that
You know
we.
what, Kevin? She muted me last time I was here. I'm not dealing with this.
Oh, you're not
It's
gonna win against her. That's why
I'm about to say
she
you're not
gonna let.
about to
No,
probably win against her.
okay, so no, because look, the first times when she was here, like I was quiet. Like every time, it just ends up
happening the same way. I'm just saying it's a pattern of behavior that has been enabled by people, okay? And Kev is just calling it out in a loving way because it's not the first time that he has seen this pattern where if the person does not agree with what she says, she comes back with vitriol.
Mhm.
I have
Hold on, I
seen
got one thing. I got one
multiple
thing though.
times.
Let me
Go
say this
ahead.
real quick, babe. Let me say this real quick. So since we talk about not of God, right? And I gotta use Miss Met now from this point now. And I caught you on a few things, Miss Met. Telling a person to lick my this and suck my is that of God? Or is that the spirit of your demon?
Wait, she did that?
Yeah, she's done that before in live. She was going back and forth with another woman and saying that stuff.
Oh
You can
wow. Oh,
let me whip my titties out and all this other stuff. Like I'd be happy to get on her about that stuff too. So is that of God? Do you call that spirit out? That's what I'm saying. We gotta. So my thing is, we can't call everything a dean or whatever it is. We can't let it fit our narrative when somebody either disagree with us or don't know or something like that because we all fall short. That's just what happens. Nobody's a better Christian. Nobody's a better. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? So we can't. That's why. That's the only reason why I say that we should prioritize trying to teach in kindness. If we want to convert people, we can't just force it down somebody's throat and call them names and think they're gonna switch over. It don't work like that. I had to learn it myself. If I want to
somebody
really
said
help
that's a
people,
Jezebel
if
spirit.
it yeah, but if I really want if I really want to help people, I realize that I can't, even though it's my flesh that would piss me off, right? It's my flesh that'll make me triggered and all this other stuff. That would be my flesh. I have to control that and move in the way that God want me to move. That's all I'm getting to. If we sounded just like the people that we going against, how can they separate us from the difference? All we gonna do is throw God name
Right.
in it and then call somebody the B word and be like, well, this came from God. That's crazy. We can't do stuff like that. So that's
Right,
all
and
I'm
that's
getting
all
to
I was.
about that.
And right, and
And
that's
it's okay.
that's
We
all
all
I was
fall
saying.
short. I love Miss May. I love everybody though. But we as Christians, we have to be better. We can't be the same as everybody else. That's all I'm getting to about that.
And that's true though, because I'm a petty individual, and I hear you, wisdom. I I respect you because you have a lot of knowledge of the
You gave
Bible,
me so much respect, brother. I'm grateful to you for that. Thank
and I
you.
did. I respect you because I heard you today, and you had a lot of wisdom. So I'm going to listen to it. At the very same time, man, I'll be like, nah, man, you can't talk like that and expect for someone to just sit there and not ant back.
Yeah,
It's hard
but
for me
you
to
better
sit
than.
there and
I
not do
hope you better
nothing.
than that. Well, try to be better than that. You ain't got to be the same as her though.
I
So,
know, but
I mean,
I know,
yeah,
but
but
I'm gonna.
I like the pettiness though sometimes, man. Just
nah,
sometimes,
I
you
I
know.
want Butterfly to be able to speak. She
all right.
unmuted a couple of times, but I want to say something after you finish, Butterfly. Go ahead, sis.
Sure, I'm going to be quick. I came up because I've been in here, but I was in the comments. I know a false prophet when I hear one. I know a false prophet when I see one. That lady was tussling with me in the comments, and I was just sharing my opinions. I wasn't adding her. I wasn't talking to her. I was just chiming in like any other commentator in the chat. I can tell. I was born and raised in a Baptist church in North Carolina. I'm 40 years old. I was in Baptist church I got baptized at 6 years old, and I was in Baptist church up until I went to an HBCU. I did African American studies. I also did religious studies. And I did it as that wasn't my major, it wasn't my program. It was something I became interested in because coming from a small Southern town and knowing only the denomination that I had been not even subjected, exposed to. I wanted to, when I got to college, I saw different people of different walks of life, different religions. I would ask questions. I was curious. And I started really looking into religion more just as a personal thing. It wasn't even, like I said, it wasn't my area of focus. And with that, I was going into my 20s after grad school. And I started really just thinking about it. I believe in God. I believe in my creator. I believe in prayer and worship to that God. A lot of times religion is about middlemen. It's about the people in the middle. And for me, I removed that noise. And she's a perfect example of that. When you tell people you don't go to church, they assume you're not a Christian or you're not a worshiper or you don't believe in God or you don't have any spirituality. All of those are assumptions. And if you're walking in a path of being Christ-like, doing what she just did is very dangerous rhetoric because she's the type of person that spouts being a Christian and actually pushes people away from the church.
So it's very dangerous. And that's why I'm glad host finally called it out, because that's exactly what she was doing right here on this live. Like, you have to realize this is a vast universe. There's so many different regions and religions. There in Iran and Middle East and Saudi Arabia, there were holy wars going on for years and years and years, where people wearing a cross could be unalived because that's in this region. We said this has to be the only religion. A lot of wars are started from that. Most religions are man-made. Most biblical scriptures, the Bible itself, it's all written by man. Nobody can tell me that God wrote the Bible. And I've actually heard some ignorant people on TikTok saying that. So what I think is best for people is to remove other people out of your equation. Decide what your faith is in, because host also said something else that was very profound. Nobody knows. Nobody has the facts on any of it. So when you come up in these lives and you're like, oh, this is the only way, and this is and you're a Judas, and oh, you're this, and you're a demon, and you're that. It should be a reflection of your own lack of intelligence and your own lack of realization of how vast this universe is, and that you need to first realize there are over 600 religions before you deem yours superior to anyone else's. So that's me. You can tussle with me if you want. I'm not one of those people that you can try to uncle into submission. I'll go ahead and tell you now. This is about me and what I've chosen to do. What you choose to do is on you. But what I won't ever do as a woman and as a person who does believe that she's a child of God, the divine one, I'll never sit up here and bash anybody else's faith. I'll never sit up here and tell anybody else, you have to do this and you're a demon if you don't do that, because she sounds like she's full of vitriol. And I know that my life
I
is
mean,
happy. I'm
yeah,
blessed
I
and
ain't, I ain't
highly
trying to
favored.
tear her up like that though. It was
I'm
just a
blessed
call
and
out. That's
highly
all it is.
favored. She's full of vitriol,
But
and I
but
wish she had
let me
it.
guess you. Hey, ho, so you like me? So you like me now? After you see that I'm balanced, huh? Now you like me, huh? Who the heck
Extremely
just muted her?
hypocritical.
Who
Not
muted
gonna
her? I
lie.
want to hear her answer. I want to hear her answer.
Somebody muted me. I didn't mute myself. I'll stop
No,
talking. I just
somebody
came up
muted
here
you.
to
I
say
said it.
that because it was frustrating.
I just
Y'all
being
can have
funny.
it.
I said, sound like you like me now that you hear I'm balanced now, because you was going crazy in them comments.
I wasn't talking to you though. It was the person that
I know. I seen
she
you was
kept.
cheering on that stubborn woman that was just up here. They didn't want to hear me. Like, go ahead and do your thing, girl, and all
Yeah,
that other stuff.
it's
But
I'm
like
not
I
gonna
said, I
bash
want to make
anybody. And how am I being
yeah.
hypocritical, Akimbo? I'm not being hypocritical. I just said I'm not gonna bash anybody else's faith. And that's what
All
that
right,
lady
so
seemed like. If you weren't a Christian and you weren't acknowledging that that was the only way, and like I'm like, your behavior is not Christian like.
well,
From what I learned a Christian to
all
be,
right,
I haven't seen any Christian like
I
behavior
just want to
exhibit.
throw this out
Fuck you
there.
hold
talking
on. Let
You
about?
know,
me.
one thing
I
I've
just
really realized:
yeah.
white people, other cultures, and black people look at God totally different. Like I'm 31, and I'm starting to like she said, like this. It's a vast of. I'm just realizing, like sometimes as black people, we treat God as a genie. Like we can just rub on him a couple times, and then your car is fixed. I'm just realizing from talking to different race. Yeah, I'm just realizing from talking to different races, like they look at God totally different. So like I'm just more open to like learning. But when you have people like that up there, it would run like someone that's fresh in the game away. Like you can't put me in a headlock to read Psalms, bro.
It's all right, man. It's all right. Well,
Well,
that's why I say my man. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, I really wanted to interact with Butterfly because I'm going to tell you something. This is something I find is very common amongst people, period. Okay. They kind of make up their own God. They'll just, it's just something they kind of made up in their head, and they might base it on the God of the Bible, but they're not, it's something different they made up. You'll hear them say, well, I don't think God would do something like this. I'm like, okay, well, I feel you. Maybe there are some things about God that I might not agree with. That's possible. It's possible for there to be stuff. You want to know something? Check this out. I wish that God made a place for people that didn't believe in him to learn about him so they could fall in love with him and come into the kingdom. Like you know what I'm saying? But let me tell you something. I'm not going to project that onto God because I really like that idea. And when I hear a lot of people talk about God, that's what they do. They kind of come up with how they think things can be better or what they don't like, and they remove it. and then they make up this their own God inside of their head. And that's what God is kind of warning you against, is that you just end up making up your own gods if you don't know what's real, right? And so that's what that sister did. No disrespect to Miss Butterfly at all, because I felt like I did see the contradictions in what she was saying, but I felt like she came up and she tried to give her opinion, and then she started going too hard on Miss Met, and y'all know I ain't going for that.
That's what I was
But
saying. I was telling her that.
yeah, like, but I understand what she was saying about Miss Met, and I understand the point you're making too. I really do, right? Because if you care about bringing people into a loving relationship with God, but as a representative of that, you're making people feel terrible, like they can't be redeemed, or like God wouldn't accept them, or that people who follow God would never like them, then that doesn't do the faith any favors. And the goal is to get as many people. The only thing we can give back to God, that's the only thing we can give to him, is our own heart and the heart of another person. I mean, other than that, there's nothing you can do. This is the being that created all things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So to me, bro, I understand what she was saying. I'm just I think that she's somebody, and this is something I've learned to listen to, where they've just kind of made up their own God. They just made up whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I think
Some people
I don't
make
think
it
she
up.
realizes she doing that.
Yeah, some people
You
make
know?
it up based off their flesh, though. I noticed that, though, and I realized that, and that's probably what got me connected even heavier. Is like it went against my flesh. I was like, "What was wrong?" Because something telling me to basically discipline myself. Don't do this. Don't eat too much. Don't get drunk. I'm like, "What is so wrong about that?" I had to think about that. But my thing is, that's when you know it's an issue, when you want to base it off your flesh. I think any religion that sit there assists you on your fleshly things, like, oh, you should marry 15 wives and you should do this stuff. Like, that's what people want to do
Exactly.
on this thing. It's like, nah, man. It's it's like
Yeah.
that's when you got to
I
question
get
it
people
after
like
that.
that. When I see brothers doing that, yeah, when I see brothers that are like, yeah, man, God said, you know, and Solomon had 300 wives, man. So if I
Hmm.
get 6, then that's, and I'm like, bro, listen, man. Where in Timothy, when Paul is writing and saying, hey, man, this is how you pick deacons and elders in the church. These are the standards these men should meet, right? They should have one wife, right? It's got a whole
Wisdom.
bunch of standards in there, but in their cleanest day is they should have one wife. And then you want to use some other scripture. You want to use the wisest, richest king to ever live in the history of the world to say you should have 16 wives. Man, get the hell out of my face.
Right.
Hey, Wisdom, can I ask you a question? I came back because you addressed me after I dropped
Yes, ma'am.
down.
I did. Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
to
I
ask
hope
you a
you didn't take
question.
any
How,
disrespect from what I
well, no, and
said, but go
I want to
ahead.
really ask you because it comes from, for me, it's you. What your counter to what I said
Yeah.
was that
Sure.
you feel like I'm a person that made up my own God, which I think is funny because,
Correct.
again, the one fact is that none of us have met God. So for you to say I'm making up my God, and I refer to my God as the creator. That's you use the same words just now when I was in the comments. You use the words the creator. So when you say that,
Sure.
it's fine. But when I
Yeah.
say it, I'm making up a God. And here's the thing. The fact of the matter is, the one fact, and I would love anybody to rebuttal this if they have something that proves
You're
that
going
it's
to
a
have to go back
non-fact.
over that last
The
concept for
one
me.
fact is that none of us have
Is
met
someone
the one
talking? I
true
don't hear
God.
nothing.
None of us have met the one true
Yeah.
God.
Butterfly
That's the
is
fact.
talking.
Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
What?
Why she almost sound like
Yeah.
Nicki Minaj a
I
little bit because of that picture?
disagree.
Oh,
But do
okay.
you
Yes, you
agree with that? Yes
do.
or no? That none
Yeah.
of us have met the one
No,
true
I
No,
God.
but
don't.
that's
No,
also a
no.
lie.
No.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. No, I don't agree with that, Butterfly, and I'll tell you
Okay.
why. Okay. Well, let me tell you why. Okay. And
Sure.
thank you for coming back up. Okay, cool. And we're gonna be friends, even though we're not gonna agree on this. I don't think. Okay.
I'm about to say
But I'm
you're right.
still gonna be nice to you. All
And
right.
that's the one thing about me. I don't feel like all my friends have to agree with me. So go ahead and continue.
Okay. Cool. All right. Good. Good. All right. So the scripture in the Bible has prophecy that affirms the validity of the Bible. It
But you're
proves
referencing the
God
Bible,
did this.
not
Listen,
God.
listen. No,
Are you
yeah,
gonna let
no,
me
no, no,
read?
no, no. I'm
I
making a
didn't ask
point.
about the Bible.
Why are you?
I know
I
you
didn't ask
didn't
about
ask
the
about the
Bible though. I
Bible.
just
Why
want
are
you to
you
ask
cutting
what I
him
answered.
down?
Yeah,
Hey,
can
but
you
she's
wait?
okay. She's
No, the
okay.
Bible was
Hold on,
written by
everybody.
man.
She's okay.
Do we disagree
All
that the
right,
Bible was
butterfly.
written by man?
I disagree
What
with
do
Yeah,
the
that mean?
comment.
Your degrees
yeah.
that you
Hold
got
on,
was from written by man too.
bro.
All the other stuff. Okay,
Hold on.
It's okay.
Nah,
We're
that's
Hold on.
quiet. We're quiet.
Let
We
me
got it. Okay, I'm gonna be
just let
quiet.
me
Go
yeah
ahead.
just let let me deal with my sister real quick. All right. So yes, the Bible was written by man. All right. Why do you think that people, even though it was written by the hands of man, believe that it's a book from God? Why do you think that? Why do you think people believe that?
Why do I think people believe that the word is from God?
Yeah. Why do you think people believe that? Do you
Because
think they're
it's
just
old
nuts
enough.
with it? Why do you?
Because no, it's a very logical
Because
answer. Because it's old enough. We believe a lot
well,
of
I mean,
things that
that
are old
doesn't mean it's
enough.
not real. So you think that just because it's like the book is like 2,000 years old, that people believe it was written, inspired by God?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. So check this out. I'm not going to
Yeah,
deny that
everything
there are
isn't as
probably
complicated as we
people.
like to make it seem.
Okay, I understand you, but I'm going to say this to you. The reason that people who articulate why they believe this, right, believe in it is because the book is filled with prophecy, and it points to historical events that when archaeologists have gone out to dig and to see, they found stuff exactly where the Bible said it was. And so, because of a convergence between secular anthropologists and people who dig through the world to try to figure out what has happened in the past, because the Bible has pointed to stuff that we keep finding is right, true, and real, we know that a lot of the stories have very accurate historicity. And then in addition to that, okay, there's something very miraculous about the Bible. It has prophecy in it, confirmed by secular outside sources, books that were written 500, 700, 1,000 years before what they said was going to happened. And then the person who had the name Cyrus, right? The King Cyrus of Babylon, 200 years before he was born, was named in the book of Daniel. Named. And so the people who aren't people who believe in this, is not just faith because they're nuts. There's evidence that we have where we think this is inspired by God, and it's not because it's old or some white man said so. Okay?
So to
Just so
me,
you
what
know,
you just
that's why we
proved was
believe
that
it.
things happen and there's archaeological evidence, just like the dinosaurs have
Man,
fossils
no,
remaining.
I'm not letting
Sure.
that
Like the
slide.
Yeah.
Egyptians have hieroglyphic
Yeah.
evidence remaining.
No,
That's how
I got it. But
archaeological.
I'm
yeah,
not letting that slide.
That's
I
how
know she
yeah,
archaeological.
wasn't listening.
That's
Yeah,
how.
she didn't hear
That's how
nothing.
yeah.
archaeology
Nothing I
works,
said
right? It shows
penetrated.
Hey, you know
evidence of
why? You
things
know
Yeah.
why I
that
know she wasn't
existed.
listening though,
I
because this
heard
all I
him.
find this fun. No, hey,
I'm
no,
not
you
talking
heard
to
her. You wasn't
you.
listening. You wasn't listening though.
But
Yeah,
But
I'm
you didn't
asking
get what I
overall,
you
that's
said.
no.
what
Let me
he's
say
You
this
didn't
though. This
understand what I
this how
proving.
you
said
know this
based
funny
on.
though, because ain't no way you
Yeah,
can
butterfly.
listen and write in the comments at the same time. That don't work like
Exactly.
that.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
how I
So
know she just
butterfly. Hey.
she drowned you out a
What
long
is
Yeah.
he
time ago. That's why she was in the
proving?
comments.
Yeah.
I wrote my response to what he was saying. I
But you
said,
was
what is
typing
he
somebody else. I was
proving?
paying attention, man.
What is that's just like I can
Hold
take
on. It's
notes in a
a
meeting. It doesn't
butterfly.
mean I'm not listening to
Oh
in any
my
Hold
gosh.
on.
context. Since
Butterfly.
when does you can't take notes in
Butterfly.
a
1
meeting? Does that
second.
mean you're not listening? Oh, okay.
Listen, can
So
I
No,
just
but
ask her
hold
one
on.
question? You can
Butterfly. One
continue. I just want
second.
to ask
I
her one
asked,
question.
what
Have you
did he
already,
did not answer my
really
question.
quick,
Y'all
Butterfly,
like to
have you,
circle
I'm
talk.
yeah,
I
confused.
don't
Why
do
are we
circle
picking
Butterfly,
on
talk.
Butterfly? Like we ain't all agree that old lady was doing too
Butterfly,
much.
hold on. Kevin,
I like
Butterfly,
the circle talk.
have you already decided that you know who God is and all the understanding about who God is right and the Bible is wrong? Is that a decision you've already made?
I have decentered from a book that has no evidence of
There's
proof
your
that it
answer.
was God's word. That's what my
Okay.
answer is.
All
I
right.
don't fit into your answer. I'll give my own if that's okay.
Yeah, we
That's the
got it.
thing
We
about
got
these
it.
panels. We try to tussle people into submission, and I think it's very
No,
uncouth.
we just having a
It's very uncouth.
conversation, and you're.
But no, we're
We got
not,
it.
because you only get
No,
upset when it's
Let's
not
get
no,
an
away
no.
echo
from some
chamber.
meta.
That's when
Ain't
this
nobody
live
get
How do I
is.
upset
love?
with
How
you.
do I
When it's
love
not
somebody
an
And did
echo
that
nobody.
chamber is when there's a problem,
you're not
guys.
even
Let's
talking
just
to?
keep it a
Butterfly.
band.
Butterfly. Nobody's.
If
Hold
you
on.
want it to
Butterfly.
be an echo
Nobody
chamber,
here.
don't invite up people that don't agree.
One
Okay? We'll
second.
leave it there.
We
Thank
we
you,
got it.
guys.
We yeah. Butterfly. Nobody is mad at you. The only person upset right now is you. Lala asked you a simple question. Kevin asked you a question. I explained something to you, and you're behaving as if you got attacked.
All right.
And the reason why is because you don't realize you're the only person fighting, and then you're pretending like the reason there can be no communication is because people are attacking you because you don't realize you're in a fight with yourself.
She said.
But the point
She
that I
used
was
that as an
making
excuse to
simply,
run from the conversation.
yeah,
That's what it is.
Yeah, she didn't realize she wasn't capable of having a conversation. She act like
Yeah,
it's
it's
somebody else
okay
because
to
she
say
can't
you
see
don't know.
herself.
I don't know. Instead of
Yeah.
acting like you know something, why just admit it? Just put your pride to the side and say I don't know, or I don't want to know. Don't come in here acting like that's how old
Yeah.
girl just did earlier, acting like they wanted to know and make a conversation, and then if it didn't fit their narrative,
Right.
they like, oh y'all jumping me. No, you jumped yourself before you even
Yeah.
came in here with the conversation because it's not a lot of weak-minded people up here. It's just not like that. People going to challenge you. That's
Yeah,
what happens on here.
yeah, like to say that you're willing to have the conversation, but then to not show any understanding about what I said. You didn't have to tell me you believe what I said is right, but you responded with something that to try to disprove what I'm saying instead of showing me that you understood it at all. You don't need to agree with it, but I'm just telling you that the reason that people who are not just faith and worship and just you faith and worship, the reason that rational people, scientists, lawyers, doctors, people who require evidence believe that the Bible is the revealed word of God is because the Bible has prophecy in it, and it is and the moral code of the Bible being revealed at the time it was by the people it was revealed by. It's really a miraculous doctrine.
Yes.
So we look at the fact that you can line it up with history, that we keep finding stuff the Bible is referring to that we didn't know was there until we read the Bible. It tells us there, an archaeologist goes there, checks it, and then finds out that what they said was true. So the people believe in the Bible because of its historicity and because of the prophecy in it and the moral perfection of it. There you go.
All right.
My
Okay,
God.
we.
Well,
All right,
hey,
it's too
y'all
many
not gonna
alive
get my
people up
blood
here,
pressure
man. We
up
need some more
today.
people to come
Y'all
up
not doing
here.
this to me today. You're not doing it because I
Right.
came here trying to relax.
Talking about size, and here we go.
Y'all want to talk
Well,
about my
forget it. No, I
Jesus?
got an opposition. Now, Tone said he said that basically God want us to come with people. No, I guess my argument is that we supposed to come with kindness, and he said that we don't. It's not necessary. So I want to know. I want
No,
to.
he was just well, okay, I ain't hear it like that. I
Go.
heard that you don't
Yeah,
always
I
gotta do
didn't.
that.
No, he
Yeah,
said God was mean as hell. That's what he said.
But
You don't
Nah,
gotta be nice, and God was mean.
the thing about it, y'all, the Bible it says in I think that's Galatians, the fruits of the spirit are kindness. And so it speaks about judging a tree by the fruits that it bears. So I actually agree. I think Jesus was firm. He did call people out. It just depends, but
he
not
ain't
once
call them
in
out their name though.
that's what I was
He
just gonna
did. He
say, but
called him
not
sons of
once,
Satan.
I don't
not
know.
once
He did call them vipers though.
He
he
called them
didn't
vipers. He called them sons of Satan. He called them whitewashed
yeah,
tombs.
But
that's
that's
what
what
I'm
they
saying.
was. It wasn't. What the heck?
Yeah, that's what
They
they
gonna call a
were.
drunk a drunk, but that's what
Yeah,
they is. That's not calling names though.
just
That's
like
kind
the woman at the well. He said he told her, "Yeah, you've had multiple husbands. So if you're an adulterer and somebody says, "Listen, you adulterer or you liar,"
Right.
that's not mean.
That's not right. That's exactly what
That's
they are.
what
That's what
you
I'm saying. People
are.
mixing that up.
But if I call you a stupid, big
Right.
back, ugly,
Right.
fat, low
Exactly.
life, come on, man. Now I'm being
Or
mean,
suck
y'all.
my punani.
Yeah, and I'm
That's nothing
talking a
godly about
vulgar and cussing you
I
out.
don't know about all
That's
that.
something else.
that.
Nah, but that's confusing though, because when I say stuff like that, I'm in the wrong. So why I gotta stop saying what I'm saying when it's actually true, being truthful? If that's the case,
No, it's a difference though, because you gotta have evidence of what this
It don't
person
I
is
had no,
though.
have.
I
You
had
can't just call
evidence.
somebody something. Like I just call you a liar or something like that. You didn't even lie or something like that's like you like it's like in what's the word? It's like you just like insults. Some people throw insults like calling somebody big at the different time at a certain time, right? Like it's like, get your big self out of here. You didn't have to say that. We know that he's big,
Yeah, they know they
but
big.
you're not gonna just say get that because you're doing it to offend them or throw.
Yes.
Yeah,
But
that's
if
what you're
it's true,
doing.
but
What if
yeah,
big back is true?
But if
What
it's
if
Oh,
true,
their
well,
how is it
Rick,
back
they
is
offended?
already
big?
know they're a big back though. Every
I'm just
morning
playing. I'm just
they
playing, bro.
look
I'm
in the
just playing,
mirror
bro.
and they see
If
a
it's true,
big back.
nah. If it's true,
We
it's
know that
true.
y'all talk about that tone matter stuff that do matter when it comes to certain things like that. We're not gonna say get
Oh
your big
God, see, I don't like
get.
that, man.
Y'all know,
Nah, that's what it
y'all know,
is though. It's
y'all.
I'm
different.
just
It's
messing with
different.
y'all.
If you're trying to save somebody, you're not gonna just say get your big back self and get to. You're not gonna say it that way. You're gonna probably say that, hey, you,
I might say it like that. I ain't gonna
Well,
lie.
let's use Tone's example. If they're speaking against God, maybe not calling them demons, unless you really have that gift, right? But let's
yeah.
say like somebody is speaking against God, and you're saying that they're being a source of confusion. Is that calling them out of their name?
Nope,
Nope.
it's not.
I was just checking. Okay.
It's not.
So I
So
wasn't wrong.
So when she called them, when she said sons of the devil, was she wrong? Or what she say?
Yeah, because she don't have no evidence. Every time it's not. It sounds like anything that somebody disagree with. Nobody had a right to say that you're because you don't because I don't fit your narrative and then be like, well, you sound like the devil or something like that. Like what the heck? Just
What
So
because
if
I
somebody
disagree with you?
But what
I
if
have
somebody
convers
called the devil?
I have
Huh?
conversations with people all
What
the
the,
time that are not believers. I work with people that are non-believers are everywhere, and I pretty much get along with everybody on this app. And the way I've learned to do that, first of all, I always ask God to give me the fruits of the spirit and wisdom and discernment. I don't have to be mean to you to have a conversation. I don't have to disrespect or belittle you in any way. And it's okay sometimes to be quiet. It's okay sometimes to concede or digress because everybody is not going to accept what you're saying or believe what you're saying. And sometimes people do have demonic spirits. I believe that. I don't necessarily have to call them out, but I can pray under my breath or I can go on mute and pray about something. I
Right.
can dismiss myself
Mm-hmm.
from
Or you
something.
could say I believe.
But
I
does that
Yeah.
make
believe that is that. You don't know though.
It's
does that
different
make a
ways to
person
handle.
wrong?
People be acting like they the right hand of God and then just call some things out like, duh, what the heck? Because
Yeah.
like
Does that
literally we
make a
can.
person wrong who calls out a demon if it's a demon?
Who's how do we trust a person that because anybody can say I'm calling out a demon. I could be like, well, you just cussed 2 lives ago. You a demon,
I'm just saying if
right?
they're
So
not wrong, Kev.
right, what?
And also, most of the time, when you see someone calling out a demon, they also exhibit demon-like spirits. I'm just saying.
yeah, qualities. I got you. You're right.
It just don't make sense though. But my thing is, I'm talking about the timing, right? You want
Okay.
to call it out because it don't fit the way that you either believe or say something.
Right.
That's an issue right there.
Right.
I
I
don't
don't
mess with
disagree
that.
with that. Mhm.
Hey, and then like I said, some Christians believe that they better Christian than the next. I don't play with that either. You know what I'm saying? Because like all of us trying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just because some people may be confused or don't understand the same way, our job is to try to at least uh get them to understand the way we may understand or whatever, or try to come to an agree or not even agreement, just try to come to an understanding. Just because somebody don't understand the same way, they don't mean like, hey, that sound like a devil or something like that. Because we can literally do that with one another. If we was to stick with that, we can do that to each other every dang on day. Be like, hold up, nah, you just got done raising your, or you just got done cussing this girl out yesterday and all that stuff. That's the devil. Like, who want to be getting called out for that every last second? So I ain't gonna lie. I had a discussion with somebody I love right recently, right? And I said you could tell the different people that's more religious following versus the ones that's not right. So the ones I believe that everybody's saying right. Over, I ain't no belief it. We see it. Everybody sins every day. But the thing is when you start making excuses for the sins, that's when you move in a different way. But when you start because some people just unaware, right? Some people unaware. They do the same thing. That you got to call it out. Then they might change or something like that. But when they taking up for it, that's when you not. It's like oh, man, I just the freak I was about to say though. But basically, you could tell the difference because the people that's trying or not. That's how I judge people of God. You know, a person that's trying versus not. Because I just can't say like, whoa, man, you slipped up and say the cuss word. Now you're not of God. No, all of us gonna slip up at one point. And
Right.
and And I
Yeah.
can prove that any day. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna just wait all day, and for anybody that think they perfect, and wait for them to do one thing, because it's literally 613 commandments, and there's no way that you're gonna follow all of them. So all I gotta do is wait for you to mess up with one out of those 16 and 13. Like, hold up, that's not of God, that's demonic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's easy. That is so easy. So we
But then
gotta
you get
wait for
lost.
people that you could at least see trying for the most part, because that's all we can do. That's all we can do.
Yeah, but I also think like spent knowledge is cool, but I think it's kind of messed up when you giving out scripture after scripture, but you don't really give the context of what scripture is talking about. Because I think it's kind of useless to give out one
Yeah,
scripture
that's.
and then be like, "Yo, follow this," but no, but there was mad
I
stuff that
get you.
happened
Somebody
before that
explain it just
scripture.
like I gotta be funny real quick though. That's like saying go to therapy. They said that real quick,
Ah.
and then not and not saying the reason behind it, or just saying or the other thing like saying shit, this shit gonna laugh. But that's just like, yeah, I feel you on that. We shouldn't just throw things out without having to give a description of what they should or put in detail. You knew it was coming. She know me too well. Yeah. Or just saying like the other word, pick better. That junk is irritating. We know we're trying to offend people with it. Like, no,
Yeah,
you're not
man.
saying why they should pick with nothing at all. You just saying pick better. Like, so
Yeah,
I
it's
feel you on
crazy.
that. Yeah, we can't throw out scriptures and not try to explain it. And then when they don't understand it because we didn't explain it, they be like, you're a demon. That's crazy.
That's crazy. I
I think
can't
there's a
stand that,
difference
man.
between people who not understanding and people. Well, you know me. This is the conversations I have on a daily basis. But
I know
it's a
you good at that. I know
it's
who
a
to call.
very big difference between somebody not understanding and somebody intentionally going against God and His
Mm-hmm.
Word on purpose because they don't want to believe it.
Right.
Or this is why I end up when Wisdom was having the conversation. This is why I asked the question I asked, because if you've already decided, and so nothing I say, I'm not going to waste is a hard word, but I'm not going to waste copious amounts of hours trying to break something down to you that you've
Yeah, I
already
feel you on that.
decided that you already decided is not true. You're not lost at this point. You're just being stubborn, right? And so you're not confused. I'll say it that way. You're not confused. You're just being stubborn. And so if you're
Yeah,
being
it'd be like that. I could feel that too, because some of
mhm,
us just care so much that we really need to keep trying, and just because we
trying,
see if we can budge them. But yeah, it do get to a
but you
point
gotta
where you don't
realize.
want to lose yourself.
I
That's why I was about
know.
to get on wisdom about, because I seen he was about to dang near snapping. I'm like, he like mute that mute him. I'm like, all right, now it's okay. It's time to kind of calm down now, because we getting too far now, because we
Well, no,
losing
and
our
you
own
have to
character.
realize
And
too when it's evangelism, you like when we're talking about bringing people to Christ, for instance, you can't be so full of yourself or haughty that you believe that your conversation is the one that's going to turn them to Christ. You just have to. So even if I'm not continuing conversation with somebody, it doesn't mean I've totally given up on them. It just means
Right.
I realize that something about me or something about this interaction is not going to change your perspective, right? But then maybe 20 years down the line, you run into somebody or something in your life falls apart or doesn't or goes well, and you realize that God is the only way, and then you come to the truth. It's all about humbling yourself in that way. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah.
Right. Do everything with humility and love. Just
I believe that, and I'm starting to figure that out more and more,
But I'm gonna
because
call out a heretic every time, okay? I can't help it. I'm gonna call him out. I'm just saying. Don't lie on Jesus. That's it.
Man,
oh
that
boy, that's why
oh
I was
Jesus.
trying to talk to where is Big Wall still in here? That's what I want to talk to him about, because he like, why you not letting people believe what they believe and stuff? I said, yes, that is okay, but you can't talk against what I believe in and think I'm gonna shut up and just
I'm
let you
gonna
rock
let
with it.
you.
I
But
said,
it's
I'm gonna challenge it every time, because you're
every
talking about now
time.
you up my alley. You can stay worshiping your rocks and stuff. I'm not gonna talk about your
Rocks.
worshiping stuff or whatever. Well, I could be like, well, what I can say what I believe or whatever, but I'm not gonna I'm gonna let you do your thing though. But we can challenge. That's overall, we can challenge that stuff though. So I don't know why. But my thing is, like I said, overall, and I like that y'all said that earlier. Once you see people that made their mind up, and that's what we gotta kind of, check our own selves on for the most part. That's why I dropped a couple people. Once they done said a few things and made me realize that, I'm like, no, I'm not having no conversation with a person that got their mind up. I'm not doing that pushing narrative stuff. Like, you already got that. It's obvious you're trying to push what you want so you can get
That's
everybody to
what's
convert to what
happening.
you believe in. But like I said, you got a lot of strong-minded people in what they believe in, just like you strong-minded. So it's like a pointless conversation. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Mhm. Mhm. I agree.
yeah, you got to know when to fall back, and it's
Yeah,
okay.
even in the Bible it says that. It say,
Notice.
what it say? Wipe your feet off after you. I
He
might be saying
said,
it wrong.
if they're not receiving you, dust your feet off and move on. That's
Yeah,
that.
yup. Exactly, and we gotta remember that. I mean, it might hurt, but shoot, we gotta remember.
Yeah,
I
My
think it
yeah,
only
that,
hurts
friend
us
said that
that
because
though.
either it's our pride or it's you
And
really care about
pride,
the
you
person.
right about that. I'm about to get you right about that. I think it do. We do put our pride in this stuff too, and we
Hmm.
gotta realize that too. That's an awareness though. And it's okay. That's an awareness. We gotta realize that.
Hmm.
Should it be pride that make us extend conversations more than it's supposed to? And that's why
Hmm.
we gotta be like, all right, chill. Okay, let's let it go.
You don't want to get it, then I don't. That's why I was like, hold on, ask her first if she's already decided, because there's no point.
True. That's true. That's true. You right about that.
A lot of people that say they want you like let people believe what they want to believe be the main ones tearing down the fact that you believe what you believe. So I think that's
They
actually
do.
I don't I like because
Right. That's what happened earlier.
wisdom
They're
literally
like,
has
let
been
people
just
believe.
saying he's been literally saying what he believed about the Bible. You don't even so you just believe like how you mad because what he's saying. That's actually crazy to that's why I know that like when people say that I already know they finna fall back on that
Hmm.
because it never lines up. Like because you really can believe what you want. You really can. The only thing my thing is just don't lie on what people believe in. That's all I feel like. Like you can believe
Right.
that the ground is gonna give you riches. Do it. Believe what you want. Like if it makes you feel better, it's fine. But to sit here and go against something to say because people do that all the time when it's something when it comes to Christianity, people have that issue. They fight. What do you mean? So you just believe that the Bible come so God like all this
My
it's like
daddy's
how
not
could you?
real.
Yeah, it's a whole fight. I just always think it's interesting when that happens. So when I
Hmm.
hear that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
How dare
I don't.
you?
I don't want to look like no coat right now. We need, gotta mix this up. Sorry, I'm
It's an
stop.
op down there. I think that's what I heard.
Is that up? Say no.
Bert
Let's
is
not say
Bert.
that. Not say that, man. No, you can't be saying stuff like that, man.
Bert
That's what
has
I
Shakira.
heard. Oh, I didn't know they brought nobody up. I was saying Bert said it's an op down there.
Oh, you probably somebody in the comments. Yeah, yeah. So hey, Shakira, how you doing?
Shakira.
Shakira.
Hello guys, how are
How you
you?
doing? How you feeling?
I'm
I'm good.
good. It's an interesting prompt.
What you got for
Um,
me?
uh,
In rocks we trust. Wow.
Not rock, but yeah. It's a what's your sign shows your what is a vetter? What does that mean?
That's sad. Oh my gosh. I thought.
I'm serious. I don't know what that means. I never heard that. I don't know. You said
You know what
what's your
vetting is?
oh, you mean like pulling somebody in?
Oh no.
Like
No,
pulling
that's
somebody
okay.
in?
That means she's
That's
not. She hasn't been stained by this freaking site. It's okay.
that's all
Um,
cool. That's cool. Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, if it's
It
something
just
for
it just hurt me
TikTok,
a little
y'all,
bit. I
I'm
was like,
not a
dang, but
TikToker.
I gotta
I'm
realize it.
sorry. I'm not a
Yeah.
No,
So
TikToker. I
it's
don't be over
like
here
it's not even
TikToking
TikTok
shit.
word. That's like a real life
no, it's
word
not.
though.
yeah,
Vetting.
it's
It
your
is. That's what I'm saying.
process.
Like, are you like trying to pull some like vetting someone in to like pull them into something that you're like? Is that what that mean? Like,
It's the
I'm pulling you
process
in.
by which you like go about deciding who to date. So how you go about looking at people, seeing if this is a good candidate to date moving forward.
Or you could,
Oh,
well, or
okay.
you could say, or people. You can vet your friends too, though. You don't have to date them.
That too. That too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they,
Yeah, I vet everybody before they get.
Heck yeah.
Like,
That's
I mean,
why.
I'm cool
Yep.
and inviting with everybody, but like, you can't be on the inside of what I be doing and how I'm moving in the groups of people I move amongst and family and all of that. And I haven't
Mm-hmm.
figured out what type of human being you are, even if you're a cute girl. And so men have to vet and women have to vet too, right? Because not everybody deserves access to you. Is that right, Miss Shakira?
Yes, that is true.
Okay, cool.
um.
So the
Oh
thinking, yeah, go ahead and respond.
no, I was just saying I disagree. I believe it. I'm trying to understand it, but I disagree. I believe. And if people are their sign, why hold them accountable? Can somebody elaborate on that? Like if they are their sign, what you mean hold them accountable for characteristics of their signs? What do you
Um,
mean?
No,
sorry.
for their behavior. So like if what you go ahead.
No, I was just gonna ask her. Is there a reason, like, you don't want to elaborate on the first question, or you don't know what to say?
I don't okay, so the first question, I don't want to say nothing wrong. I'm not really like can somebody use it in like a slang word kind of sort of because I don't want to say the wrong thing. You say what's your sign shows that you're a horrible vetter.
Like if I say, what's
Yeah.
Oh,
your
so
sign real
like
quick? What's your sign? Oh girl, we not gonna get along.
what's another word for vetter?
Mm-hmm. So
Like
you
give me
You
a
ask
know what
synonym.
courting
Give me a
is? You know what
synonym.
courting is?
Okay, courting. I got you. Bow.
Something you can do
Okay.
close to that. It's close to that. Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
Yeah.
I
So
got you.
Basically, you studying a person to see how they are before you take them in. Yeah.
I like asking signs, but it's innocent. It's innocent because I know
Not
y'all
no
talking.
more. Not no more. We're adults now. And they still doing it. It's not innocent no more.
No, I'm going to say it's innocent for me because I am an astrology person. I am a spiritual person. I don't have a religion. I'm nothing like that. I'm a spiritual
Mm.
kind of person. So people will say horoscopes online all the time. They be making up stuff. They like, yeah, Gemini do this, Gemini do that. But astrology is the study of planets and stars and stuff like that. So that's more of what I like to know because I like to,
Yeah.
like know like your natal chart. I want to know like certain
So,
aspects
what's your
about you that
favorite
kind of
celestial body? What's your favorite celestial body?
Celestial. But what do you mean?
Yeah,
What the?
the all of the star. It's all
I'm a
based on
person. I
celestial
like to.
bodies. Do you have a favorite celestial body?
Somebody say you mean astronomy?
You sure
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you
I understand what astronomy is. Astrology is based off of astronomy, is it not?
Um,
Yes.
The personality traits are tied to the movement of celestial bodies in the visible universe. So that's the basis of of the whole system, isn't it?
well, teach me something I don't. I don't know.
I
I'm a
thought you said
question
you was
asker.
into it.
Not
I am. I've
that's and
always
that
been
what
into
she
it.
is.
I don't
Yeah,
like
but
I don't
the
like some people like you have like people who actually get degrees in it and bachelors and associates and stuff like that. I'm not like that, no. But yes, I do dabble in astrology. I have dabbled in astrology. I grew up reading astrology,
all right,
yes.
but it sounds like the basis, the thing that it's based on, you don't really you don't have a great understanding of that. So it sounds like really you're just kind of into the insight that it's supposed to provide when you put in your birthday and pull and you do the tarot. Do you do the tarot card thing too?
Yeah, I do tarot.
Yeah,
Mm.
okay. So you just it's okay. It's all right. Hold on. So you like to play and dabble with the tarot cards and you like the insights that are given by the by the birth signs and the natal charts. Now let me ask you something.
Yes, yes.
Do you believe that you commune in any capacity with spiritual beings while you're taking on these practices?
Me personally, like this, me personally, I do not. That's not my thing. I am an empath. I am
Well,
Reiki. I am more into that.
all right. So
I don't go into the
when you're
other
getting,
side for real, but I know people who do.
hold on. But you said you do tarot cards. So do you
I
not
do.
understand?
No,
Okay.
I
So do you not
understand. You don't
understand
have,
the spiritual mechanism? Well, hold on,
yes, the
babe.
universe.
Do,
The universe, yes.
no, the universe is not. No. The
Yes, yes,
universe does not
yes.
speak through tarot.
They do.
Okay.
It
So
does.
all right. So I'm. This is here's my question.
Mm-hmm.
Is where did you get the understanding that the universe directs the outflow of information through tarot cards? Where did you get that from? Who taught you that?
A few people I've come into contact with, but you also have different types
Oh,
of spiritualism. Like you have psychic mediums, you have psychics, you have empaths, you
those are
have
different gifts.
intuitives.
That's not
Yes,
a discipline.
exactly.
That's not a
And
spiritual
usually the more
discipline. Those are
psychic
gifts.
mediums, they deal in the other side with the other people. They
Uh,
dabble with the other
all right.
forces behind the tarot. I don't do that. I
Are
read
there any
more.
rules that they? Oh, hold on. Are there any rules that they have to observe when they deal with entities from other dimensions and things that are dead
My bad.
or
Hold
things
on.
that
What
have
you
been
say? What
dead
you
for
say?
hundreds
Wait,
of
what you say?
years?
Somebody was calling me in the middle of you talking. I'm sorry.
Are there? It's no problem. It's no problem. Are there any rules that people who commune with spirits have to observe to do that?
Not necessarily. If you're born with a gift, then no, not at all. That's just kind of something that you're
Uh,
born with, and you can commune with the dead because that's something that's embedded in you, and then
well,
other
how do you
people can
keep?
like
Are there people who have
Nah.
systems of rules around dealing with that stuff?
some people. I do. I have a system, and I have.
So you kind of made up your own religion,
Dang, y'all must
right?
not be tapping. I keep getting puzzles. Y'all tap and get them shares going, y'all.
Oh my God, who keep calling me like what? I'm sorry, y'all. Somebody
Yes.
keep calling me in the middle of me talking. Let me put my.
You better use your tarot card and figure it out. Say no, stop. All right.
I'm
I
playing.
don't have my tarot cards right now. They're at home. Actually, I'm not home.
Yeah. Here's the point I'm making to you, okay? Instead of, because I've been kind of guiding you through questions for the rest of the chat and the comments and the panel to see. I've been making a point out of all of these questions, and so I'll just be very direct. Okay. So spiritualism is a religion, okay? Just so you know, it is occultism, like being a witch or something like that. Now, if
I see
you're a
that.
person who is a spiritual, yep, okay. And I'm not trying to call you a witch or insult you in any capacity, Shakira. Okay.
I've been called a
All
witch
right.
before, but
That's fine,
go
but it's
ahead.
not my intention to insult you. So I don't care if somebody else has
It's
insulted
not
you in the
insulting
past.
because it all depends
I
on
just
like
want you
what
to, I
type
don't
of
want
witch
us to
you
get
are.
in a rabbit hole. That's fine. I
Oh,
don't want to
okay,
get
go
in a
ahead.
rabbit
Go
hole.
ahead.
I'm only trying to make sure you know that I'm about to say something hard and it's not my intention to try to insult you or disrespect you.
That's what she said.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm open.
All right. Okay, cool. So if you believe that there are spiritual beings that exist, that there is a disembodied afterlife, okay? If you think there is another side, right? Then you obviously
Hmm.
think there is a creator. So you do
Hmm.
believe there is a God. If you believe that spirits can exist without bodies after death and you can have special gifts to talk to them, right?
I believe in a higher being. Yes. Now, if that is a
Okay, so
god,
what?
if that is a
No, no,
god
no, no,
or
no.
a deity or something like that, then so be it.
God, deity, it's all the same. You believe that there
Yeah.
is an intelligent designer.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, all right. So you believe that there is an intelligent designer. Okay. And you think do you think that intelligent designer is a moral being that cares about right and wrong? Or it just
Mm,
created human beings
in
with a
my
moral
world,
capacity?
no. Yes.
Okay, all right. So hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. Do human beings have a moral capacity, a nature, and a desire towards morality?
Uh, yes and no. Yes and no. I feel
No, no,
like
no. So let me ask you a question. If a person is treated morally their entire life, are they going to be healthy and operate closer to their full capacity versus a person who is treated immorally their whole life?
um yeah, the one who's treated immorally their whole life, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be the ones with the morals and the values and stuff like that.
Okay.
No.
All right. So what this shows is that human beings have a nature that is aligned with goodness for them to reach their highest self. So that means that the being that created human beings cares about goodness. Do you see the point I just made?
Hmm. That's cool.
Okay.
I have
All
no
right.
problem with
So,
that. I just okay, go ahead.
okay, perfect. Good. We rocking together. We rocking together. So
Yeah,
God,
I'm
so you
open.
and I both believe in,
I'm
that's
not
okay. I'm
a
glad.
narrow-minded
I'm glad
person.
you,
You
I
can
can
be
tell you open.
narrow-minded when you're spiritual.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just trying to get you to see something. Okay.
Hmm.
So we both believe that there is an intelligent designer, and we both understand that that intelligent designer made us to be good. Because if we're not good, then we don't reach and exist in our highest capacity. It's not what's both most healthy and best for human beings. He made it where our best development, okay, is going to be when we treat each other morally and we are treated morally because he cares about right and wrong. And so if he cares about right and wrong, then there are certain things that we shouldn't be doing because they're not in alignment with how he designed us to be. And if you're saying that in the system of belief you have, okay, there is no right and wrong, it's all subjective, right? It
Yeah.
all depends.
It all
And we
depends
can
on
see
which what
demonstrably.
path you choose because we all have free will as
I,
humans. So
we
we're
do
able
have
to
free
go
will,
left or
but
right.
right, but but there's a different cost for going left and a different cost for going right because God
True.
cares about good and bad. Okay, and we already proved God cares about good and bad. So he designed the universe with karma in it, right? And the karma of the universe rewards
All right, we got
goodness
two
with more
minutes.
goodness, right? And punishes
badness with chaos.
He said we got 2
Agreed?
minutes. What we got 2 minutes for? He about to end the live?
Yeah. No, we about to
No,
switch the
no, no, no,
topic
no. Just
after
because
that.
we've been going back and forth and you want other people to get in. But Shakira, stay with me for a second,
I
baby. You
wanted to
only got
say
2
what I
minutes.
wanted to say too, because I've been
Okay.
talking to you the whole time. I wanted to finish reading the thing and say if people are their sign, why hold them accountable? I don't hold people accountable. I just find it interesting to find out different things about them. Can you have faith in God and horoscopes at the same time? It all if you just like a godly Christian or like a religious kind of person and you just like to read the horoscopes, then sure. But if you are not of God or don't have a religion, then no, not at all. So I just wanted to say that as well. But I grew up in religion. I grew up as a Christian. I didn't really denounce it until I got like in my mid 20s. Then I kind of found a different path to go on, to go down. Everybody has their own, different things they choose in life and what they find what's wrong and what's not wrong. But I just know, regardless if
Oops.
it's
No, you can go ahead, Shakira. He just called
oh,
himself smacking. He didn't know he was being that loud. Go
oh,
ahead.
okay. I was like, what happened? Regardless of, if you believe in a hell, a heaven, a universe or not, I just know that when we are all judged from wherever we go, like God not gonna be like, oh, you did this, so you going to hell, and because you did this, you going to hell. Like we all have the same exact sins, and we're all going to be weighed for those sins the same exact way.
Well,
So you
hold
know,
Wait, how do
So
you
who
know
taught
that?
you? Hold
wait a
on.
minute.
Who?
I was about to say,
Yeah,
right? How do
who
you know
taught you that?
that?
I
What
just
is
said
all
I
Yeah,
grew up.
you because
judgment?
if you
I just said
What
I
is
grew up in.
where
I
did you
grew up
come?
as I grew up as a Christian. I
But you
didn't
said
really
you denounced
denounce.
that.
Yeah, I'm not a
so?
Christian
Where are you
anymore.
getting the idea of judgment day
Okay,
from?
so where does that come from?
That
That
comes
we're
from
going to be
Christian.
judged and everybody's a sinner.
Now I ain't say everybody was a sinner. I'm just saying that when it's time to be judged, and
Yeah,
we
who's
do
judging us,
Where do you?
Shakira?
Why do you think we're going to be judged? Based off of what?
well, not based off of Christian. Go back about off of
But you
that particular religion because that is the religion I'm going to
no.
to
What do you
go
believe?
towards.
Do you believe we're going to be judged? What do you believe? Do you believe
I'm
that you're going to be judged?
so the old me, yes. The new me, I'm not sure
No,
because
I'm asking about you right now.
now
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm
I'm not
asking about
sure.
you right now.
All right, we about
I'm
to get
Okay.
back
All
deep in
right.
it again. I forgot.
Yeah,
All right, so
that
let's
was
get
just interesting. That threw me off for a second.
yeah, at least you went through the
hmm
All right, y'all. Just a couple more bosses. Keep on get the topic going. Let's get. We should have been at 50K as long as I've been. I'm in this thing for 6 hours,
Yeah.
and I'm supposed to start at
What the
another
heck?
topic. It's crazy work. Dang. I ain't gonna be on that much next week. Y'all better cherish this. Like, no. All right.
I want to say this really quick. And
Okay.
Shakira.
Shakira, thank you for the
Yes.
correction. I'm gonna follow you, and I want you to follow me. Okay, and
If
I
you about
would
to start
really
preaching about
love.
God,
No, no, no,
if
no,
you
no.
about to start
You want to
preaching
know
about
something?
God and
Go
sending me
ahead.
scriptures, then but I'll follow. You can follow me
Yeah,
though.
I
I'm
feel
just
you.
playing with you.
All right. Well, yeah. Well, here's what I want to do. So you can reject what I want to do too. Okay, because you don't have to accept that
Dang,
just to
she
be
got
nice
me.
to me. All right. So check this out. Right. I'm curious. You said you were raised in a church. Do you feel
Yeah.
like you really understand the Bible?
At a point in time, yes, I did. But I
Well,
also,
no. Even like
as I got older, as a kid, you don't have a say. So in what religion or Christ or you choose, your parents take you to church, you grew up in that religion, that's what they pick for you, that's what you know. But as you get older and you
right.
learn more and you broaden your horizons and you learn about the world and you learn about other religions and other people and other aspects to life and humans, you change.
Sure.
You change.
All right. Well, you can change if your standard for what you believe doesn't require like any evidence.
Yeah,
Right?
it's
If
true.
what you think is just ideas that are based off of ideas you like the most, and it's not really based on
But
whether or
ain't
not
that
you think it's actually true.
But ain't that
Go ahead.
religion though? Ain't that like a lot of religion? They could like the
Nope. Okay,
because
so
it's more
great.
than one. It's more
Yep.
than one religion, and then
Okay.
you just pick the religion you like. You know what I'm saying? You just pick the set of rules that you like, pretty
Okay.
much.
All right. All right. Okay, so check this out. Check this out. What if, imagine for 1 second that isn't what's happening. Imagine some people
Imagine
become
it's not what
Christians.
happening because it
Bec-
is.
I understand you think it's happening.
Basic,
That's why
man.
you
You
just
about to
said
go
it. Let
back
me
to the
finish
another
my
thing
idea.
again.
What's the other thing? What's the other
Yeah,
thing, guys?
Do this last one, man,
yeah,
so we can
because
go on.
okay, all right. So check this out. Shakira, there are
Yes.
people who believe in the Bible because they think there's enough evidence to believe in it. And even though they have to change things about themselves they don't want to change and give up things they don't want to give up, right? They give them up and they make changes because they love God and they believe what the Bible is telling them. And it's not just some faith telling them, and it's not just some faith thing that they came to,
So I
it's an
got a
evidence
question.
based thing.
I got a question. So I got a okay.
They think it's actually true.
If y'all want to go by evidence, I'm gonna just say this: the
She had a
original.
question
I
before
think.
she even recepted. That was funny. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you
Okay.
understood what I just said to you. What did I just say to you,
You sound like
Shakira?
you right. Go ahead. I need to be more receptive to you. Go ahead,
Man, no, man.
minister.
Forget
Go
all this,
ahead.
man. We
Go
about to
ahead.
be
Go
going back.
preach.
No,
Y'all go
let
Go
talk
ahead,
on the
me
Minister
thing.
speak
Y'all
on
Brown.
follow
this.
each other, man.
Go ahead, Minister Brown. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
And she on everything but. She
Yeah,
like, nah,
I
I'ma
yeah,
was
listen
trying to
yeah.
now.
stick to the. I was trying to stick to the topic. He didn't ask me
Oh
about
my gosh. I think you already answered. You already
Yeah,
answered
start
all the
Deuteronomy.
having a
topic though. I got to
conversation.
get official in real quick.
Yeah,
She ain't
get
said.
official in, man. I understand. Shakira, I think I'm
Yes.
going to close on this. You should base what you believe based on what you think is true, based on what you should use evidence and investigate it and think about it. Okay,
Mm.
you people who
Yeah.
make
What
up their
makes you think
decisions
that?
about what listen to me. People who make decisions about what they think is true based on what they like are foolish.
You
That's
know
a
what? I want
foolish
to.
way to
Mm.
figure out what you think is
That's
going on
true.
in the world
That's true.
is I like this idea
That's
more
true.
than I like that idea. So I'm going to believe in something that I like the most, not what I think is actually true. I'm not going to
Mm.
use evidence or my intelligence or anything to try to figure out what's really going on. I just like this the most. So that's what I'm going to do. I think
Mm.
children and foolish people make decisions about what to believe based on thinking like that.
That's true too
That's
as well.
true.
But I also personally, me personally, I have a gift. I can see. I'm a spiritual person, so I'm just not out here just spiritually doing stuff. Like I'm a very like the abilities that I have that you guys would like. In the Christian world, I will be shunned for those gifts. It would be of demonicness. It wouldn't be of God. You know what I'm saying? But who gave me the gifts? If that's the case, you know what I'm saying. So it's just
You give
like,
you a gift. Oh,
well, that's
It's
you
the
get what I'm
devil.
saying.
So no, let me stop. I ain't
That's
going like
that's
that.
literally how they be
I'm
though.
not
I
like
swear
that. I'm
that's
not
how
like
they
that. No, I
be.
was just on.
That's how they
But
be. That's
hopefully
literally
they, hey,
how
hopefully I'm gonna put it this way.
that's
Hopefully this
how it
gift is
was
helping
though.
you.
That's how it
Hopefully
was.
this gift is getting you to move forward in life
It
and
is. It
and and
has. It
and
has.
bring you closer to whatever you believe in. Hopefully it's doing that. You
It
know.
has. It has. It actually, I see way more benefits from what I have chosen down the path that I'm walking than I have ever in my whole entire life dealing in religion. I'm just going to say
Chrissy
religion.
don't fell asleep.
I don't want to deal with any like Christianity specifically. I want to say religion, man-made religion. That's what I'm saying.
All right. You did your thing. Okay, cool. Official, what you got for me?
Kev.
Okay. Lala, did you want to go?
No, baby, go ahead. I'm not allowed to talk on here because he's trying to get on topic. It's gonna get worse. Go ahead, you go.
Right, you about to do?
Alrighty. So I'm gonna be honest with you. Which question on the prompt are you wanting to answer?
You
Because
can do. Well, the last one we. I guess I was thinking about switching, but this one got deeper and deeper though. So you can start back from the beginning again.
all right. Why ask what's your sign? Um, I don't know why people ask that. I don't believe in horoscopes personally. Um, I reached a
Hmm.
point in my faith that if I believe in God, then I can't believe in horoscopes. Or I choose not to. It doesn't correlate and make sense to me because I used to do like I used to, hear people say, "Oh, well, you're this sign," and I'll be like, "Okay, rar," like yeah. But it never made sense to me. So I think people, and I put it in your chat, like, way, like, probably about an hour or two ago. And I said, I think people use horoscopes as a way to manipulate. It's either
Mm.
to, they use them to either say, well, I'm a better person because of the horoscope, or they use it as an excuse for their behavior because of the horoscope. Well, I'm this, so, or if they're just, instead of just saying, you know what, I don't like you as a person, so I don't want to do life with you, type of thing, they're like, oh, well, you know what, it's because you're a Gemini, or you're a Cancer, you cry too much, or something like that. They use
Mm-hmm.
that as an excuse to not actually be honest about the fact why they don't like somebody. And then I've also seen people boast, well, I'm this particular horoscope, so that makes me better than you, type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a way to manipulate communication and interactions, and it actually takes away from interpersonal connection.
Mm-hmm.
I
All
land there.
right. So I believe this whole panel almost on the same, well, except for one, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do a refresh, y'all, and I'm gonna let y'all know the topic if y'all want to come back or not, because I'm gonna do. It's only about a 2 second refresh anyway. But I want to do this topic on coddlers. I'm gonna talk about coddlers.
Oh.
Yeah, so I want to talk about that. So if y'all want to come, I mean, I'm gonna refresh. Y'all come back, do the same old thing, tap, get the shares going and stuff. And follow Rachel. That's my main thing. I want y'all to follow either me or Rachel if y'all haven't been following. If y'all like my stuff, y'all know y'all gonna like hers. We in this thing together. You know what I'm saying? We trying to help build our platform. We gonna soon move over to YouTube and make that look even better than that. Because yeah. So please follow Rachel before we drop out this thing. And we be right back. Y'all come right back if you're already following, and we gonna start this new topic.
And
Yeah,
come to
because I
Christ.
think everybody, because it's pointless me asking the questions because I already know most of y'all that's in this box. So it's no point
You
of me
don't know
even
us.
talk about this to with y'all.
I was
So I
gonna
already know
say
what.
I'm actually
Yeah.
an Aries, and that's the reason
Oh
why
my
I behave the way
gosh.
I
I'm an
behave. It's not
Aries
even my fault.
too. Big
My.
Period. That's it's
it's
Oh, we
not
So.
found out
even
big
my
Taylor in
fault.
the
Aries.
church
Big Aries.
Oh
Big
my gosh.
Aries
All right, y'all.
Big
gang.
Aries. Aries gang,
I'll
gang,
be
gang on
right
their
back.
ass.
I'll be right
All
back,
right.
y'all. Y'all come right on back real
Come
quick,
Give
on
your
y'all.
life
back
to
now,
Christ,
y'all.
everybody. Come to Christ. All right, bye.
Come on
All right.
back. Go to Christ.